Thank you, Representative Exum, for those words. The House will come to order. The pledge this morning will be led by Ashton, my 6-year-old, and his best friend, Ford Finke. All right, stand up there. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Come over here. Come over here. Say, I pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Representative Byrd, is excused. Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Carveo, Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Esgar, Majority Leader Esgar, excused. Exum, Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez is excused. Gray. Rep. Gray is on the wall.
Here.
Hanks. Representative Hanks is excused. Herod. Holtorf. Hooton. Judah. Kennedy. Kipp. Larson. Lindsay. Lontine is present. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick.
Here.
McKean. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Mollica. Neville. Ortiz.
Here.
Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Representative Ransom. Rep. Ransom is excused. Rich. Ricks. Representative Ricks is excused as well. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Representative Soper excused. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez A. Rep. Valdez A is excused. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Rep. Woodrow is excused. Woog. Young. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Esgar. I think that's it for now. You gotta read the journal first. Ready?
With 58 present and 7 excused, we barely have a quorum. Representative Bacon.
Roll wave. Nobody. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, April 28th, 2022, be approved as corrected by the Chief of Chief Clerks.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Members, this is a very important motion. Please direct your attention to the well. The question before us is the adoption of the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Well, I'm looking to the gallery, and everyone agrees that the ayes have it and the motion's approved. All right, announcements and introductions. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, can I have your attention, please? It's very important. We had a guest in Appropriations Committee today who gave the joke of all jokes. And so the winner of the joke contest today is Ashton Garnett.
All right.
Ashton, would you like to tell us your joke?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Boo.
Boo-hoo.
Don't cry, it's just a joke.
Aw, got us again. Thank you. You get to come down for your prize.
Okay.
Oh, wait, do I get chocolate?
Yeah, go on down. It's right there. Make sure Ford gets one. All right. Well, I have one quick announcement. I want to introduce Beth. Beth Finke is over here, a good friend of ours who is Ford's mom. Thanks so much for joining us on the floor. And my wife, Emily, is here. This might be the last time I get to introduce you on the floor. Thanks for everything. Thanks for being here. And this is Anders. He's 9 months old. Okay. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wanted to just take a moment to introduce you to some guests that I have joining us here today. About 7 months ago, 4 Afghan families became residents of my little Denver neighborhood. And this morning, we are joined by members of the 4 Hamsaleh households, accompanied by some other neighbors who helped organize NEAR, which is Neighbors Embracing Afghan Refugees. So we're joined by Zarhun Hamsaleh and his daughter Husna, his nephew Sahil, whose father tragically died of COVID last August when trying to bring the rest of his family here to Denver. We are joined by Shams and Rona and, did I miss anyone? I think I got everyone. So if you wish, please feel free to come greet them. You can hear more about their story, about their journey. But, you know, like all other refugees coming to America from all over the world, our neighbors share in our values, our democratic ideals of freedom and justice, equality and human dignity. And, you know, we have had churches and mosques and synagogues and neighbor groups like NEAR and Virginia Village coming together here in Denver and in Colorado Springs to welcome our new neighbors, to help with housing and rent and transportation services, healthcare services, finding attorneys. And so I guess I am moved also because it reminds me of back in the 90s. My mom took a very active role when the Soviet Union finally let the Jews leave, and we had many that came and immigrated to the United States, and tiny towns all over the country opened their doors and welcomed folks. And I remember like being 9 years old and being dragged around on all the errands to find the furniture and the housing and the jobs and taking people to interviews, and I remember her. So I think it's like one of the most memorable things that I think my mom ever did and set an example for in terms of service. And so I am just overwhelmed with gratitude for my neighbors and the folks that I live among who have now done the same thing to welcome our new neighbors. And I hope that you are finding Denver a warm and welcoming home. We're so glad to have you here.
Further announcements and introductions. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have people I would like to introduce to our assembly. The Fountain Youth Council was established in 2020 to connect, engage, and empower Fountain's diverse youth population through government and civic participation. I would like to direct your eyes to this side of the room, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Deidre Duncan, please. Okay, Max Lamb, Dalen Duncan, Elias Hernandez, and Michael Madrid. I welcome you to the chamber here today. Thank you.
Representative Van Bumper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This person that I'm going to introduce and thank at this moment does not know that they are going to be recognized, but I would like to thank the individual standing in the gallery with the camera. This is my other half. Most people would say the better half, Mr. Jeff Van Beber. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Van Beber. Further announcements and introductions. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Will.
I wanted to, Concrete Day at the Capitol is today. And so I think most of you know, I don't think it's happened in 2 years. It's been 3 years ago since we had it. But from 11 to 1 o'clock today on the southeast corner of the Capitol grounds, there'll be hot dogs, burgers, everything. So it's from the American Concrete Pavement Association, American Concrete Pipe Association, and Colorado Ready Mix Concrete Association are sponsoring this, and it's in recognition of the hard work of our Colorado legislators and their staff. So please go out there. It'll be a great day to grab lunch outside the Capitol and get outside. It's a beautiful day. So we thank the concrete people for this today. Thank you.
Further announcements and introductions. Seeing none. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1019.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1019. 1019, right? Mr. Shebel, please read the top.
1018 or 1019?
Okay. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I was on the wrong page of this very long calendar. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1018.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1018. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1018.
House Joint Resolution 1018 by Representative Van Beber, also Senator Sonnenberg, concerning designating the portion of Colorado State Highway 14 from mile marker 153 to mile marker 154 in Weld County as the Colonel Stan Cass Memorial Highway.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Van Beber.
Members, I am honored today. I move House Joint Resolution 221018. And I'd like to have it read at length. Thank you.
That has been properly moved. Mr. Shebel. Didn't mean to demote you, Mr. Shebel.
Whereas United States Army Colonel Stan Cass was born in Briggsdale, Colorado on July 29th, 1933. And whereas Stan Cass attended Briggsdale High School and worked on his family's farm until he graduated and applied to the United States Military Academy at West Point. And whereas he was accepted to West Point after taking classes at what is now Colorado State University, but at the time was known as the Colorado State College of Agriculture and Mechanic Arts. And whereas after graduating from West Point in 1957, Colonel Cass was first stationed in France and Germany, but was later transferred to Vietnam in 1966 to command a helicopter unit in the Vietnam War. And whereas it was in Vietnam in 1972 where he met his future wife, Cicely, who was working for the Central Intelligence Agency at the time. And whereas they weren't able to marry until years later, after Cicely was transferred to Italy and Colonel Cass returned to the United States to work for the Pentagon, where he developed the first Hellfire air-to-surface missile, which is still the primary missile system used by United States military helicopters today. And whereas in 1986, Colonel Cass retired from the armed forces so that he and Cicely could move back to Weld County to tend to the family farm when his father was no longer able to. And whereas Stan Cass, all while continuing to preserve the land his family had cultivated for decades, began serving his fellow veterans first by offering his own money to the Weld County Veterans Memorial when it appeared that it would not be completed, and then by helping to form the Honor Flight Northern Colorado program in 2008. And whereas Honor Flight Northern Colorado, a nonprofit volunteer organization, flies veterans of World War II, terminally ill veterans, Purple Heart recipients, and veterans of the Korean and Vietnam Wars from all over the United States to Washington, D.C., so they can visit the World War II memorial there. And whereas, through his passion to serve his fellow veterans, Stan Cass helped over 1,500 veterans make the pilgrimage to the World War II memorial through the Honor Flight Northern Colorado program, which continues to this day. And whereas Stan Cass will always be remembered for his quick smile, his commanding presence, his military precision, and his generous spirit that he devoted to his family, his country, and his fellow veterans. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that the portion of Colorado State Highway 14 in Weld County from mile marker 153 to mile marker 154 be designated as the Colonel Stan Cass Memorial Highway. That the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purpose of the initial placement of signs to mark Colorado State Highway in Weld County from mile marker 153 to mile marker 154 as the Colonel Stan Cass Memorial Highway. And that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for Weld County for the maintenance of the signs marking the Colonel Stan Cass Memorial Highway.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my honor today to honor the life of United States Army Colonel Stan Cass. As someone who has had family members that have served in the military, I am eternally grateful and thankful for those who are willing to sacrifice for others. Colonel Cass was not only an active member of the military on behalf of Weld County, but one who served his fellow veterans throughout the state of Colorado. Colonel Cass represents the very finest of those from the United States, from Colorado, from my district, and I'm proud to say from my hometown. Colonel Cass is one of the heroes who will run into battle to stop the unthinkable and to fight to protect their fellow man at all costs. I hope that we can take all of the things that he has done for his community, for his family, for his fellow veterans, and take those qualities and the impact that he's had and put those into practice that he's portrayed into our everyday life. His family is here today, and so joining us today are the members of the VFW Post 4334 and some others, including Colonel Stan Cass's wife, Cecilia Cass. Rick McGlatchy, commander of the VFW Post 4334. Tom Roberts, junior vice commander and originator. Susie Roberts, auxiliary post 4334. Bill Brewster, family friend and VFW member. Cheryl Brewster. Bill Martin, PAO VFW Post 4330. Lee and Becky Seward from Colorado Honor Flight, and Bill Brewster from the Colorado Honor Flight. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the service you have given your nation and your fellow man and your fellow woman. Thank you all for the sacrifice that you've given. We're glad you're here today.
Thank you, Representative Van Beber. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Cass family for coming today. I want to thank Mrs. Cass for her dedication to her husband of many years of service in the military and also in other three-letter agencies that we won't talk about. You know, Colonel Cass is a legend in Colorado, The Honor Fight program is an amazing program. And I have fellow VFW members from my home community in Akron, Colorado, that had the privilege of going on that particular trip. And that was maybe one of the most memorable things that they were allowed to do because of Colonel Cass in the last parts of their life. And these are combat veterans like myself. There's about 8 things that we have in common. And I told Mrs. Cass this morning, 2 farm boys from eastern Colorado, join the Army, go to CSU, end up flying helicopters for the military, VFW members, combat aviators, and other things as lifetime members of the VFW. But this person that we're honoring today is truly a legend among the veterans of Colorado. And that legendary person, I'm proud to stand before their family and the members of the VFW to honor today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you that didn't have the honor of meeting Stan, you would never know. You would never know when you met him that there was anything remarkable or special about him. He really was a small-town kid that went to West Point. I know what this is about, and he got exposed to the world, and then he came back home. And one of the mottos at West Point is to create leaders for the nation for a lifetime of service to the nation. And Stan epitomized that, because the things he did for our veterans in getting them to D.C., getting them to the World War II Memorial it has changed a number of lives. But you know what? You would never know that if you met this man, because he was humble, just a regular guy that went up and over and above to make a difference in people's lives, and then he would just quietly walk to the side. Incredible human that I'm so proud that we're honoring today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lynch. Is there any further discussion on the House Joint Resolution 1018? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1018 is adopted. Representative Van Bebber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that the roll call be added to this House Joint Resolution as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, this morning's roll call will be added as co-sponsors.
Thank you.
Majority Leader Escar. You can ask.
Tanya?
Representative Van Bebber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a brief recess so that if folks would like to greet the family today, they may do so.
A brief recess the House will be in a brief recess to greet the family. The House will slowly come back to order. We have lots of guests today, which is a good thing. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move. Am I proceeding out of order? I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading of bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading of bills. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 9. Do I say one day for her tomorrow? I don't know. I move to lay over Senate Bill 9 until Monday, May 2nd.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 9 will be laid over until Monday, May 2nd. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 184.
Senate Bill 184 by Senators Fenberg and Pedersen, also Representatives Esgar and Tipper, concerning authority for a member of the General Assembly to be absent during the legislative session without forfeiting compensation.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 184 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 184 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Lindsay, Representative Bradfield, narrowing it down to that first recorded vote of the morning. Uh-oh. There's some hustle. That's going to reduce the fine. It's going to reduce the fine. Oh, yeah, there's a fine, but the hustle's going to help. The hustle's going to help. All right. All right. It is a $2.59 fine. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 184 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 194.
Senate Bill 194 by Senators Story and Fields, also Representatives Valdez and Hooton, concerning allowing unencumbered money in the Creative Industries Cash Fund that is credited to the fund from the Capital Construction Fund for the purposes of the Art and Public Places program to be available for expenditure for 3 fiscal years.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 194, third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 194 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 162.
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Woodrow and Lynch, concerning the modernization of the terminology used in the Colorado Revised Statutes relating to the organization of Colorado state governmental agencies without altering the status of powers assigned to those agencies pursuant to the Administrative Organization Act of 1968.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 162 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 162 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine.
Senate bill.
Machine is still open. Okay, the machine is now closed. Before I call the vote, just one brief second.
Did you amend the bill at all when it was passed?
I can move to reconsider. I'll do it.
Wait, he said conference. You're saying you're going to move to reconsider.
Do you want us to do it on reconsideration? Do it now?
If there was no other path, I would say consideration, but there is a path.
The Senate, contact your Senate sponsor.
Okay, with 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 excuse, Senate Bill 162 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 169.
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Donovan, also Representatives Will and Hooton, concerning the non-disclosure of sensitive species information under the Colorado Open Records Act.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 169 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, there's been a little bit of confusion and concern on this bill, and I just want to state before we vote on this bill applies to wildlife, not domestic animals. And on the land use side of things, there's been some concern that those in the pre-planning, permitting, and the processes, phases, and ongoing projects that are ongoing, they will continue to have access to this valuable information, so that we're not hiding anything here, and it applies to wildlife, not domestic animals. I wanted to say that before we voted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Will. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 169? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 169 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 169 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 8.
Senate Bill 8 by Senators Enzinger and Priola, also Representatives McLaughlin and McKean, concerning post-secondary education support for certain students who have been in out-of-home placement and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 8 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 8 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
I'll just keep going until you tell me. Yes.
Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 8 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
How about I lay over page 3?
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 11.
Senate Bill 11 by Senators Enzinger and Quorum, also Representatives Catlin and Esgar, concerning the establishment of the America 250 Colorado 150 Commission and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 11 on third reading, final passage with no input from Representative McKean.
I don't believe conceptual amendments. Seeing further discussion, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a conceptual third reading amendment, and I would love to have permission to have it.
I don't believe that motion is in order. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just was looking at my calendar and wanted to make sure everyone marked their calendars on this bill. July 4th, 2026. August 1st, 2026. Epic party. We're going to be at Representative Escar's house and then Representative Catlin's house. Thank you.
Can't wait. Send out that save the date. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 11 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
You keep saying that, but I think you're right.
Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 11 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar. Oh, actually, Mr. Shebel, message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Message from the Senate will be buried in the journal. Introduction of resolution.
okay. Senate Joint Resolution 13 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representative Garnett, concerning celebrating the University of Denver Pioneers men's ice hockey team's 2022 NCAA championship win.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we get excited and jump into this resolution, I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 13.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the rules will be suspended for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 13.
That's the question. I'm not either.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
if we can come back to order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Joint Resolution 13 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Shebel.
Whereas the University of Denver Pioneers men's ice hockey team has been competing since 1949, and whereas the Pioneers are members of the National Collegiate Athletic Association Division I, and whereas the Pioneers are now tied with Michigan for the most NCAA National Men's Ice Hockey Team championships at 9 titles, and whereas the Pioneers have won 15 regular season conference championships and 14 conference playoff championships, whereas 75 Pioneers have gone on to play in the National Hockey League, and whereas 2 Pioneers have been recognized as the best player in collegiate hockey with the prestigious Hobie Baker Award, which is an annual award given to the top NCAA men's ice hockey player. And whereas on Saturday, April 9th, 2022, the Pioneers added their 9th national title to their already stellar record, triumphing over Minnesota State by a score of 5-1. And whereas the Pioneers have demonstrated their winning values both on and off the ice as they participate in community building efforts and always aspire to a service above self attitude, a primary tenet of the team's vision statement. And whereas it is fitting that we acknowledge the hard work and success of the University of Denver Pioneers men's ice hockey team and celebrate their 2022 NCAA championship win. And whereas this brings great honor and recognition to the University of Denver and the state of Colorado, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 73rd General Assembly of the state of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, honor the University of Denver Pioneers men's ice hockey team for their victory in the 2022 NCAA National Championship and celebrate their many achievements as a D1 collegiate team.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And what an exciting moment right now is. I want to welcome the DU hockey team and congratulate them on their 9th national championship game. For those of you who didn't watch the national championship game, it was one of the most exciting hockey games that I have ever watched in my life. And just to give you a kind of brief overview, DU was fighting hard. We were down 1-0 going into the third period, and then DU just lit Minnesota on fire and scored 5 goals, ended up winning 5-1. And it was one of the most spectacular periods of hockey that I have seen. It brought great pride to House District 2. Let me just highlight the fact that House District 2 is the hippest House District in the state of Colorado. And this is the second time I've been able to welcome the DU hockey team to the floor of the House to celebrate a national championship. I want to welcome head coach David Carl. Thanks so much for your service and for everything that you've done in your leadership. To Captain Cole Gutman, thank you for your leadership. Co-captains Bobby Brink, Justin Lee, and Ryan Barrow. The most outstanding player of the Frozen Four, Mike Benning, who helped solidify everything in the third period. Thank you guys for representing Colorado, representing DU, and making sure that we get to bring a national championship trophy down into the floor of the House.
Representative.
I feel a little bit of guilt because
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It might have been the greatest period of hockey I've ever witnessed, and I was texting the speaker during the game, and I just want to congratulate you all as an alumni of DU. You all have done this city proud to bring that national championship home again. And I also want to take the chance just from the well to make it clear how much better you are than Colorado College. You all have brought it back. And we just want to be clear, we do have some alumni here in the room of Colorado College. DU is far superior, and so thank you. Congratulations.
Representative Cutter. Members, we still have people at the well.
Just briefly, my son graduated from DU, and so I shared pictures of the celebration, and it was really touching what he sent back to me. He said, "Pio till I die-o."
All right. Welcome to the chamber. Any further discussion? Representative Larson.
Mr. Speaker, I object to a voice vote on this resolution.
That's fine. I just want to remind everyone that, never mind, I won't bring that up. Is there a serious objection to a voice vote on this resolution? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 13. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. I did hear one no. But the ayes have it, and Senate Joint Resolution 13 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the current roll call, with the exception of Representative Larson, be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call, with the exception of Representative Larson, will be added as co-sponsors. Should the House stand in a brief recess? Brief. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in a brief recess.
To welcome our guests, the House will be in a brief recess. The House will slowly come back to order.
We're going to do the House bills, but we still
Are we on 146? All right. All right, no more fun today. No more fun. No more fun. No more laughing. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 146.
Senate Bill 146 by Senators Zenzinger and Heisey, also Representatives Snyder and Catlin, concerning the expansion of the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority's Middle Income Access Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that moment of fun. Back to work, folks. I move Senate Bill 146 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 146 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 3 Senate Bill 146 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 127.
Senate Bill 127 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger, also Representatives Larson and McCluskey, concerning funding for special education services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 127 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 127 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 127 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 148.
Senate Bill 148 by Senators Donovan and Simpson, also Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning the creation of a grant program to provide a grant to a Colorado land-based tribe to support infrastructure improvements to tribal behavioral health facilities that serve indigenous individuals and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 148 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 148 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes and 6 no votes and 3 excused, Senate Bill 148 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor.
Oh, this conversation.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 130.
Senate Bill 130 by Senators Rankin and Hansen, also Representative McCluskey, concerning the authority for state public entities to enter into public-private partnerships for public projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 130 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 130 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 130 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 158.
Senate Bill 158 by Senator Donovan, also Representatives McCluskey and Will, concerning support for species conservation trust fund projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 158 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 158 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 158 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senator Buckner, also Representative Kennedy, concerning the criteria to be considered in a sunset review hearing.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 174 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 174 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote? One more time, Representative.
Yo,
Gray.
sorry, yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 174 is adopted. Co-sponsors. There we go. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Janal and Story, also Representatives Cutter and Will, concerning increasing the resources available for fire protection services provided by volunteer and seasonal firefighters and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 2 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 2 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 2 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 28.
Senate Bill 28 by Senators Simpson and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Roberts and Catlin, concerning the creation of the Groundwater Compact Compliance and Sustainability Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 28, third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 28 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 28 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 55.
Senate Bill 55 by Senators Cook and Hansen, also Representatives Roberts and McKean, concerning increasing alcohol monitoring for impaired driving offenders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 55 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 55 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 55 is adopted, and it's another indication that we need a consent calendar. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 57.
Senate Bill 57 by Senators Cook and Fields, also Representative Weissman, concerning measures to support victims of violent crime who suffer brain injuries as a result and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 57 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no objection, or question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 57 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 57 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 147.
Senate Bill 147 by Senators Colker and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Young and Pelton, concerning behavioral health care integration services for children and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 147 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 147 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 147 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Buckner and Hendrickson, also Representatives Ricks and Tipper, concerning crime prevention through safer streets utilizing design management strategies and in connection with making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 1 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 1 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 1 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Lee and Cook, also Representatives Harrod and Soper, concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, or inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 212 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 212 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 212 is adopted, and that was not on consent. Co-sponsors. And there's so much laughing. Oh, yes. Yes, the vote no, but I'm going to co-sponsor it. It's the best move in the legislature. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 144.
Senate Bill 144 by Senators Zenzinger, also Representatives Kipp and Rich, concerning the provision of transportation services by a transportation network company not in connection with a business operated for profit.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 144 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 144 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 144 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1132.
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Holtorf and Exum, also Senator Liston, concerning the provision of wildfire mitigation services and in connection therewith regulating controlled burns on private property.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1132 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1132 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1132 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Robertson Van Winkle, also Senators Donovan and Smallwood, concerning the property tax exemption for property used as an integral part of a child care center.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1006 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1006 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. 61 aye, 59 aye votes. Mr. Shebel. They got you. They got you. 59 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 3 excused. House Bill 1006 is adopted and is a vote against the consent calendar. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1240.
House Bill 1240 by Representatives Froelich and Young, also Senators Field and Simpson, concerning enhancing mandatory reporting for children required to report child abuse and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1240 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1240 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1240 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1386.
House Bill 1386 by Representatives Amabile and Sober, also Senators Hansen and Gardner, concerning measures related to competency to proceed and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1386 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1386 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1386 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1393.
House Bill 1393 by Representatives Tipper and Soper, also Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, concerning creating the Displaced Agrarian Scholarship for the descendants of agrarians displaced by the development of the Agrarian Higher Education Center and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Majority Leader, Majority
Let me
Leader
move
Escar.
it first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1393 on third reading, final passage.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, members. And I was in a meeting yesterday and wasn't able to speak on seconds on this bill. And I just wanted to point out that this is a grace bill, and it's an important step that the state takes to assist the colleges on the Arary campus, because when that campus was built, it was a complete upheaval of many people's lives, many families. My daughter's dad and his family lived there. One of the women who came and sang Las Mañanitas when I was here was my roommate, and her family grew up there. Her parents were married in the church at St. Cajetan's. And another good friend who testified on the bill, her family was there. So, and they have come together. They were a close-knit neighborhood before Auraria was, their neighborhood was demolished for the campus, and they have stayed together. They have regular get-togethers of the families there, and it makes a huge difference because they didn't have tons of wealth, but they were able, many members of the family were able to get their college education and move forward, and it allows grandchildren and others to do that as well. So I was so pleased to see you take that step and for us to support that. So I am a strong supporter and urge a yes vote on this.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't here yesterday, so I'm just going to briefly explain why I was a no. So eminent domain was used by Denver and was given to the colleges. And then the colleges, if they haven't lived up to their end of the bargain, they're the ones who actually receive the benefits of the use of the eminent domain. And if they haven't lived up to that end of the bargain, that's really on them. And so I would have preferred to see a bill that compels the colleges that actually benefited from the eminent domain actually be written to compel them to do this. And so I just wanted to put that on the record, because I would hate to see another 5 years from now that the colleges come back and say, oh, we need more money to fulfill our end of the bargain on this, when really they should have been doing this from the very beginning.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did want to just lay for the record that this is the one and only time we're going to do this as the state of Colorado. Go back 50 years to 1972. That was a time when on the Auraria campus, that's now the Auraria campus, we were trying to combine the three colleges that are currently there, But you have to first go back to 1965. There had been a flood. And what the city of Denver really wanted to do was to have some sort of a joint public-private partnership between different organizations, being the 3 colleges, the state, the federal government, and the city of Denver. And they were looking for ways to try to have one campus. It would be very historic to have this one campus. And it just so happened the flood came through. They didn't fully want to rebuild Auraria, and that was a community. It had a main street, it had churches, it had businesses, it had people living there. And then what the city of Denver did and the state of Colorado was incredibly egregious. They declared the entire area blighted. So they knocked down the prices, then they came through with eminent domain, and they bought the properties at fair market value after they had devalued them to a fraction of what the value should have been. Then, in 1972, when they told 900 individuals, 300 households, we're now going to forcibly move you from your property because you've received your check and now it's time for you to go, the check that they had received was a fraction of what their property really was worth. So a lot of those folks were moved into the Lincoln Street projects. It was depressed housing, I should say. And so to keep people from rioting from what was happening, then the offer and promise was made by the state of Colorado, we're going to ensure that your kids and your grandkids have a scholarship to what we're going to be building here. And it's really important to remember that we as a state created this obligation on ourselves. It was a mechanism to try to keep people at bay as they were being removed, as far as expansion was going to happen, progress. This is really a bill that comes out of history, and this is also a bill that comes out of eminent domain. And if you hate eminent domain the way I do, it's the taking of real property that you own. But it's even worse than that. They declared the whole area blighted so that the government only had to pay a fraction of what they should have paid. And then, to get people to peaceably leave their homes, they made this obligation on themselves that we're going to give your kids and your grandkids a scholarship to go to these institutions of higher education. And they never once lived up to that promise until today. 50 years later, we're going to set the record straight. 50 years later, we're going to make a bold statement to cities, to counties, to the state, that if you're going to use eminent domain, and if you're going to make a promise, that you better fulfill that promise. And it's going to be fulfilled whether the day you use eminent domain or 50 years later. Promises made, promises kept.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Originally, I thought to be a no on this bill, but after that story, I am a yes, and I'm going to tell you why. You keep your word. Doesn't matter if it's 2 days, 2 years, or 20 years. If this in fact happened and the story is true, which I believe my colleague from Delta, then we have an obligation to do this in perpetuity, because that was the word that was made. And where I come from, not in perpetuity. Oh, just the one time. Well, that might need to be reconsidered in future years then, because promises made, as my colleague said, are promises kept. And where I come from, your word is your bond, and you stick to it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question, Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to come down. I know I came down in seconds, but I just wanted to come back because I actually just want to say that I am so honored to get to take this vote today because, unfortunately, my mother was a baby when they lived in the housing projects in that neighborhood when they were displaced in order for the building of the campus. And so I just have to come up here and just thank the sponsors again for all their hard work on this. And for us to be able to do this year is just absolutely amazing. And I will be so proud to go tell my grandmother about this. And, you know, she lived there when she was a little girl as well on 11th Street. And, you know, this was before my family became Northsiders. They lived in the West Side. So thank you. And, of course, I will be in great support.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1393 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1393 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. We're checking on why the chandelier is moving. We think it's the wind. I've never seen it move though. So, don't worry, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's fine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1397.
House Bill 1397 by Representatives Herod and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Moreno, concerning the creation of the statewide equity office in the Department of Personnel and in connection to the arithmetic and appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1397 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1397 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1397 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1259.
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Duran and Judah, also Senator Moreno, concerning modifications to the Colorado Works Program and in connection to the arithmetic and appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1259 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1259 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1259 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1314.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Ricks and Hooten, also Senators Gonzalez and Sonnenberg, concerning the rights of a person with ownership interest in a vehicle that has been towed from private property without the person's consent and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1314 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I didn't get to see one that was rearranged on the calendar yesterday, and I normally don't come down on third reading. But just for the record, I did want to say that it was implied yesterday that these tow truck owners are going around like apartment complexes and stuff, like just randomly looking at cars and trying to tow cars. That's not the case. That's not how it works at all. According to the requirements of the PUC who regulate them, they must have a contract with the private property owner, and they respond to calls from that private property owner saying someone's in the fire lane, someone's in a handicap spot, come tow this car. That's how it works in the real world, and there must be clearly posted signs, there must be regulations and things as required by the PUC. There are still problems with the bill, although it is dramatically better than the introduced version, so thank you to the sponsors for the work on that. But sections of the bill still require the release of vehicles upon the request of the vehicle owner, whether it's been paid for or not, or whether anything has been done or not. Sections of the bill micromanage to an incredible degree, despite the fact that this is an industry already covered by the PUC. And while it is a better bill than the introduced one, it still will lead to frivolous lawsuits that will create a mess for our legal system and tie up businesses. So I urge you no vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1314? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1314. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 36 aye votes, 26 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1314 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1378.
House Bill 1378 by Representatives Judah and Sullivan, also Senators Coleman and Hanson, concerning the Denver Metropolitan Regional Navigation Campus Grant to address homelessness and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1378 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1378 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1378 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1399.
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Ortiz and Basenecker, also Senator Janal, concerning consumer protection relating to music therapy services.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1399 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1399 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. 45 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 3 excused. House Bill 1399 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McCormick, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, Please read the title of the House Bill 1403.
House Bill 1403 by Representative Judah, also Senator Buckner, concerning a 3-month delay in the implementation of healthcare billing requirements for indigent patients established in House Bill 211198.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1403 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1403 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, see no further discussion. Please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Close. I almost find you. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, wow, a spectacular move. With 59 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1403 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. There's an end in sight. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1398.
House Bill 1398 by Representatives Burton, Holtorf, also Senators Colker and Liston, concerning the designation of registered agents by insurance companies for the purpose of receiving service of processing in connection therewith, requiring the Commissioner of Insurance to maintain a list of such registered agents and describing circumstances when service of process may be made on the Commissioner rather than on an insurance company's registered agent.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1398 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1398 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 excused, House Bill 1398 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Hurry. Close the machine. All right. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1372.
House Bill 1372 by Representative Carver, also Senator Gardner, concerning an exemption from air emission limits for the use of a stationary engine to support critical infrastructure in emergencies.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1372 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1372 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 excused. House Bill 1372 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority, Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1011.
House Bill 1011 by Representatives Cutter and Snyder, also Senators Story and Lee, concerning the establishment of a state grant program that provides funding to local governments that dedicate resources for wildfire mitigation purposes.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1011 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Snyder and Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like to move this be sent back to, request this be sent back to second reading. I'll explain. There was an inappropriate amendment adopted in appropriations, and they flagged it for us, and it needs to get fixed.
Inappropriate.
Inappropriate. It's very inappropriate.
All right, the motion before us is to refer House Bill 1011 back to second reading. Seeing no further discussion, it is a recorded vote. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to refer House Bill 1011 back to second readings is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 35.
Senate Bill 35 by Senators Rodriguez and Smallwood, also Representatives Burton Van Winkle, concerning the occupational accident insurance coverage that independent contractors of carriers may acquire pursuant to standards set by the Division of Insurance.
Majority Leader Escaro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 35 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 35 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 35 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 171.
Senate Bill 171 by Senators Bridges and Priol, also Representatives McLaughlin and Kipp, concerning restrictions on making public the personal information of educators at risk of threats.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 171 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 171 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote, including the members that are coming down to take photos. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 171 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Great work, Mr. Speaker. I really hope you have a voice still.
Mr. Shebel, reports of committees of reference. Right? I think that's right. Yeah. I have a voice.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1256 as amended, 1321 as amended, 1323 as amended, 1346 as amended, 1353 as amended, 1370 as amended, 1374 as amended, 1375 as amended, 1377 as amended, 1389 as amended, 1402 as amended, 1406 as amended, 1408 as amended, 1409 House Concurrent Resolution 1006 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 138 be referred to the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 180 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Legislative Counsel, after consideration on merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1063 and Senate Bill 21 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 113 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 201 be referred favorably to the Committee on Judiciary.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders today at 10:53 a.m. House Bill 1011, House Bill 1323, House Bill 1375, House Bill 1353, House Bill 1374, House Bill 1409, House Bill 1410, House Bill 1363, House Bill 1402, House Bill 1406, House Bill 1408, House Bill 1400, House Bill 1346, House Bill 1389, House Bill 1370, House Bill 1407, House Bill 1376, House Bill 1063, House Bill 1355, House Bill 1362, House Bill 1377, House Bill 1345, House Bill 1321, Senate Bill 21, Senate Bill 150, HCR 1006.
See no objection. The following bills laid out by the Majority Leader will be made special.
What do I say? Apparently I missed one. After House Bill 1374, we will have House Bill 1405.
See no objection. The following bills laid out by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Friday, April 29th at 10:53 a.m. Representative Byrd. The members, you have heard the motion. See no objection. Representative Byrd will take the chair.
committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Great. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1011.
House Bill 1011 by Representatives Cutter and Snyder, also Senators Story and Lee, concerning the establishment of a state grant program that provides funding to local governments that dedicate resources for wildfire mitigation purposes.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And may I say what an incredibly distinct honor it is to serve with you.
It is such an incredibly distinct honor to also serve with you, Representative Snyder.
What a suck up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So unfortunately, there was a bit of a mistake made in the Appropriations Committee, and nobody caught it in time. So what we're asking is that House Bill 1011 be sent back to the House Appropriations Committee to fix this technical mistake.
Can you rephrase that in the language of a motion?
I would be happy to. We move that House Bill 1011 be referred back to the Committee on Appropriations for corrective action.
All right, thank you, Representative Snyder. Members, you have heard the motion, which is to refer House Bill 1011 back to the House Committee on Appropriations. And I see that House Minority Leader McKean has a question, a comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we started on thirds today, and then we went back to seconds. Now we're back to appropriations. What was the original committee of reference? Oh, you know what? No, but it came out of the interim committee. We could just go back to the interim committee. No? We're good at appropriations? This is like a time machine, just trying to figure out where to get it back to.
Representative Snyder.
Is good?
Thank you, Representative McKean, but we're just going back to appropriations to make a correction. And I want to state on the record that Chair Herod had nothing to do with this mistake. She runs the most incredible appropriations committee. But this little technical mistake needs to be fixed, and appropriations will do it.
Minority Leader McKean.
I also would like to state for the record that Representative Herod runs a very tight ship, and that we might all have bills in front of Appropriations Committee.
Is there any further discussion on the motion, which is to refer House Bill 1011 back to the Committee on Appropriations? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1323.
House Bill 1323 by Representative Snyder and Froelich, also Senator Rankin, concerning updates to the Colorado State Forest Service seedling tree nursery.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1323, the Appropriations and the Energy and Environment Committee reports.
Just the Appropriations report.
Just the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations report, in which they appropriated, not a whole lot, but enough. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is passed. To the bill. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And folks, this is really an exciting bill. This is one, we're doing a lot of work now with all the horrible fires we've had. We have a lot of mitigation. We're doing work with firefighters and stuff, but this is not the immediate response type of bill. This is a bill that will enhance, basically double our capacity to grow seedlings and to sell trees out of the state nursery up in Fort Collins. And we also are bringing in some more expertise to figure out why some of our species are thriving and others are declining here in Colorado. So we're really trying to look down the road and see, where is Colorado going to, our forests, our wonderful, beautiful mountain forests, where are they going to be in 10, 20, 30 years? So we want to get ahead of it. This will really allow the state nursery to double their capacity from approximately 350,000 trees a year to 700,000. Those trees sell for roughly $6 a piece. So it'll be be a sustaining program through their enterprise. So we're really excited about that, and we would really hope for a yes vote from everybody.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my co-prime who has experienced wildfire mitigation in the first person and the benefits of it, and who brought this bill forward from the Wildfire Interim Committee and allowed me to tag along. And I'm excited to plant some trees, and before we can plant trees, we have to grow trees, and so let's increase the capacity. And I would be here all day if I spoke about the many wonderful benefits of planting trees. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say that we are paying particular attention to fruit trees on the western slope. And so that's going to be a big, important focus of the work being done under this bill.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we wanted to put in the bill, if it has pit fruit, it is superior, but we couldn't get that through committee. But I asked for a yes vote regardless.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you,
As the
Representative
representative who represents more fruit trees than anyone else, I was actually hoping we could somehow work out a conceptual second reading amendment to really have like non-cling peaches be like the priority at our nursery here, because after all, our fruit crop took a major hit in October of 2020. I will also say that I am in full support of this. The CSU nursery needs a lot of work. They definitely need to patch up where the roof is falling in, where their technology is rooted, like 30, 40 years in the past, and certainly has not been maintained to the level it ought to be. But one issue that I raised in committee that I do just want to lay here on the record is, just like you diversify your stock portfolio, I would also like to see our state really work to diversify where we're growing our trees strategically, and to not just have one location up in Fort Collins, but to have a second location on the western slope to ensure that as we're growing trees to be able to replant where we've had these massive forest fires, that we also have the ability to ensure that we have different nurseries around the state, so that in case there's an insect infestation in one nursery, we don't lose thousands and thousands of trees, that we have that protection built in. The other thing that I would like to see more of is not just the evergreen trees, definitely more fruit trees as well, because that's also a valuable part of Colorado. Trees are always a good thing. I will say that you should plant one tree a year on your property, and that wise men will always plant a tree knowing they will never enjoy the shade of that tree. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill. It's just a peach of a deal.
Oh, okay. That's a good note to end on. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1323? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1323. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1323 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1375.
House Bill 1375 by Representative Michelson Janae, also Senator Buckner, concerning measures to improve the outcomes for those placed in out-of-home placement facilities.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1375 and the Appropriations Report.
You mean the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Report?
I do.
Okay, to the Public and Behavioral Health Report.
I'm not seeing. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you, Representative Michelson Janae. So you have moved, will you just repeat your motions to
Yes, I move House Bill 1375, the Appropriations and Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we drastically cut the bill and reduced it to just a task force, but it is an important task force.
All right, members, Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is passed. To the public health report. Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you. In the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee, we actually passed a bill that had a really big quality assurance program that we no longer have. But what we do have is a very important task force in the memory of Timothy Montoya. Timothy Montoya's 12-year-old boy who ran away from Tennyson Center and was hit by a car and killed. And we are dealing with runaways from our out-of-home placement facilities, and this task force will come together and help us solve this problem. I ask for an aye vote.
All right, thank you. Members, the question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report passes. To the bill.
In memory of Timothy Montoya, I ask for an aye vote for the Timothy Montoya Task Force to prevent children from running away from out-of-home placements.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1375. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1375 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1353.
House Bill 1353 by Representatives Burnett and Baisley, also Senator Bridges, concerning the coordination of state public safety communications and in connection therewith transferring the powers, duties, and functions related to such coordination from the Office of Information Technology to the Department of Public Safety.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1353 and the Judicial and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations report. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations, we added a legislative declaration to clarify what this bill does.
Anything else? Okay.
Yeah. Judicial Committee.
And you ask for an aye vote?
And I ask for an aye vote.
All right.
Thank you.
Members, you have heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is passed. To the Judiciary report. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we created a revolving cash fund to enable the Department of Public Safety to bill state agencies in the same manner it is presently done. We allow gifts, grants, and donations to the cash fund, and we changed the effective date of the transfer from July 2023, except that the transfer of the Public Safety Telecommunications Program to DPS will start on July 1st, 2022.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary report is passed. To the bill. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public safety communication networks involve the use of tens of thousands of pieces of communication equipment used by more than 1,000 local, state, and tribal and federal public safety agencies across the state in all 64 counties. Currently, the Chief Information Officer of the Office of Information Technology exercises the powers, duties, and functions related to public safety telecommunications coordination. JTC, the Joint Technology Committee, provides the oversight on this work. This network has been in existence for decades and in the Office of Information Technology since 2008. Technological challenges are less of an issue these years, so it's more important that the strategic direction, policies and procedures, standards and maintenance, especially upgrades, are more responsive to customer needs. It is an appropriate time to transfer responsibility for oversight and all these things to the Department of Public Safety so that the system is managed from a public safety standpoint. OIT will still help by being a consultant. This is enthusiastically supported by all stakeholders. So what this bill does is a joint technology bill, full bipartisan support of the JTC, and it's simply a lift-in-place move of the digital trunked radio system Public Safety Communications Network program from OIT to DPS. It's a Title II transfer, and it creates the Office of Public Safety Communications in the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management and creates a Director of Office. It also relocates existing state public safety communications networks in the new office and specifies the duties and responsibilities of the Office Director. So the benefits of this, it's simple. It just upgrades to emergency communications equipment, and applications will be more responsive to the needs of both the state, local, and regional public safety agencies because they will be able to better understand the needs of these agencies. This is a zero fiscal note bill, and it's just good governance. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1353.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this has been a real pleasure to work with Representative Burnett, co-priming on this Joint Technology Committee bill, of which we are both members. And a big shout out, thank you to Louisa Altman, who did such work on this. You're not paying attention to me to get the kudos. But this was, what's great about this bill, aside from it just makes sense that the emergency communications equipment and responsibility and so on moves over to DPS. The OIT, Office of Information Technology, they're more ongoing operations folks. They're not the emergency response people, and they are in heated agreement that the equipment should transfer from them to the emergency folks. So everyone is in agreement. This is a wonderful cooperation and overseen by the Joint Technology Committee. Nothing but good about this bill, so I also ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1353? Representative Van Winkle.
I'm sorry, Representative. Who was the amazing staff person that helped you out so much on this? I forget.
That was
Representative Baisley.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. That was Louisa Altman, was the amazing staff. Oh, there she is now.
All right. On that high note, is there any further discussion of House Bill 1353? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1353. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1353 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1374.
House Bill 1374 by Representative Michelson Janae, also Senator Moreno, concerning measures to improve the educational attainment of students in out-of-home placement.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1374 and the Appropriations and Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report.
To the Appropriations report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we created an appropriation to fund this program.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is passed. To the Public and Behavioral Health report.
In the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee, we passed the bill, which I'll talk about under the next heading. I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is passed. To the bill, Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1374 is another attempt to help our foster youth. I know that I speak about foster youth a lot down here, and maybe it gets exhausting, but we have a very unique duty to our foster youth. They are indeed our children. And right now in Colorado, you are more likely to graduate high school if you are homeless than if you are a foster youth. This bill aims to remedy that with taking a wonderful program called Fostering Opportunities that was piloted in Jefferson County and has shown wonderful success, and opening that up to 3 additional school districts. So we hope to reach many more foster youth and to continue to see this program grow year after year. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1374? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1374. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1374 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1405.
House Bill 1405 by Representative Lindsay, also Senator Hawkes Lewis, concerning the inclusion of faculty in the definition of key participant for the industrial hemp regulatory program to align the program with federal law.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Chairwoman, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1405.
That bill has been moved to the bill.
Okay, HB 1405 modifies the definition in the industrial hemp registration statutes to ensure that about 15 faculty at Colorado State University can continue to be properly registered with the Colorado Department of Agriculture and thus continue their research on industrial hemp. This bill, I got put on the Agriculture Committee this year, and this bill is my little love letter to the Agriculture Committee, and I urge an aye vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1405? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, we've been very concerned because this actually came to Energy and Environment instead of the Agricultural Committee. And I would just move to refer this back to the Agricultural Committee where it'd be more appropriate rather than having it go to Energy and Environment. I'd also call a division.
Oh, okay. Let's see. That is a proper motion, and a division has been requested, but we'll go first to Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am going to ask for a no vote on the referring back to committee or to the you referred it back agriculture, livestock and agriculture committee. This is a procedural vote, members.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, let's see. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to know why Representative Van Winkle's not on this hemp bill. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After consulting with our caucus, we've decided to withdraw the motion and the division.
Okay, that motion has been withdrawn, as has the request for a division. Okay. And Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was something. Only I can do those things to Representative Lindsay. Because it comes from a place of love. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1405.
What? Okay, so we are back to my request. Is there any further discussion, legitimate discussion, on House Bill 1405? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1405. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1405 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Harrod and Titone, also Senators Coleman and Heisey, concerning additional funding for the Community Revitalization Grant Program.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1409.
To the bill. Representative
Thank you,
Harrod.
Madam Chair. This bill approves the $20 million for the Community Revitalization Grant Program. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you may remember when we had the budget and long bill, there was an amendment that was for this. It was $50 million then. We've since found $20 million, and it's in this bill to allocate that money. This goes to the Senate Bill 252 from last year. This is a really great program. It's going to get money out to communities all over Colorado, and I urge a yes vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1409? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1409. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1409 is passed. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be right back. Okay.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1410.
House Bill 1410 by Representatives Burton Rich, concerning the regulation of certain financial services businesses and in connection therewith, permitting employees of a supervised lender to work from a remote location, or removing the requirement for a debt management services provider to submit criminal history record check results for agents of the provider.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 22-1410 and the Business Affairs Committee report.
That is proper to the Business Affairs Committee report. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Business and Labor Affairs Committee, we amended the bill to make certain that before a supervised lender may allow its employees to work from home, they must first be doing so in compliance with all rules established by the Attorney General's office under the Colorado Consumer Credit Code. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Business Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Representative Byrd to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this is a great bill that I'm so proud to carry with my co-prime Representative Rich. This bill simply codifies the regulatory flexibility that was afforded by the Department of Law Consumer Credit Unit during the pandemic. Allowing employees to work from home worked well, and the department and the UCCC support permanent opportunities for work from home operators. This bill is permissive only. It provides greater flexibility, especially for employees that are not as consumer facing. Operators will continue to retain brick and mortar operations to meet consumer demand for face-to-face interactions. There is also a provision within our bill to narrow and clarify the definition of agent in the Debt Management Services Act. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rich. Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Byrd pretty much explained it all. This is a great bill. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion on Representative Van Winkle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I missed a committee hearing on this yesterday, so I want to personally thank the sponsors. It's a permissive bill. It allows more options for Colorado businesses and hardworking taxpayers, so thank you.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1410? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1410. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. 1410 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1363.
House Bill 1363 by Representatives Weissman and Basenecker concerning measures to increase the accountability of special districts to taxpayers.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1363 in the TLG Committee report.
To the committee report.
Members, 1363 is a bill to provide better protections for residents of metropolitan districts. In TLG Committee the other night, we made some very fundamental amendments, reduced a bill with many moving parts to really just one, which is the idea that those who have a declared conflict of interest should not be able to purchase debt that they have participated in issuing. We do want to make further clarifications to the bill as amended, so I move L8 to the committee report.
Amendment L8 has been moved, and we're waiting for it to be displayed. All right, the amendment is properly before us. Might want to make it a little bit smaller to see. Okay, Representative Weissman.
Thank you. So L8 does two simple things. There was a part of the bill that we amended in committee where the word or words special district were used, and we really meant the words metropolitan district, which is an important distinction because metropolitan district is narrower. We changed one instance, missed the others. We're making conforming changes here so that it's very clear that what is intended and what is spoken of in this bill is a metropolitan district, not all special districts. That's the first part of the amendment. We also clarify the scope of the prohibition on purchase of debt that one was involved in issuing to make clear that if you own debt in some sort of diversified investment fund that is in a hands-off way, we don't intend for there to be consequences about that. It's really just directly purchasing. So we ask for your support on L8 to clarify the committee report.
Any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8 to the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L8 is adopted. Representative Weissman.
We ask for your support in the passage of the committee report to narrow the scope of the bill to this one important issue. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Weissman.
We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1363? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill to the bill. Okay, Representative Base. We got this. Representative Pico. I know we're getting distracted with some lovely guests entering the building. Hello. Welcome. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in vehement opposition to this bill. This is a fundamental attack on issues of how we build and finance infrastructure across the state. The bill, even as amended, it is tremendous improvement, and I want to thank the sponsors for having limited the bill to the extent that they have. However, metropolitan improvement districts are how infrastructure is funded across this state. It finances the infrastructure for a lot more than just housing districts. It does, in fact, support commercial development. It supports the infrastructure that goes into airport business districts. If you have an airport in your district, or you are served by a district or an airport, you more than likely have such. El Paso County and the neighboring counties are served by Colorado Springs Airport. We have an airport business district which is organized, funded, and developed as a metropolitan district. This bill, even as amended, will fundamentally undermine the ability to fund and build the infrastructure that goes into construction of housing. This legislature has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build affordable housing. You can forget affordable housing if this bill passes, even as amended. This is a fundamental attack on the ability of developers to build construction, the infrastructure needed. The metropolitan districts also team up with other districts, such as, Madam Chair, I think we might want to just.
Thank you, Representative Pico. We will stand in a very, very brief recess. The committee will come back to order. To the bill, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying, the metropolitan districts are what builds roads and constructs all of the infrastructure associated with utilities, roads, everything else. Counties and cities do not build roads. Development of roads is done by metropolitan improvement districts in almost every case. We also have metropolitan districts teaming up with other special districts to construct infrastructure for roads. For example, in El Paso County, the interchange right now that is being done to extend Highway 83 all the way through to Interstate 25 is being funded in part by the Metropolitan Improvement District. Without this district, that will not get completed. We will have an interchange, we will have about a couple of miles, and then it'll stop, and you're going to have grassland for another couple miles until you hit Highway 83. Again, if you want to see affordable housing, if you want to see housing built, If you want to see roads and infrastructure, I ask for a no vote on this bill, although well-intended, and I appreciate the focus of what they want is consumer protection for the residents who buy into a housing development. This is not the way to do it. I ask for a no vote, and we go back and rework the idea.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this bill, with all due respect, is just seems to be misinformed in the first place. So please imagine what it's like for a community that is about to be developed. It's usually the dream of someone who owns property or is looking at buying property for the sake of developing homes for families, developing a community that they would be proud to have built, to provide homes for people in Colorado. And Lord knows we are short on the supply of homes. And so there's an incredible amount of infrastructure that's got to go into a brand new development that starts with a raw piece of land. All the utilities that have to be put in the ground, the electricity, the roads, the street lighting, the road signs, all that signage, and probably the largest, most difficult utility to get in place is water. Not only is it costly, but just to find the water to supply in the first place, and you might have to bring in multiple sources of water, cutting a lot of deals to get water moved to that community. That's a tremendous investment. And where's that investment going to come from? It's not going to come from the town that does not exist there yet. It comes at the risk of the developer, and the developer funds this, his or herself, or that team does. They fund this, and they go at risk, and they put their money into that. So who's going to buy those bonds once they've put up that money before it gets transferred over to the local homeowners? Well, the person is most likely to buy the bonds are the dreamer in the first place, the person who developed that community from scratch land. Now, that person is taking an additional risk that the homes don't get bought, that the interest rates will fluctuate. So saying that person who developed the development in the first place, the big construction company, the developer, could not also then take the risk at buying the bonds is making no sense. You're going to punch a big hole in what happens just in taking a risk and free enterprise, trying to provide a very basic need for people, for Coloradans. I want to address this paper that was put on everybody's desk this morning. It opens up saying developers can still abuse taxpayers with this gross Metro District trick. It says Oakland Homes has purchased 2,600 acres and so on. It says issued more than $9.4 million in bonds to start development. Records show that the bonds issued has an interest in $1.9 million of junior bonds with an expected payday of more than $10 million. So $9.4 million with an expected payday of $10 million. Well, that's just a reasonable return on investment over time. Of course, you're going to get back $10 million at least on your $9.4 million investment. I mean, look at the amount of money that you pay on your house over time. It's over double what the cost of the loan was in the first place by the time you get through paying it. This is just going in a weird direction to try to stop what naturally occurs, the system that developers have arrived at as a way to fund the development of brand new communities that they then purchase the bonds to cover. And by making this illegal, we're going to stop development. Already, Denver, is listed within the top 10 most expensive cities to live in the nation. This is going to make things much worse. Development will come to a stop. The price of housing will go way up. This is an unnatural intervention by state government into private industry for the sake of the consumer, the home buyers, and we really ought not to pass this bill. It's an ill-informed bill. I'm really sorry that it's even come up in the first place. So folks, let's please take our housing seriously. Let's take good care of the folks who are looking to buy a home now and 5 and 10 and 20 years in the future, and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative, Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to get back to the bill. I mean, we could debate special districts and the pros and cons, are they good or bad, and should developers have that, the ability to do that, to do bonds, all of those things we could debate for a long time. I'm not sure we'd ever agree, but we could debate that. But that's not what this bill is about. What's left in this bill is 2.5 pages that says the members, the directors of a special district cannot vote on debt, purchase debt. Those are simple conflicts of interest that apply to every organization, any entity, whether you're a for-profit entity, you're a non-profit entity, those exist, those conflict of interest requirements exist. And that's what this bill is about. It's saying if you're going to vote on debt as a director, then you can't be able to purchase the debt to be able to earn a profit. It's basic conflict of interest. That's all that's in this bill. It is not about inhibiting developers from developing areas about affordable housing. This is a very, very, very narrow bill that's limited to not allowing directors to purchase debt where they voted for debt for the special district. Let's not conflate all of the other issues surrounding special districts or affordable housing. Let's talk about the bill and what it does, and that's all it does. Nothing else. I think it's important. It's no different than what happens in any other entity, for-profit, non-profit, that you can't get in there representing other people making those decisions and then turn a profit on it based on your decisions. So with that in mind, I urge a yes vote on this limited bill.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate Madam Speaker Pro Tem bringing us back to what is actually the text that we're talking about here. Members, we should all be familiar with the reality of a conflict of interest because we're subject to that under Rule 21C of our rules of the House at 17C over in the Senate. When you have an interest in a matter here, you come down and you say that and you don't vote because that's the right thing to do. But unfortunately, and this is a bigger reality than the bill, this question of conflict of interest is pretty much baked into how we do these districts for the last couple of decades. We have a whole section of code, 24-18, that sets forth these conflicts and then says if you have a conflict, you can't vote. But then there's another section, and this is really where the rubber hits the road, that says you can vote anyway if necessary to do business. That's how all this is happening. Conflict is baked in. We're not even trying to change that in all the ways in which it might be changed. Believe me, there are people out there who'd like us to do that. That's not the bill. We are only saying that those who have participated in the issuance of the debt in the first instance cannot then turn around and buy it. Here are a couple of other ways in which that debt can still be placed, and we're not limiting how much can be issued. That would be a separate conversation. You can go to the public markets to buy this government debt. There should be many interested buyers. This debt has tax advantages. People want it for that reason. You can find out, if you look out there about a spread, depending on your jurisdiction, between this type of tax advantage debt and TEY, or taxable equivalent debt. It's at least a couple of points, and that matters. You can place it with a disinterested private buyer, a sophisticated financial entity who accepts the risk and return balance and will forward the funds for the debt so that the development can go ahead. There's even a thing called developer advances, and that has a way of getting paid back by the district. Frankly, I think there's some things there too that this legislature should look at, but that's not even in the bill. All we're saying is that if you have this acknowledged statutory conflict of interest, and you're already having to file under the law at the Secretary of State, there are thousands of these conflict disclosure statements up there, that you should not then buy that debt. And here are some examples why, from a major newspaper in the state. District issued junior bonds for $1.8 million at 9% interest. The buyer of those junior bonds will see a $1.8 million investment become a $22 million payday. That's because no payments are scheduled to be made for at least 20 years. So we have a backloaded amortization schedule. Another example, another issuance of $1.9 million in junior bonds with an expected payday of $10 million. The reference to $9.4 million a few minutes ago was total issuance. 10 million on 9.4, I think, is a reasonable return. 10 million on 1.9 is a very different proposition. I bet we'd all like that. Here's another one. $1.7 million in junior bonds, 10.7% interest rate, expected payout of $25.8 million over 30 years, according to a review of bond documents. I believe that those who have the dream are those who want to get a home, maybe start a family, have more room for their growing family, and have the home be affordable and be able to participate meaningfully in their community over the long term. What we're talking about here is not just the upfront cost of housing, but the ongoing long-term cost of housing. And when there are thousands of dollars a year for decades in additional indebtedness from taxation related to this kind of bonding practice, I think that actually militates against affordable housing and frankly militates against the dreams of those who want to live in affordable housing for the long term. That's why we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bacon. Okay, Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, too.
There's several flaws in what you just heard. I don't know where to start. But let's start with the fact, and if you allow me a little leadway, Madam Chair.
Representative Bockenfeld, I just want to make sure, and for everyone, for purposes, just to make sure that we are sticking to the bill as we know it has been amended significantly, so we want to make sure that we're to what is before us.
Yes, and I am speaking to amendment, but I think I got to lay a little bit of a foundation. This is not developer debt. This is public debt. Who's responsible to put in curb and gutter and infrastructure in order to enhance development in our communities to the benefit of their community? It's the counties, it's the cities. But what's the problem with that? The problem with that is constituents in a city who are working today to pay taxes to that city wants growth to pay its own way. And how do you make growth pay its own way? You set up a special district and a metropolitan district, and that developer takes on the burden. The burden, Madam, I would like to have some peace and quiet so I can get my message across.
Members, if you are needing to have conversations, can you please take them off to the sides of the chamber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how do you accomplish what the constituents in a city and a county want accomplished, that growth pays its own way? You bring in a developer, and you have a developer set up a special district or a metropolitan district. They take on the burden of the public debt, and they place that public debt in their service plan, and you've got a piece of raw land. Who in their right mind would make an investment on a piece of dirt on another man's dream on how that piece of dirt's going to be developed in the future, especially looking at the environment we have today with inflation, the high housing cost here in Colorado? It's only going to be a person who has a vested interest in a dream in that project. And they're going to upload the front money for that really the cities and the counties should be uploading, but their citizens don't want them to. and they're going to ask for a moderate return on their investment. Now, you heard this refinancing discussion that the previous speaker talked about. Yes, there's a 9% interest on that investment, which is a high-risk investment on a piece of dirt until it becomes a project that develops an assessed valuation and starts repaying the bonds. And yes, the interest is added on the back load, but what he doesn't tell you, no community in their right mind would sit there and allow that particular initial financing to sit there for 30 years and backload all that interest. And because the original owner of that project is the developer, he owns the ground, he's paying taxes on that ground to the community. As soon as that developer gets enough assessed valuation to where it's making the debt service payments on its own, he then switches the board over to the community. Now think about this. How many of you folks would go into a metropolitan or a special district, get enough assessed valuation where you could put your own board in place and then sit there and pay the financing that you heard before? The developer wants to be taken out. That's why that financing's structured, so you're going to go in and you're going to refinance those bonds under more favorable, marketable terms at that time. It's called gap financing. In order to get the project and this developer's dream off the ground, the developer stepped in the place of the public entity, who ultimately is the benefactor of the increased assessed valuation of that project. And that person took the risk of funding their dream for a point certain in time where their expectation is they're going to get their money back and a return on investment, and the people in the community who are now managing the project will make sure that's happened. So what you just heard, please reevaluate. Because I'm up here acting like Paul Harvey today, and most of you seniors know what Paul Harvey is. I'm giving you the rest of the story.
Representative Bockenfeld, I just want to remind folks that I think I've given you a little bit of grace here, but
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure we're to the actual bill and understanding. We know there's history here as it relates to metro districts, but I think we're talking about a very, very specific piece that's being addressed in this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think I did address that. I think I explained what the bill was about, which the former speaker was giving some financing alternatives that clearly wasn't understood as to why you would set up a service plan with that type of financing and what the overall objective be. So I think I was speaking to the bill, but be it for not, I think you got my message, and I'd like to hear more if I was wrong.
Representative Bacon.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, members. I wanted to come down here and tell you, share some words with you from a constituent of mine. My district is the far northeast of Denver. Half of it is Green Valley Ranch, which is entirely covered by metro districts. Green Valley Ranch was developed over 20 years ago, and people are still paying the metro district fees at a rate that rivals, if not sometimes it's higher depending on which one they're in, to that of their property taxes. 80249 is the highest tax zip code in all of Denver proper because of metro districts. I do have an airport in my district. We have a water district, the RTD district, and metro districts. I want to tell you the story of a small business owner. Unfortunately, we have come to a place where we can count on both of our hands how many small businesses actually have retail space in the far northeast of Denver. And the reason why is the square footage rates are almost twice as high as other places in surrounding county, including Aurora. because of the rate to which they have to pay for some of the metro districts. My neighbors share with me their tax bills. And so there's a lot of development talking about build the American dream. However, when they look at their bills and compare it to other neighbors across the city, it is significantly higher. After 20 years, residents have asked who's still making these decisions, why are we paying at these rates, and they cannot find the board members of these metro districts. They don't know when now, don't get me wrong, there's a law, they're supposed to post and whatnot. I'm a legislator, I've been looking into this too. Everyone knows what's been happening with the HOA issues, which also correspond to the metro district, that it's in. There are members of boards of metro districts that that live in particularly carve-out spaces. They cannot find the meetings to post. They do not know that they can run for some of these board positions or know when people are running, and they have not been able to express their voices or concerns on how much money they are paying. Now, I have to say, as a school board member and as an attorney, I could never do what some of the board, what this bill now addresses as a matter of fiduciary duties. But for what it's worth, our communities are struggling with actually accessing the people who are making decisions about their tax bills decades after they have passed, which now, after the homes have been developed, after they're in a place in which they even probably need some maintenance, they are still contributing to profit for developers for it. And so on behalf of two constituents, one of them said to ask how they can mitigate those costs so they can open a business, how to mitigate those costs so when we ask as a school district to pay for things, they don't say no because they have so many other fees and taxes to pay for. And we've been talking about lowering taxes for people in this building, that it makes it hard for them to even want to support their schools. I talk to residents, and this is not my district, across the street up north. There are school districts that are down to 4 days a week because they have to figure out how to balance paying for some of these fees over voting for an additional mill levy to pay for schools. And so it's one thing to talk about the beginning of development. I know, well,
Representative Bacon, go ahead.
I think it's one thing to talk about the beginning of development because my community is also still in that space. But it's another that people don't understand what it is and how they can engage in the process because these are supposed to be public. And they don't understand who's making decisions and the decisions that they're making that's leading to higher costs because everybody wants costs of living to come down. Everybody wants taxes to come down. But to note that the reason why this is happening is because a business can set the terms and then buy that debt is unfair to the people who live in those homes. And that's all I wanted to bring a spotlight to, especially when we're not in the phase of new development anymore. So please note that there are people who regularly watch this, and even if we're going to advocate regardless of any side of this bill, I hope we can do something to help our neighbors understand how it works so that they can engage in public discourse. But that's not happening right now. So thank you for listening.
Representative Bockenfeld?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Chair. Miss Chair. Madam Chair. There it is. There it is. I'm reaching.
Third time's a charm.
Thank you. Okay, let's step back again. First of all, I'm quite familiar with Green Valley Ranches, not too far from where I live. And I can tell you something, probably one of the most sophisticated cities that we have in this state when it comes to this issue would be the city of Denver. The City Council of Denver undoubtedly put together a service plan. They contracted, more than likely, of course, Denver may have its own internal finance people, but they contracted more than likely a financial expert to look at the financial requirements that it was going to take for this particular district. And that consultant or that internal staff who makes that decision and advises the City Council of Denver about this metropolitan district when it was established said, you know, I think you probably should support this because it's okay. And they did. Now, as far as those poor businesses that are paying this special district tax, let me explain something again. If you remember, this was nothing but dirt until that developer came in with a vision and an idea. And that developer came in to build rooftops. Why do you build rooftops? Because when you build rooftops, you create commercial districts. You got people living in that community that want to go to the stores, want to go to the restaurants, and spend their money. Why does the city of Denver want those commercial districts developed? The city of Denver wanted those commercial districts developed because at the time we had the Gallagher Amendment and they were paying substantially more taxes than what a residential property was paying. So now you got a business that's come in and they said, I'm going to do a market analysis here to run my business in this community. They did their market analysis. They were aware of what the taxes and what was being paid on rent and that type of thing. But it was because of the makeup of that community, they felt that what they were selling was going to be very marketable in that community. And so those folks came in and said, yes, I want to come into this community and I want to provide services and sell my product and try to run a successful business. And you want to tell me now that a small business is complaining about the amount of taxes they had to pay? You know why they're paying those taxes? Because the people in Park Hill didn't want to front load Green Valley Ranch's project. That would have been a tremendous burden at the time, and the assessed valuation that was going to be required to repay that debt, that was something that was going to be developed into the future. And so either the city front-loaded it at the time, or they allowed the metropolitan districts to go ahead and fund this project with a reasonable return, with an exit strategy for the developer to get their money back. And the commercial properties came in and developed, and the benefactor is the city of Denver. The city of Denver is the benefactor of that huge commercial development. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Representative Basnicker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the good discussion. I do want to just make sure and reframe us in terms of what the bill is and isn't, understanding that there are obviously factors that play into that conversation. However, I do think it's important to recognize that the bill as amended and as is available to you pertains to a simple principle, or perhaps a simple question. Should you sit on both sides of a transaction knowing that you will not be the one encumbered by that debt? If you think that is acceptable, I understand where you're coming from, where your position lies. However, my constituents throughout the state, continue to raise that question, and I think with valid concern. Should you be able to sit on both sides of a transaction and encumber somebody else with the debt that you are deciding when you have a vested financial interest in that same transaction? That is the bill at present. That is Section 1, Section 2, and Section 3. I want to also push back on the notion that passage of this bill will grind existing projects to a halt. That is not in the bill. The bill does not touch existing debt. I think it's important to focus us what's on the page so we know what's helpful in the debate in terms of should a developer and board president sit on both sides of that transaction. It sounds concerning to me. If you'd like to see what it looks like on a piece of paper, I'm happy to offer that to you if you'd like to come down and take a look. Same signature, both sides of the transaction. That is a person who admittedly will never be the resident paying that tax. There is not another transaction in our state where you can sit on both sides of that transaction and sign someone else up for the debt that you've just approved. That does not exist. What does happen, though, in this state and in other states, is the building of affordable housing. I think we need to be clear about the fact that just because this is the way we've done it for a long time does not mean it's the only way it can be done. And that there is room for metro districts and affordable housing and all of these things to be built and exist without encumbering another party for the debt that you've just signed off on yourself. This bill at its heart is about consumer protection. There are residents in our state who will never come above water from the debt that someone else signed them up for. I heard my colleague state that very clearly. And we can talk about all sorts of other structures inside of metro districts that make it very difficult for residents to ever have a voice inside of that conversation, to ever be able to say no. But that is not this bill. This bill is about that inherent conflict of interest and acting on behalf of consumers in our state to know that before they buy their home, they actually have someone else in that party, in that transaction, that can sign off on that debt in a reasonable way and understand it to be to their benefit and not to somebody else's ultimate profit. I'd urge your support.
Thank you, Representative Basenecker, for refocusing us on what we're here to debate. I will go to Representative Bockenfeld, then Bacon.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I want to tackle the conflict of interest issue first. My colleague is absolutely right. From a standpoint that generally, if you looked at a transaction that looked like this, there would be a conflict of interest. But the gaps that he's leaving out, and I'm using that word gap again, is that this is public debt that the government has pushed on to a developer in order for them to move forward with their project because they don't want to fund the infrastructure. So what you have truly is developer debt. And the developer is trying to structure that debt to coincide with the development of the property. And so previous legislatures, city councils, and county commissioners have agreed that this is an acceptable financing mechanism to accomplish the goals of the city or the county. Now I want to talk about affordable housing. I will ask my colleagues who wants to go out and invest their money in a piece of dirt because of another man's dream. When that person is in control of making that dream, that their name, reputation, future viability of their company is on the line, but do you want to take your money and put it into a piece of dirt on a developer that is going to follow through on the project that they say they're going to develop, who has a vested interest in the success of that project? You're not going to do it. Not at a reasonable rate of return. your return on that debt is going to be substantial, probably close to usurious. Okay? And why is it close to usurious? Because the risk is high. We've all had basic economics and business in school. When the risk goes up, you have to ask for a higher rate of return. So what is the developer doing when they come in and they ask for a reasonable interest rate on their return for investment? They're out there taking higher risk, lower rate of return, because they are the ones who are going to make that dream come to fruition. So if you want to talk about affordable housing, you're making housing less affordable when you take that developer out of the equation, because nobody is going to refinance that piece of dirt at 9%, from what the previous speaker spoke about. 9% on another man's dream? It's not going to happen. Now, let's also go about, the previous speaker talked about the people in the community that are paying long-term on this debt. Members, I don't know how to convince you that this is the initial offering, and let's go back to the word of gap. Why is it considered gap funding? So that when that project starts developing an assessed valuation, and there's a mill levy on each and every home in that community that starts servicing the debt, and that the members in that community who are now enough owners that they can come in and take over the board, that they can come in and refinance and take the developer out. Any community that elects board members to that special district that sits there with that original financing for 30 years, I don't know what to say other than shame on you. I mean, you have a fiduciary responsibility when you sit on a board to refinance those bonds at a reasonable rate. And that developer wants his money back. That's why they structured the transaction to where the way it is. They want to be refinanced out, and they want to move and make an investment into their next project. Now, I also can't clearly understand that when we talk affordable housing, this is the mechanism, and these are the people that's going to create the affordable housing for you. Why do you want to alienate them? Government isn't going to create affordable housing. The only thing I see coming out of this legislature is you want to subsidize unaffordable housing. This is the mechanism. This is your partner. This is the market that you need to be working with to develop affordable housing. Please take a deep breath, understand this transaction, and understand what has been successfully working over the years here in Colorado. You ask any city council or any board of county commissioners, or better yet, go ask your constituents if they want to front load future development in your city or county.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is such an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, ma'am.
It's an honor to serve with everyone here. And and this is the last thing I'll say on this bill. I just want to point us back again to what it is that's actually on paper, and again, why this is important to the people who have to pay these fees. I don't necessarily think we need to get in a conversation about public finance and how we develop communities. But if I'm sorry, maybe I should look at a camera and change my attention. But there are some things that we know in standard practice to maintain the trust of the people who have to pay for these things. You know, I tried to explain it like this to one of my neighbors. If I'm on school board, we ran a bond effort, and if there are plenty of people who do construction business, but if anyone who sat on the board ran a construction company and we ran a bond to build a school. That board member couldn't then also be the recipient of a contract to build schools. And some of the things that we're talking about here, just to be clear, even though developers have an interest in it, they don't have to actually also be directors of the board. And as we heard from the outset, sometimes we create metro districts that need board members before neighborhoods are even developed, so people don't live there to be able to run for a board seat. And so we see little carve-outs, just like maybe this is where, I live in a metro district that has 5 district seats, and District 1 is where most of the board members come from who don't live in the community. And then they create practices in which they can sign their own documents to put money back into their pockets. And at the end of the day, while I don't necessarily disagree on what cities and counties need to do to develop land, I think what we're talking about is who gets to then drive that discussion and make money off of that, particularly at the expense of people who are trying to afford to stay in their homes. And you said, ask your constituents. I do every day in the grocery store, and this is what we talk about. Paying for things that, yes, the city made agreements to figure out how to develop. In fact, this is probably how Green Valley Ranch was developed. I'll give you that. I'm not going to argue with that. But again, decades ago, and people now want to be a part of it and say, if I'm going to have to pay for something, maybe someone who's disinterested should be able to set those terms. And the only reason I want to say it like that is because I've heard us regularly argue those points in this chamber about so many other things. I couldn't even vote on a bill to pay school board members because I was on school board. I had to call for a 21C. And that's what we're just talking about here. It's not a different issue to taxpayers when they ask the question, who is making these decisions? And can people who do not financially gain from making these decisions be the one who signs these documents? That is the question that is asked, and that where this bill is trying to answer. I think we can have a lot of conversations about public financing and how to develop communities. Hell, even about, excuse my language for the young people, but even about affordable housing. But to me, this is a fundamental question about participation. And it's a fundamental question about paying taxes. Because we've all talked about what saving a few dollars here and there means. And right now, there are people who can make decisions that don't have to live through that. And that's what we're trying to answer. So I will say this to my constituents. Somebody is looking into this, and we hear you. And if you feel like as a community that there needs to be a change, you have every right to do that. So let us set up the circumstances so you can do so. Decades later, after that initial development has been completed, and the debts for the underlying issues are primarily paid or could be paid at a lesser rate. Thank you again for your time. And for the constituents who are listening, 'cause I got a few texts, just want to let you know that we've put it out there to figure out how to answer for you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to work with you.
And working with you is a pleasure as well.
Let me talk about some of the issues that have been brought up in here, and let me reset some of these issues, because there's some fundamental misunderstandings going on here. We are talking about gap financing. We're talking about the initial financial bill that goes in when there is, as has been pointed out, nothing but dirt. There is no one being handed a tax debt at that point in time. The only people involved in the process is the developer who's coming in there and the city council or the county commissioners who oversee the service plan, including the issuance of the debt, including laying out all those restrictions and requirements. What you've heard repeatedly is that there's no one else other than that same person that is going to sign the debt on both sides of the issue. But that isn't true. It flat out is not true. It is an issue of local control. We hear this an awful lot. Everybody talks about local control. Well, guess who the local control is? It is that elected city council. It is that board of county commissioners who approve these things. They are the other set of eyes that look in on that. These things come through there. I spent 8 years before I came up here doing that on numerous districts that were formed on numerous projects. This isn't the only way it's done. There have been developments that go through without any of that, but they aren't the large projects, and they don't come up there and build a lot of streets or have the tie-in to the infrastructure that a lot of these larger districts have to do. So I'm going to talk about a little bit as an example of some of the districts that are in my area that I have had direct influence on in approving. The initial district comes in, they have nothing but dirt and a lot of ideas and a lot of plans and some zoning. And they have to come in there and they have to go to that city council, they have to go to that board of county commissioners and have approval for those projects. They have to have approval for the zoning and they have to have approval of the financial plan. Those financial plans, that gap financing is overseen and approved by those local elected officials who have that purview and have that responsibility to do. They absolutely do that. And no one is handed a debt who didn't have an issue or a vote in doing this because they didn't own the property before they came in. When that realtor presented that line for them, when they'd had a title search in preparation to buying that property, all of those taxes, every district has to be revealed to them. They have to know what library district they're in, what county they're in, what city they're in, what sanitation district, everything, including the metropolitan districts and all of the other special districts that go into buildings. Someone buys out in the county, they're buying into a sanitation district, that's already been taken out of the bill. But they also have to get into a fire district, that's been taken out of the bill. I want to acknowledge that. But all of those districts, including the Metro District, has to be disclosed to the buyer before they buy. So no one is handed a debt that they didn't have any say on. They had to know to buy into that district. The gap financing is what the developer is setting up when he has the plan in front of him. That's how he gets paid for building the roads, for building that infrastructure. We have districts out of my area where they have to build not just that local connection, they have to build the entire water, sanitation, and electrical connection for miles to be able to get to the already existing municipal services that are available. They have to build that, and they have to build that for everybody else as well. They have to build it for the other developer and the other districts that are going to come further on down the stream. And they have to upfront the money, and that's the only way they can do it. When they have a major project on that, they are funding it, they are putting their own money on the line, and that's how they get paid back, is by doing this gap financing. This is crucial. And the other thing is, every resident who buys in it can then run for the board as these board positions come up. That does happen. They are required to be notified. That's already in law, and one of my colleagues will speak in greater depth to that. So this is crucial. I've heard someone say that this isn't about affordable housing. It absolutely is, because you will not see any development. You will not see those hundreds of millions of dollars that this body has already appropriated and signed up and sending out there. Where's that money going to go? It's going to end up in the hands of developers who are going to build these things. That's who builds them. That's who develops it. When they come in there and they build that initial stuff, they have to build the infrastructure, and then they have to build the rooftops to get some people in there who's going to start paying on that. And that's when the businesses then start coming in. So it's a whole long process that builds out there, and the bonds are going to be done for 30 or 40 years. So we hear that, hey, I've been paying this for 20 years. You got another 10 to 20 years, depending on what that bond is. And the next phase, the bonds won't be issued for the next phase until that phase kicks off. But those people in the next phase are going to be paying for their part. The people in the initial phase are only going to be paying for that infrastructure that serves them. So it's very important to be very careful about what it is we're really talking about. This is not skullduggery going around there. This is not trying to rip off the consumer. I absolutely concur that full disclosure needs to be made. You have to protect the consumer, but they're not being ripped off. This is how they walk in there. This is how the developer is paid for what he built. Trust me, if you take away if you take away his means of getting paid, there isn't going to be anything. When he goes in there and gets that gap financing, there's nothing but dirt. This has been said already, but bears repeating. There's nothing but dirt and an idea. No one is going to invest in that other than himself. When they go out into the market, to the bond market, the less there is built, the higher the interest rate. You go out in the bond market without the ability to do gap financing, you're going to pay an interest rate that eliminates the economic viability of the project, and it won't get done. It won't get built.
Representative, oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Well, yeah, I think I am at this point. I'll come back later, and Madam Chair, when the time comes, I call for division.
Is that, are you requesting a division right now, or you want to do it later?
I want to do it on the bill when it comes up for vote.
Okay. Okay, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to talk about is that we're hearing, and in the well particularly, that people are not being noticed about how much is owed, where it's owed, how it's owed, who the boards are, and some of those kind of things. But last year, we passed a bill, Senate Bill 21262, that to promote the transparency for those special districts by requiring metro districts to establish and maintain official websites with required information, adding to existing statute requirements regarding annual reporting, and requiring a seller of a real property to provide the purchaser with information about the debt obligations of the district and estimate of property taxes at the time of the sale. Plus, in the committee hearing, we heard from developers that are currently developing in metro districts that they're going out and making sure that the potential buyer knows what the board, who they are, where it's located, how you can get in touch, and these kind of things as part of the package when people decide they want to buy in some of these metro districts. Now, some of the older ones, maybe they're not getting themselves up current with 262 so that they can notify people about where they're supposed to meet, how they're going to meet, all of the things that go along with doing a board of directorship. So I'm confused, and I know that we may not have given this bill enough time to mature into everybody participating it here in the state of Colorado. But I want the body today to understand that there is work being done, has been done, and is in the process of coming out to the public sector and to the public square, so to speak, that people will be able to know how much is owed and how long it's owed and who it's owed to and all of the things that are causing some of the problems in the state of Colorado, particularly in these urban corridors. The other thing I want to say is it appears to me from being out where I'm from, there are some metro districts, but not nearly what there are in these communities. And one of the things I do want to mention about the sponsors is that we had serious questions in regards to special districts, particularly mosquito districts, hospital districts, fire districts, water districts, sanitation districts, the list goes on and on. The sponsors did take the time to go about this bill and take those out, because in a lot of suburban communities too, but a lot of the urban rural communities, that's how we get things done. And we assess ourselves and we pay for that mosquito, for eradicating mosquitoes, particularly with West Nile. But anyway, I want the body to understand that we've addressed some of that notification and people being aware of what's owed on the house they live in, if they go to the internet and look that one up. So before we get carried away thinking that there is no notification, this body, the General Legislature in 21, in Senate Bill 262, addressed that, and it hasn't probably had time to mature and ripen until everybody in the state can find that information. But it should be coming, and I believe that it is. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker, and then Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague, who it is an honor to serve with on the Transportation and Local Government Committee. And I want to speak briefly to Senate Bill 262 in as much as it pertains to the bill in front of you today. So by way of context, Transportation and Local Government heard Senate Bill 262 last year. In its introduced form, Section 5, and you're welcome to look this up online in the introduced version, Section 5 of Senate Bill 262 included a provision that was amended out in committee that would have codified in state statute this conflict of interest that we are addressing with legislation today. We as a committee understood that codifying the same person standing on both sides of that transaction was dangerous and was not friendly to the citizens of our state who had expressed concerns around that. We amended Section 5 out of 262 for a
Members, I'm going to
very
ask,
good reason.
please, to quiet down here. Thank you. Sorry, Representative.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. We amended Section 5 out of 262 for a very good reason, because we understood, quite frankly, the danger that it took and it would have presented consumers in our state if we codified the same person standing on both sides of that transaction. Our body, by way of 262 and striking out Section 5, has been working on this issue now for 2 years. There is a reason why it was attempted to codify Section 5 in Senate Bill 262. There is a reason why our bill seeks to clarify on behalf of consumers and future homeowners in our state why you cannot sign on both lines in good faith. I cannot do that as an elected official. There is not a transaction where I can put my name on the line that we allow for in statute at present. We have talked about this issue for 2 years. This is not a new issue before this body. It is certainly not a new issue before the committee that has now considered this same issue for 2 years. And quite frankly, there is a good reason why I supported striking Section 5 out of 262 and why I absolutely support this bill as it has been limited in scope to address that concern. Now, I agree that 262 contains some very important notification requirements. I look forward to working on those issues continued, but that's not this bill. This bill is about conflict of interest and asking the question, can you sign on both of those lines, issuing debt for a future taxpayer who isn't even in the room, but quite frankly hasn't even had the chance to consider the implications of your decision on their behalf? We struck Section 5 for the same reasons that I'm asking for your support for this bill.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. And thank you to the sponsors for engaging in this discussion. Thank you to my colleagues for bringing what I think are important points. let me start, and Madam Chair, with your latitude, I will go into sort of the structure, a little bit of the history of development and kind of where we got to with metro districts in order to illuminate my point. Is that all right with you?
Yes, we'll receive another history lesson, part 2.
Part 2. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So my right honorable colleague said that someone would be signing on both sides of the line, making a determination for debt without the recipient of that debt in the room. Of course they're not in the room. They have not yet bought a house in that neighborhood. They have not yet entered into a contract to purchase something that they want because it's not yet built. And at the heart of what we're going to talk about today, or at least I'm going to talk about today, is what this bill does in its current form to the ability to get investment in development so there's a house to buy someday. Because I would suggest that where we got with metro districts coming from a different place is a place somewhat unlike your description, and therefore maybe we need a little more definition around this. So I've been a builder and a developer for a number of years. 29 years, to be exact. And the way that this worked for a lot of those years was that you would buy a piece of ground, you would go to the trouble of getting a soils engineer to come out and check it, drill holes, tell you what's underneath the ground. You would then determine what the conditions of the surrounding roads were, whether or not you were going to be able to turn all of your traffic in what is called a full movement intersection in and out of the development that you were trying to create. Then you would take the land and the idea of where the access points were, and you would plat it. And so what you would do is you would work with what you knew the market desired on the size of the lots and the size of the homes, and you would actually create the lot lines, and you would develop a plan of development. And in fact, a lot of those were planned unit developments. PUDs is what they were called. And so what you would do is you would go through that entire process. You would draw in your streets. You would draw in where the houses were. And then you would take all that, an investment of several $100,000 usually, and you would go to your city council. Or you'd go to your county planning commission, and you'd say, here's my idea. Here's what I would like to do. I am a private property owner, and I own this land, and I would very much like to develop it, and here are the homes I would like to build. Here's how I'd like to do it. And sometimes, in fact, this happened to me more than once, I would see a scurry and people drawing on a piece of paper, and then they'd ask for a recess, and you'd go up to the desk to see why we're asking for a recess, and they'd say, well, this is actually what we had in mind. And there would be a moment to remind people of who the private property owner was and why this was what I would like to do. And so out of that process came permissions, came the plats, came the legal descriptions of the property so that I could go forward and build the things that I thought would be a good investment. And by now, I've got several $100,000 involved. I've got a lot of time involved in this process. And now it's time, with the permissions I have, the plats that I have, to go and prepare the development. And in the days before the housing crisis, what I would actually do is I would go start scraping dirt. And I would go scrape dirt, and I would make my curb cuts, and I would start the process of bringing people onto my property to do the work that I needed to have done. And usually what we would do is we would start our trenches, and we would start to lay in our storm drains and our sewer and our water and our electric and our phone. And we would start that in a process by which we would sell the first few houses, and we would pave the streets and do the infrastructure as we worked back through the subdivision. And that way it was kind of a pay-as-you-go type process, if you can imagine that. So I have several $100,000 invested. Now I've got a couple $100,000 more invested, but now I'm selling lots. And I'm selling lots, and I'm building houses, and I build those houses and sell those houses. I have the capital to continue going with the infrastructure. That was basically pre-2007. The minute the housing crisis hit this market, it coincided with a change in policy
on a lot of counties and cities where I had to put all my infrastructure in first. That meant that I had to put in my storm drains, I had to put in my sewer, my water, my electric, my everything, and I had to pave all of my streets before I sold one lot. That meant that I not only have the several $100,000 investment in planning, the several $100,000 investment in preparation and groundwork, I now have several $1 million invested in curb and gutter, in all of these improvements, all the asphalt, everything else that I had to put in so that I can sell my very first lot. Also, coincidentally, the money market tightened up. And when the money market tightened up, for me to be able to go and say, hey, I'm going to make money on this project, would you, Mr. Banker, like to lend me money? That became a much harder transaction. We all know it. We all know it because so much of what we've done post-housing crisis is to figure out how to make this work better and how to lubricate that system so that we can get money returning to the investment side. So when the money market tightened up, that meant that I had to find another way to invest in the infrastructure. And the great thing was that metro districts grew out of that as a governmental subdivision. Because here it was, we're doing the work of the city to create streets and storm drains and to further expand their electric and their sewer and their water systems. And so therefore I could form, with their permission, a metro district. And in that metro district, I could get the advantage of being able to go sell municipal bonds. Municipal bonds, which can be sold and are a great benefit to the investor, correct? That's what we're talking about here today, isn't it? We're talking about the ability to invest in something with the coupon value of a municipal bond. And so I would get permission from the city, I could go sell municipal bonds and create a metro district. The goal eventually of the metro district was that the people who live there control it. The people who live there have the right to say what they want to do and what do they want. Do they want to retire the debt? Do they want to have more amenities and increase the debt? What do they want to do? It's theirs. Do it. But when we come to, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your latitude, truly. When we come back to what we're talking about with the investment side of this, I want all of you to ask a question that I have to ask myself, which is, what is the difference between a developer self-financing the infrastructure and writing those checks every day? And as you guys know, I'm building a house. That means I got to write those checks every day. I went and looked at it yesterday, and that means I got to pay the excavator for the backfill. And so when I write those checks, what is the difference between writing those checks out of my own pocket to be repaid by the sale of the lots and the municipal district, the metro district, writing those checks to the developer to make sure that the very thing that was promised in the bond issue gets done? So when we hear the discussion up here, what we're really hearing is we don't like it because it doesn't fit within a model of what we want to see right off the bat. And what I would say is it's eventually, the whole design of this is to get there. Urban renewal authorities are the same thing, folks. Urban renewal authorities often have several districts and a master district that make sure all the work gets done. And then it completely reverts to the board operation of the people and the businesses who live there who pay property tax. Because that's what we're talking about, is the property tax that gets paid to finance those amenities, to even sometimes just the amenities the city requires. Sometimes your city's going to say you have to have a 12-foot median. You have to have this many 2-inch trees. I have to have one 2-inch tree between my house and the street. That's weird, but okay. But developers look at that and say, well, I have to have 1,300 2-inch trees, and that represents to me a $200,000 cost. So what we are talking about here is how does that investment structure work best? And not only how does it work best, but how does it work in a way that functionally over time is sustainable or durable, may be a better word. And so when we start to restrict the ability of the investment side of this to get to the board governance piece, which is what we hear a lot of, and in fact in my community what we hear a tremendous amount of is, what does disclosure look like? We all know the term caveat emptor, buyer beware. So what does the disclosure side look like? And I know that in my sister city to the north, they are wrestling with the same questions. How is it that we tell homeowners what they're actually paying for? To me, that's the real crux of this decision, is how do we make sure that homeowners who buy a house know what they're in for, know what that looks like, know what the structure looks like, know what the total amount of debt is. But we're not there, and the reason we're not there is because we have a lot of underlying concerns with whether or not you can have an investment like this. This investment model was grown out of necessity. It was not out of someone deciding that I just really want to make money in this way. It was, this is the only way left in a market where you do not have limitless pockets of your own to develop housing for sale. I'm going to say that again. This is the only model that we have left that allows for the marketing of homes for sale at a neighborhood level, because you have to invest that money for infrastructure and development somewhere, somehow. So if what we're going to talk about today is how do we put some guardrails around that, then you know what? I'm willing to have that conversation because I think it's a good conversation. And along those lines, I offer Amendment L009 and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L9 has been offered. We'll give a few seconds for it to be displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Amendment L9 is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, one of my colleagues said, we're talking about these underlying issues, and I hope I didn't laugh too loud for my chair, because it's not that they're not underlying issues. It's because they are literally underlying issues. They're your storm drains, they're your sewers, they're your sidewalks. They're the very things that lie underneath your feet because you wanted to own a home there, and this is what you got to do. So the amendment that I'm proposing puts guardrails on this process to ensure that the debt is issued by a developer through the Metro District is at or below market rates. Right? Isn't that what we're worried about? That we have some sort of rampant ability to go out there and just make money on debt? Well, this actually makes sure that it's kept within that. This will apply to metro districts that are formed after July 1, 2023, which is also kind of important. Number one, it pushes out this year as a year when people are already spending money on the platting of lots, already spending money on the scraping of dirt, and says, you know what, after January 1, 2023, now that's when these will apply, because you've already invested money under a different system. And in fact, it's not going to be a direct taking, but that would be somewhat of a taking of government to say, we're going to change the rules today, and you got to live with them somehow. The other thing, the first section of this requires an independent municipal advisor who is a fiduciary to the district, highly regulated by the SEC, review the transaction to ensure the interest rate is the lesser of the interest rate cap established in subsection B. And if you take a look in this, subsection B is the cap of the municipal market maturity and 4 percentage points, 400 basis points. It also says that the independent municipal advisor must also review the transaction as a whole. Now, you guys may not understand this. We had to do it in the city of Loveland when we were regarding a urban renewal authority, but we had to make sure that the urban renewal authority was put together in such a way that it would be able to pay its debts. And so we had people who came along and said, well, we want an audit. We want an audit. So a balance sheet audit is this beautiful thing where you make sure that the money coming in is going out to the places it should go. But a performance audit is what this is. And that says that the debt will be able to be paid because the structure is proper. A performance audit says, will it perform as it is intended to perform? And that goes on in the beginning. The second section limits the interest rate to an amount that ties to an independent index for the municipal market and caps the maturity for that debt to 40 years. So what we also hear a lot of is, well, I didn't know. And then they refinanced and pushed the debt out further. This caps that debt to 40 years. And partly why is so that the initial debt is basically the mortgage plus a little bit of a house. But not just that, when the board takes over, they can decide what to do with that. We have had metro districts in this community, in my community, refinance their debt and lower those mills so that they actually were paying less a year because the market improved and they could refinance for less of an interest rate. This should encourage that. This amendment ensures that if there is developer debt, it must stay within the stated guardrails, which are more restrictive than those for publicly placed debt. So publicly placed debt is an advantage in the market, but these are actually more restrictive guardrails. This is something that says, you know what, if you want to control this, control it, but don't do it pell-mell. Use the public bond market and then place guardrails on it so that what you're really doing is protecting the homeowners, protecting the eventual owners of a home in that property, in that subdivision. This amendment is also intended to address the concern that developers are giving themselves better deals and hurting others through runaway interest rates. This eliminates the perception of actuality of any wrongdoing. And it really does, guys. What we're saying is the market rate plus 400 basis points, plus 4%, which says, look, if I'm lending myself my own money to develop a subdivision, I'm going to be making a lot more than 4%. And that is just because, as we heard from my colleague, the risk is so high. We're not talking about an investment of a couple $100,000, or in today's market, $600,000 as the average price for a home in Colorado. We are talking about millions of dollars. We are talking about infrastructure placed long before any house gets sold. We are talking about subdivisions that will satisfy our need for housing. And what we're talking about is saying, look, if what you want to do is create guardrails, let's do that. Let's create guardrails, but let's not abandon the principle of what it means to provide housing. We have heard last year that the United States is 25 million housing units short. 25 million houses short of meeting the demand of what we need. So why on earth would we do anything that does not meet a reasonable standard to make sure that we benefit those who want to provide those 25 million units? And how do we do what we need to do with the best protection of the consumer in mind? We put guardrails around the transaction. And when we have people who say, you know, look, we could make more money out there on the market, but what we're willing to do is do this, because what it does is it really protects the ability to get the job done. It protects the ability to finish the project. And what it really, really does is it says we're protecting the interest of the consumer. We're protecting the interest of the homeowner to say that you're going to live in a neighborhood where all the houses got developed, where the streets got paved, where the 2-inch trees got planted, and where your property has a fair ability to appreciate for exactly what we want to be able to do for the people of our state and the people of this country, which is give them the opportunity of home ownership, which is also the opportunity to create wealth. This does that. This not only does that, but this does it in a way that works with the sponsor's ideas and says, let's make sure we put the guardrails on, limit anything outrageous, and ensure that what we're really talking about in this is how do we protect the financial interest of all who are involved. I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As somebody well-positioned to speak from the standpoint of sponsor interest, I do respectfully disagree, and I do ask for a no vote on the amendment because we just sort of had a lot of contextual things stated about the matter. Madam Chair, I'm going to speak to some of that, and then I'll proceed to why I think the amendment fails to hit the mark. Wow, where to start? You know, there were references just now to urban renewal authorities, and yes, there are TIFs, there are DDAs, there are BIDs, GIDs, LIDs, PIDs, various devices throughout Title 30 and 31. To be super clear, we're not talking about any of those, not in the introduced bill, not now. Different conversation. It is suggested that this is the only way in which housing or other development goes on in Colorado. I concede that it is common. It is not the only way. There are cities that have chosen to not allow utilization of this mechanism at all. That is the city's power to do so under Part 2 of Article 31 of Title 32. There are developers who choose to not proceed in this way. I was speaking a couple of mornings ago with the town trustee from a small town up north, Mr. Minority Leader, probably somebody you know, had a fascinating conversation. He passed on to me some developers who choose to build without utilizing districts at all. I very much look forward to having a conversation with those folks after session. So it is not the case that all cities use this. It is not the case that this is the only path forward. To the point about municipal bonds, yes, they're a useful tool. There are tax advantages. We've never said otherwise. To the point about what is the difference from Mr. Minority Leader's example a minute ago, I would suggest that the profound difference between one method of getting paid back and earning a reasonable return on money you have set forward to accomplish something that society wants is whether you get to levy a tax on somebody else to get paid back. Advance money, do the work to build out the lots, put the pipes in the ground, turn over those lots to the home builder, and earn a profit in so turning over, of course. You can do that without levying a tax on people who don't even live there for 30 years at all. You can certainly do that by levying that tax for bond issuance that will be purchased by disinterested third parties. I think that's the big difference. Turning a little bit now to the amendment, there are municipal advisors out there who might have a role in various debt issuances already. Yes, this is a type of individual who has a certain status under the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. We got some examples the other night. Rep. Basenecker and I, can show a few things. You get these letters, they're pretty brief. Frankly, the two that we were handed look pretty form in nature. So, I don't object to where a city is doing that. I do object to the contention that this whole package that's up on the screen now is a sufficient response to what all we're talking about. Moving a little bit further down the amendment, we see a reference to municipal market data, AAA, general obligation, 30-year, et cetera. That's just an index. It's a Thomson Reuters product. There's nothing wrong with that. Right now, it's about 3% for AAA. It's higher, obviously, if your debt's rated lower. That'll go up or down. It just happens to be about 3% right now. But then we're adding 4% to that. So now we're talking about basically a statutory privilege, if you will, for 7%. But this is tax-exempt debt, double tax-exempt federal and state. So in what they call taxable equivalent yield, in other words, net of the taxes you're paying, what all would you be earning here if this were, say, corporate debt that didn't have the tax advantage structure? Now you're looking at 9%. This is per Raymond James, something I looked at dated a couple of days ago, where they review this for interested parties on a weekly basis. I think it is a massive failing of this proposal that this applies prospectively only after 1/1 of 23. There are 2,125 metropolitan districts in the state right now. They are being added at a rate of several per month. You can look this up in the local government information system. In Division of Local Government in DOLA, we could be over 2,200. We probably will be by the time the calendar rolls over. I don't think it is appropriate to just blanketly exempt all of those districts. I do need to be very clear, because this next point has come up. Rep. Basenecker and I have never wanted to disturb existing arrangements where debt has been issued, regardless of who holds the debt. That is a legal agreement. There's federal law wrapping around that, because now we're in securities markets. We are not setting forth to disturb that. We have never wanted to. We concede that legally we cannot. We are talking prospective application only. I want to be clear, I said this in committee, I've said it to various other people. The default rule of construction for anything we do here is prospective application. That's in Article 4 of Title 2. We are happy to concretize our intent and add more clarity. So we ran an amendment in committee, we passed it in the committee report, to add an applicability clause, to make even more clear. We're only talking about things that happen after the effective date of the bill. So even where there is what I would call conflicted debt, debt has been purchased by somebody who has a statutory conflict of interest where disclosure of that to the SOS is required and has happened. Even where that's out there, millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars of that debt held in that way out there in the state of Colorado right now, we're not touching that. We acknowledge that we can't. We are saying in the bill, let's not have that happen more for all of the reasons that have been stated. Another thing I think that this amendment fails to address is this question of non-standard amortization schedules. You know, all of us who own a home have probably looked at this. You can do it in Excel. You can find a tool on a website. You know, take your term, take your interest, take the amount you're mortgaging, and you know, you have a straight line until you pay off. That's the standard amortization schedule. However, we have seen, and there were witnesses in committee who presented alternative structures. There was reference to that in some of what I read from the newspaper a little while ago, where you backload the principal. Maybe you substantially backload the principal. You're only paying off interest up front. This is going to increase the cost of the debt structure over time. In some cases, substantially. We had an example brought to us by a witness who was knowledgeable in this space, who compared what would happen if you ran a standard amortization schedule to this example that he was actually familiar with. Difference is $1.3 million over the entire duration of the indebtedness. That's rather a lot of money. And I don't think that kind of thing is okay, and that is what we are trying to address. That is what we believe we are addressing in the bill as amended to address only the one thing we're talking about in committee. Mr. Minority Leader and I had an interesting sidebar conversation. I do not believe that this addresses the issues that we are talking about. I actually have a problem putting some of this in statute because I believe it appears to bless practices that, you know, maybe some local governments have even chosen to try to do better than on behalf of their people. Shorter debt structures. Again, if you bring in an MA fine, this is not a solution to the problems that we heard about in committee, that we've been hearing about for years. I do respectfully ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will tell you that there is no silver bullet. There's no magic answer that gets to everything. What this does do is get to an underlying structure that ensures that the consumer is protected. I actually think that that's sort of the most important thing that we in our role have to do, is not to put onerous restriction on, is not to create laissez-faire systems, but to say, what is our responsibility to protect the consumer? Can we protect the consumer by ensuring that there is advisement at the outset of selling these bonds? There already is, no matter what, when you get into the bond market, you will have an analysis of your issue, and they will say what the rating is of your issue, which is the performance of it. But this actually gets down to the nuts and bolts of it actually will do all the things that you plan to do. What we hear from homeowners is this dichotomy. That's more than just two pieces, actually. It's a lot of issues with what it is that they're actually paying for. Now, I gave an example of a pretty straightforward subdivision. Streets, sewer, water, power, all of that. We have subdivisions up north, and you guys all have them in your districts too, I'm sure, where it's not just the streets and the sewer and the electric. We have a subdivision up north that literally has a small restaurant whose construction was paid for through the sale of these bonds. They have an amphitheater, they have a swimming pool. They have amenities that the homeowners in that subdivision want to have and are willing to pay for. And that's why I come back to say, this is a financial structure to make sure that you can provide the product that you're promising. However, the resident needs to be informed of what that product costs and what it costs over time. When you hear, well, $1.9 million is too much, I don't know what that means. I don't, in fact, know what that means because I don't know what the value of the property is. I don't know what the value of the amenities are. I don't know what the market conditions that those bonds were sold on behalf of. I don't know. And so if we're going to throw stuff out there and say, oh, well, this is too much, then that would be overstepping our bounds of simply creating a structure that works to protect the consumer. One consumer here is not the same as this consumer over here. So let's not try to impose an arbitrary amount, an arbitrary line. Let's make sure that what we do is create a system that protects the consumer by ensuring that the job can get done. This does that. And I would ask for an aye vote on this, not just from the idea that this is the right balance and the right way to go about it, in my opinion. What I would say is, this is the way that we can ensure this product, the Metro District, is not only consciously driven by the need to protect the consumer, but is also in detail driven by a way to say, look, we were willing to get involved in really what is a private transaction, but now it's moved into the world of a municipal subdivision. Okay, then we're going to set out the guardrails. These are good guardrails. These are good guardrails that will ensure that we get more housing units on the market in Colorado, which is actually something every single one of us has talked about needing to do. So not only would I ask for an aye vote, Madam Chair, I would ask for a division on this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. A division has been called. We will continue debate. I have Representative Pico next and then Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 8-9%, that's roughly the interest rates that we're talking about in here about what a developer will do. 8-9% is also pretty much the content towards the amendment that the bill sponsor mentioned a few minutes ago. So let me address the other 90+% of some of his comments. He keeps stressing that this is people signing up people to pay the debt who never had a voice. They do have a voice. They have the voice when they decide to buy into that property. He also talked about how this isn't the only mechanism, and I don't think anybody over here has said this is the only mechanism, because you do have individual developers who will develop without a metro district. You do have city councils, county commissioners who say not in this area will we do this. But you don't see large projects in there, and you don't see in those projects the kind of amenities that a lot of people want to see, like the swimming pool or the clubhouse or those sorts of things, and you don't see the major infrastructure that it takes to build a whole new development. You'll see a smaller project that ties into an existing infrastructure that they happen to be lucky enough to be next to. So this is a critical piece. These guardrails here, they're actually pretty tight. And I ask for an aye vote on this. It is important to have the guardrails. It is important to have consumer protection, but that doesn't get accomplished by doing what the bill has. This amendment will do a lot towards that and help that. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
I have Representative Byrd, then Van Winkle, then Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of the amendment and definitely respect what Representatives Wiseman and Bazenecker are trying to do. But it's interesting, when I look at our role in passing new law, and I know much of the premise for this bill is to protect consumers, if we are using this opportunity to put guardrails in statute, I think that's great. People are always willing to do more and to go above and beyond, set the interest rate lower, give additional disclosure. Nobody questions that, but for us to take this opportunity to set minimum thresholds, I think that's a good thing and gives consumers more confidence. I just have to say I have a connection to this issue. The first role that I had was a muni bond attorney coming out of law school and did this work. I wrote the disclosure documents and did all of the contractual work to support issuance of these bonds, worked with developers when we started right from the dirt. Actually, we helped write election questions too, to put the question on the ballot, to pass mill levies, to support construction of these districts. So I'm well aware of the work that goes behind the disclosure and the relationships and all of the negotiations that take place. I think there is opportunity for always, there's never a bad time to disclose more, but this is a positive step in the right direction, and I don't see that we harm ourselves at all by setting minimal thresholds. So I'm hopeful that you will also support this. I know Minority Leader McKean had talked about some of these other points, but including the independent municipal advisor requiring that person to review the transaction as a whole and to certify it, I think that's positive. Limiting the interest rate to an amount that ties to an independent index for the muni market and capping maturity of the debt to 40 years, that's a good thing. The amendment is going to ensure that if there is developer debt, it needs to stay within the stated guardrails that we are implementing in statute, which are more restricted than other publicly placed debt. So all of these are positive. I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do as well, but I want to capitalize and expand upon something that was just barely touched on by Representative McKeon when he was speaking. He mentioned the importance of metro districts, not just to homes and developments, but to things like open space and conservationism. Because if you look at, for example, Highlands Ranch, which it's unincorporated Douglas County, but it is controlled in part by an HOA and in part by a metro district. That's the governing body, and the folks from each neighborhood elect people to control both the metro district and the HOA. But one thing, Highlands Ranch, a lot of people know it as a big suburban community, about 100,000 people, and metro district does pretty much everything for us in terms of from the beginnings. I don't have to go into all that because it's already been taken care of. But not just water systems and roads and bridges and all of that things, but open space. Highlands Ranch, there's the homes that are in the northern part, but the actual community of Highlands Ranch is about twice that size. It goes far south. And that is open space that the Metro District is protecting from development, so that there's not a home, just an endless homes everywhere with no open space or anything. In fact, there are 70 miles of trails within the community protected by that metro district, owned by that metro district. There's 26 public parks where kids can go and play. There are 2,650 acres of open space and the reason we have an open space is because the metro district has promised to the people and to each other that that will not be developed and not have homes on it. So there are thousands, literally thousands and thousands of homes in Highlands Ranch that back up to open space, and that is in large part thanks to the Metro District that protects that open space, protects those miles and miles of bike paths. And the bill as it's written right now, I view as a threat to more expensive homes, to fewer homes, and to the visionaries like those of the folks that started great communities like Highlands Ranch. And so I ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the mover of the amendment, I have a question, Mr. Minority Leader. So one thing that I'm trying to understand is, in deciding whether or not to support this amendment, what I have heard opposition say is, this is not too much unlike what we have now. And so I'll use the example in Lakewood, where I live, in the Metro District that I live, we have had sort of like a World War III with the Metro District. And some folks have said, well, members of the community sit on the board. In our case, the board was comprised, it was a master subservient board or developer controlled board, which I think is pretty common. And of course, it makes sense. I absolutely agree. Metro districts serve a fundamental purpose in essentially subsidizing the development of a community. But what happened in our neighborhood is that the plot of dirt was developer created. That makes absolute sense. That plot of dirt turned into the clubhouse. And then the other two districts were where the houses were. 10 years later, thousands of homeowners had no voice on the board because the master controlled board was only developers. So in my community, we had to go to court to get that changed, and it took 10 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you can understand that I'm coming from a place of not being an expert in this space, but hearing a lot about this issue from constituents that are frankly much farther to the right of me, but are very upset about what happened. And one of the things I heard of over and over was the developer is on both sides of this transaction, and I'll relate this to the amendment, because what I'm trying to figure out is if I support this, because if I support this, I don't support the underlying bill. So my question is, I hear you, the opposition in general to the bill, saying this does away with gap funding. Can you, and all the reasons why that's bad, and I agree with that. But I don't understand why what's proposed in the underlying bill as amended does away with gap funding. If someone could help me understand that, that would be helpful. The second thing is, with respect to this amendment, why is this different than in my municipality? The city of Lakewood, of course, has authority to review and did review the various agreements and the bond arrangements in my community and approved them all. And so this registered municipal advisor that's registered under the Securities Exchange Act has a specific definition. I'm not familiar with it, but how is that different than just having someone within the city essentially approving these arrangements? Because that's what's happening, or in the counties. So from my perspective, if that's not different than what is going on in my community right now, my community is not going to be happy with this amendment.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Representative Tipper, thank you for those questions, because those are really good. You asked, how does the underlying bill get rid of gap funding? So the challenge here is, how do you manage to create this subdivision, sell debt, market debt, and then have that debt benefit the project? And the challenge here is that the project is usually one entity, one developer, one company, whatever that might be. They are literally the people doing the work. They are the people signing contracts for all of that. So when we say that, well, they get to sign both sides of this, of course they do. They're the ones doing the work. But the interest here is that the reason you create these municipal subdivisions is so that they can eventually be controlled by the homeowners. The goal is not that they must be initially, or must not have any transaction with any of the developers, any of the people actually doing the work. It is that eventually the plan, and whether it is called a planned unit development or not, it has a plan of development, that plan includes the homeowners at the end. So that's the answer to why the first part is, if you preclude that, now you have to go find all the people who are going to buy this debt, and then that becomes the relationship between the developer and them. There's one developer that is signing all the checks to do all the work. And so to say that you can have no relationship with the debt, you can't even buy debt in your own project that makes sense to you, even though your rate of return is less, why wouldn't you be able to do that? There's no reason you couldn't. The other piece that you ask is a really interesting question, because it talks about the controlling interest of a master district. So in your particular example, there are several metro districts, there are several districts involved, and there's one controlling district. And that's very, very common. And the reason why that's common is because your development has a lot of pieces. It has a clubhouse, it has this piece of the neighborhood, it has that piece of the neighborhood. Some have a commercial portion of the development. And the master controlling district is so that all the tax revenue flows there, so that then that master controlling district can actually pay all the bills out of one district while the development is going on. What had happened over the years, and what I think actually happened, and I haven't heard it specifically in your instance, but I've heard a few of the issues around it in Solterra, is that transfer didn't occur as it was anticipated at the time it was anticipated. Solterra eventually did, and you forced it. There are other districts that I know of where it did occur at the right time, and it just sort of transferred into the ownership. But the IRS took an interest in this a few years ago, and it was kind of fascinating. It was the Villages in Florida. And there was a controlling district of a development that had 4 or 5 golf courses, a bunch of different neighborhoods in it. The controlling district was maintained by the developer far beyond its sort of normative process point, at the point when it was fully built out and all the districts were still controlled by this one district. So the IRS issued a letter, and that letter said, don't do that. It said you cannot do that. You have to have representation. If you're going to be considered a governmental subdivision, you have to have a representative government. And so that representative government has to include the homeowners and the property owners outside of the development group. And that actually was the controlling letter that changed a lot of district financing and district rules in the state of Colorado, which was a good thing. Because what it meant, in fact, in the URA up north, it meant that they had to go out and literally go out and canvass for people to be on the board, to say you as a property owner should have a voice on this board to determine the long-term future of your community.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then if you could just explain to me how this SEC or Securities Exchange Act defined advisor how is that different than the individuals that are in local government right now that are reviewing these agreements that were approved in my community, and that I think all sides would concede had some issues?
Absolutely.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the debate, by the way. This is my idea of what this is supposed to be like. I mean, it really is. Ask
You
questions,
should be
get
looking
answers.
at the
goodness
two people
gracious,
watching.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, three. My grandmother passed away. She's not there. Yeah. So the difference is this. There are bond advisors who basically look at and rate a bond issue, right? And they say, okay, is the market able to bear what you want to do, and then what is the underlying market look like for the plan you put in place? That's one side of this, and that's what municipalities depend on. They have a bond advisor come and say, you want to create this municipal subdivision, it wants to sell bonds, here's going to be the rating of those bonds, and here's why. This is a slightly deeper, this involves that, but it also involves the idea of a performance audit, which is truly, will these bonds, over the term of all the fluctuations in market and the maturity of a community, all the things that are outside the initial issue of the bond, will it pay its debts? Because that's what the homeowners want to make sure of, is that they sign up for debt that will eventually be retired and have done what it was supposed to do.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. And I think part of what at least my community members also want to know is that they're not going to continue to see debt issue that they don't agree with, that they have no voice over. So I wonder if you could speak to that. And then one other question was, is this someone in each municipality? Is this like one czar sitting in Colorado that's reviewing all of these? Because in my initial work on this, I actually couldn't find one centralized place that identified all the metro districts in the state of Colorado, which I thought was problematic and spoke to part of this issue. So 2 questions, and then I have one more after that.
So your first question
I'm sorry, Mr. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So your first question was, would they be protected from debt being issued on an ongoing basis, basically, that they didn't have a voice in the issuance of? And the answer is, properly run, properly administered, no. They would have a voice in every single issuance of debt or refinancing of debt, which is what we talked about a little bit earlier. With interest rates dropping, there were districts that actually refinanced their debt, and that was the residents saying, hey, we think we can get a better deal. Let's refinance that debt and lower our property tax on that. Your next question was, is there one central place? So it's up to every person setting up a metro district or setting up an issuance of debt to go out and get the advisors that they need. They're commercial companies that provide this as a service. There is no czar of this. What they have to do is prove to the municipality that they have met the requirements of that municipality, and this actually says we've met those requirements in toto.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I think one concern that would come up, and I don't know if the sponsors can talk about this as well, is I imagine some of my constituents thinking, well, then you're just self-selecting someone that's siding with the developer, which doesn't look that much different. So if you can dispel me of that notion. And then in your opening remarks, you mentioned that there were certain policy changes that happened in the state of Colorado that led to this. What were those policy changes?
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. So I saw vigorous head nods from the sponsors saying it's an inside deal. It shouldn't be, and we should demand more of our government. And in fact, that is exactly when we get to this, is that the structure has to be, there has to be a vigilant eye, and the vigilant eye are the people who have the interest in this process. And that means there is one overarching governmental authority over every one of these districts. And that is the body that approved the formation of the Metro District. In my instance, that's the City Council of Loveland. And so that means that the residents, if they don't feel that they're getting relief and getting the membership on their board, they can go to their city council. Not just go to their city council, but demand action.
Don't we have that now?
We have that now. This doesn't speak to that.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry. So my question was, don't we have that now? The minority leader said we have that now. This amendment doesn't speak to that. So this is on top of that now, because what I'm saying is what we have now, as far as my community members are concerned, we're not the sufficient guardrails. And so I've heard that this is not really different than what we have now. You're saying it is, and I just want to know why.
Mr. Minority Leader, please
Thank
clarify.
you very much for that question and for the follow-up. Here's why. Because the village's decision by the IRS, the letter that they issued, actually reformed the establishment. So long after Solterra was formed, became this letter from the IRS that said you cannot do this. You cannot have the developer control of these multiple entities in a way that does not encourage or allow for representative government. And that's why there's just a visceral difference between when a lot of those were formed and today.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I rise in support of this amendment. What this amendment does is it already codifies what's best practices. But I think that's where you want to get to. You want to make sure that your city council or your board of county commissioners are utilizing the best practices for these type of transactions. This amendment puts in those guardrails. They're doing this anyway, I can tell you that right now. And when you start talking about a third-party financial consultant, that's somebody that your elected officials in your county or your city that the citizens elected put in place. They already hire these people. But this makes sure that it's codified in law that they're hiring these consultants to advise the city councils and to advise the boards of county commissioners when they approve these service plans. This is a good amendment. So I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
The question is the adoption of Amendment L009. A division has been requested. All of those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. So the question again is the adoption of Amendment L009. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All of those in favor of Amendment L009 to House Bill 1363, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All of those opposed, please stand and remain standing. If you are online, please raise your hand and leave your hand up until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L009 to House Bill 1363 has been adopted. To the bill. Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what just happened is pretty disagreeable to me for a lot of reasons, but let's go ahead and pass the bill anyway. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1363 as amended? I understand there has been a division called on the bill as well. So the question is the adoption of House Bill 1363 as amended. All those in the chamber, I need you to come to the well and say that, please. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I withdraw the motion for division.
That motion has been withdrawn. The question before us is the passage. Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, that amendment was opposed by the sponsors, but I think that we are nonetheless going to ask for a yes vote at this point. And if anybody wants to talk about metropolitan districts in the interim, you know where to find me.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1363 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. House Bill 1363 passes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1402.
House Bill 1402 by Representative Garnett concerning measures to promote responsible gaming and in connection therewith creating the Responsible Gaming Grant Program and establishing funding mechanisms to support the grant program.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Majority Leader.
Welcome to the floor.
You know, it's really nice to see you up there, Madam Majority Leader.
Say that again?
It's nice to see you up there.
It's nice to see you down there, sir.
Is the Majority Leader allowed to be the chair of the CAB?
I believe so.
Okay. All right.
I'm doing it.
All right, Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1402 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report, and y'all heard him call me Madam Speaker.
Did I say that?
You did.
Oh, that's beautiful. That has a nice ring to it. Thank you, Madam Chair. The in appropriations, we added an appropriation, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report to House Bill 1402? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. Opposed, no. The appropriation report passes. To the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, House Bill 1402 is a bill that helps Colorado get caught up in getting resources for problem gaming services across the state, which is a good thing. It also starts to decrease the amount of free bets that sports betting firms can apply moving forward slowly over time, which will generate more money for the water plan. And I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1402? Seeing Representative Sullivan. Welcome to the well.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. And my folder didn't have, I'm assuming this is a very lengthy bill. All I had was a fiscal note. So I'm going only by the fiscal note because I didn't have a bill in my folder. So if this isn't in the bill, then the questions are moot. But a couple of things that I wanted to question about this. There was one thing in there about the free bets. I could look for a show of hands if you all understand the free bet. I'll tell you a free bet that they offer to me. If I make my bets, and to let the speaker know, since our last conversation, because I won a contest while I was watching Sunday afternoon NFL action, I won a $25 free bet. But the only way I could get my $25 free bet was to download their app. So Representative Sullivan now has an app for sports betting. So, yeah, hold your applause. I didn't think that was ever going to happen, but it did. But free bets is something that they give you if you will make a certain wager or you make a certain deposit. They will give you a free bet. They will give you some added money. The state of Colorado, we don't get the part of that we should. And this, from what my reading here, my understanding is, we're going to start getting more. My question is, we should get more of the more, because as I stated when this whole program started, I'm very disappointed in the fees that we charge these companies who are giving us sports betting here in the state of Colorado. Presently, there are 33 companies that have sports betting. Their initial fee was only $2,000. So that's $66,000 these 33 companies invested, or then not their investment, but they feed into, and this industry created over $2 billion. I mean, and now for them to renew it, it only costs them $200. My hope is that we can raise this amount that we're going to start getting more money from their free bet faster and sooner, so we can get some of that money that I thought we should have gotten at the beginning. And then my second, do we want to do one at a time, Mr. Speaker?
Why don't you go ahead and continue?
We'll go one at a time.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is a good thing that Representative Sullivan mentioned that he has an app on his phone. That's good. That's 2 apps on his phone. That's good. We're not adding emissions driving anywhere, and you can just do it from the convenience of your phone, so that's good. In terms of the free bets, I understand I understand where you're coming from on the free bets. Remember, the free bet is not, the money is not, it's a promotion that is given from the sports betting entity to a player, and that is their money. And so the question is, should we tax the money that is being added as a promotion? And we've had sort of a long philosophical discussion about this. I think where the percentage for tax deductible has landed for the free bets is fair. Of course, we could go up, but this is, I think, a way to generate more revenue. It slowly starts to ratchet down, and that will, over time, allow the market to accommodate that, and will allow for, I think you'll see a change where those free bets start to go down. The number of 33 online operators is a good thing. We've actually attracted 4 headquarters here, so we've generated nearly 10,000 jobs in Colorado since we have legalized sports betting, so that's a good thing. We don't address, Representative Sullivan and I have had many discussions about the initiation fee and how low it is, and I think that's a fair discussion, but it's not addressed in House Bill 1402.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the answers, the prompt answers to my probing questions. The second part that there's a section in there on exclusion of certain individuals, and I see in here we're putting money for problem gamblers. Maybe we can talk a little bit about how much that is, if we need to do more on it. And I want to, and there's a part in here about individuals have the ability to voluntarily request to be excluded through the process established by the division. So these would be someone who has had a problem with gambling, and they want to make sure that you don't send them information that they can join, that they have the inability not to join, so that their phones can't do it, that their laptops can't do it. And then it goes further on to exclude them from coming into these establishments. So I'd like and what really gets me on this is we have decided in this realm to do something like that from somebody who is going to be a danger to themselves or others. But why is it that we want to stop somebody here from spending all of the money they have and completely bankrupting them, and I'll quickly divert, but we're not going to allow, I can't go to Department of I can't put my name on a list to not go into an establishment and buy a firearm. I can't do that. They won't allow that happen here in the state of Colorado. But if you want to destroy your family by spending every single dime that you have, we're going to allow you to do that. And I don't know how we keep people out. And does this apply to spouses, family members? Can my wife call and make sure that I can't make a bet? Can my daughter, can my granddaughter call and say, my grandpa's betting too much, please make him stop?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Sullivan. and what this bill does is it establishes $3 million to go towards these problem gaming, responsible gaming grants. And in relation to the 50 other states, that's going to get us caught up and really put us in a front-leading position in terms of resources going towards these needed services. That is coming from the limited gaming revenue that has gone up since the passage of Initiative 77, which increased the limits up the hill, and there was just a bunch of revenue that was going back into the general fund. And so it's a great way of making sure that these money go towards those needed services. So it's a really good thing. In relation to the exclusionary list, this is following the best practices across the country. Dan Hartman, the director of the Division of Gaming, and he's probably not watching, but if he is, I want to thank him for his service to the state. He is literally nationally known for being one of the best directors for any division of gaming in the country. We have been working on this together, and what this bill is going to allow us to do is to make sure that we don't have these individual exclusionary lists that are operated by each establishment. So if you go up and you have you've self-identified that you have an issue with problem gaming, and you want to make sure that in that moment of self-awareness that you can that you sign up for this list because you know that you're not in any position to continue coming into these establishments. The problem is we don't consolidate those lists. So you might go up to Casino A and in that moment of self-awareness sign up on that list. But then you wake up and you decide that you want to continue going. You can walk into Casino B and you're not on the list. And so what this is going to do, and this is what's happening across the country, is this is going to allow us to move forward on the best practices that almost every other state is going to be following our lead on. And it's going to make sure that not only can we have one list that people can follow, and you can remove your list whenever, you can remove your name whenever you want. It's just up to the individual. But also that when you are added to the list, that we have somebody reach out and give you a touch and say, is there anything that you need? Here are some of the services that are available, so that you're just not adding your name to a list and nothing ever comes of it. This is actually really going to help make sure that people know that these are the resources available. There's going to be more resources if House Bill 1402 passes, and so I'm proud of House Bill 1402, and I hope everyone can support it.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1402? Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this bill. And I've been trying to dig in a little bit here and looking at the free bets portion. And I just want to see if you could help me understand this a little more in what our current environment is in regards to that these entities or these companies are allowed to exclude 100% of the free bets. And what are we doing here in regards? I'm reading on the second page of the fiscal note that they can go from 2.5%, and then by 2026, that's down to 1.75%. Can you just help me understand that?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Mullica. So all this is doing is this saying, in regards to net sports betting proceeds, right? And remember, that definition is when all wagers excluding free bets, less all payments to players, and less all federal excise taxes paid. So that's what that definition is. What it does is it says that those percentages are what the sports betting operators are allowed to have for total free bets until it starts ratcheting down. And then anything that's above that will be taxed, and that money will go towards the Prop DD water plan cash fund.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1402?
It says we wagered $2.7 billion. Is free bets a part of that or not?
Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1402. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. 1402 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1406.
House Bill 1406 by Representatives Harrod and Roberts, also Senator Coleman.
I was telling them.
Concerning a temporary deduction from state net taxable sales for certain retailers in the state.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1406.
And the Appropriations?
And the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report, Representative Harrod.
The Appropriations Committee, in their great wisdom, appropriated money. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Ayes have it. To the bill, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill allows for restaurants who are struggling with rising costs of goods, inflation. I think we have heard testimony that over 90% of restaurants have reported an increase in costs. To be able to manage that cost and keep some of the revenue that they have so hardly earned, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very excited to be presenting this bill. We have learned that restaurants, more than almost any other business, take longer to recover when there is a recession. And so what this bill does is let them continue in their recovery through these hard times of increased costs as well, and lets them keep money that they earn in their businesses and let them do what they want with those savings. Hopefully hire more employees, cut down on costs, and serve all of the great people in every single one of our districts. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1406? Representative Sandrich.
Shit, what? Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
You're welcome, Representative Sandrich.
I love this bill. It does great things. It's a pro-business bill. It focuses on some of the businesses that were hurt the most during COVID. So it gives them a little bit of a break. Can't beat it. I think it's a great thing. But obviously, you can't have too much of a good thing. So I just added a little tweak. I got an amendment here. Actually, let me go ahead and move it. I move L001 and ask that it's displayed.
That amendment has been moved and displayed. Representative Sandrich.
So like I said, you can't have too much of a good thing. Right now, it's for 3 months. I just added just a slight extension to 150 years. And I guarantee it's probably, I guess it's a friendly, we're friends. So, like I say, can't have it too much of a good thing. Just moves it from 3 months to 150 years. And I think it's a great amendment. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are friends, Representative Sandrich, and this amendment is far from friendly. I do ask for a no vote on this amendment. I look forward to renewing this conversation next session.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I encourage a yes vote. This seems like a very reasonable, measured response to take. And, I think I commend you for doing it. You could have done a lot more. You could have done it forever. But this is, like I said, very reasonable and measured.
The question before us is Amendment L001 to House Bill 1406. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Oh, the noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wish that was a great amendment. I'm very sorry that did not pass. But nevertheless, the bill is still a very good bill, and it looks very familiar. I can't quite place why it looks so familiar. It's almost as if this has been done twice before by perhaps other bill sponsors.
Not like this.
But thank you for bringing the bill.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1406. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1408.
House Bill 1408 by Representative Herod concerning modifications to the Colorado Performance-Based Incentive for Film Production in Colorado.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1408 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Business Affairs and Labor report.
Perfect. To the Appropriations report, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move, do I do the appropriations first? Okay. Appropriations Committee appropriated money. Ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment just basically cleans up some of the language around the task force to ensure that we have the right representation. It also changes a may to a shall. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us, is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002 to the Business and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L002 is adopted. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for the approval of the committee report.
The question before us is the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor of adoption, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill includes funding for the film industry, also creates a study to ensure that we bring more productions to Colorado. Very excited for this bill, not only for the industry, but also for the workers that we can hire and employ when we bring in these productions. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I support this bill 100%. I think this film industry should be bigger here in Colorado. We have a lot of great scenery. We have a lot of great places to film, and we need to get those people here because it's good for the economy and it's good to create jobs. So I encourage a yes vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1408? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1408. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. 1408 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1400.
House Bill 1400 by Representatives McCluskey and Tipper, also Senator Moreno, concerning matters related to a procedural requirement for state enterprises.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1400.
That has been properly moved. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does is we try and address an issue to help our higher education institutions, so our colleges, state colleges, and universities, not fall out of enterprise status. Some of you know, as we talked about earlier today, I worked on the agrarian bill with Representative Soper, and that kind of led me to understanding the issue here. It's a great bill that helps particularly Colorado Mountain, is it CMU? No.
CMU as well.
CMU, the Colorado Community College System or area, and just a great way to ensure that they stay within enterprise. And we ask for a yes vote.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add to that, as you will know, we talked about this during the long bill. When we make significant investments in capital projects, we throw ourselves out of whack for the institutions, and they lose enterprise status if they receive more than 10% general fund for the state. So this is really a bill to protect that enterprise status for the institutions, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1400? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1400. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1400 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1346.
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Duran and Mullica, also Senator Danielson, concerning state requirements applicable to certain licensed construction professionals and in connection therewith, requiring the State Electrical Board and the State Plumbing Board to direct enforcement of state licensing and supervisor to apprentice ratio requirements, specifying who is authorized to apply for electrical and plumbing permits, and reducing the supervisor to apprentice ratio.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1346 along with the Business and Labor and Appropriations Committee reports.
And even Finance. We got three for fun. So to the appropriation, that's what it says. I don't know. To the appropriations report, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we were appropriated the funds.
The question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Narrowly, and the appropriations report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Can you move the Finance Committee report, Representative Mullica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you as well, Representative
Thank you, Madam
Mullica.
Chair. I believe we did, but I will do it again. I move the Finance Committee report.
Awesome. Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Yes, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we just made some technical amendments in the Finance Committee around some language in regards to the why am I having a brain fart, Monica? In regards to the apprenticeship. I'm sorry. In regards to the apprenticeship.
The question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Business and Labor, we did amend the bill. We removed the 1-to-1 ratio and went back to the current statute of 3-to-1.
The question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Business Affairs and Labor report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1346, what this really does is it ensures that the required ratios of apprenticeship to licensed professionals is being obeyed by electrical and plumbing projects. It classifies that those who apply for an inspection in order to obtain an electrical or plumbing permit must be licensed, mastered electricians or plumbers working for a registered contractor, electrical or plumbing, and anyone not working for a registered contractor is not allowed to apply for a permit. And really this bill is pretty simple. It's about safety and transparency, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first off thank my co-sponsor who has worked incredibly hard on this bill. Members, this is about safety. It's making sure that the laws that we have on the books are well enforced. We heard from multiple individuals and entities in regards that these ratios aren't being enforced, especially at that local level. And so we're putting resources with this bill to make sure that those ratios are enforced. We're also going to make sure that that permitting process is used appropriately and not abused. And so granted, I think we have some more work to do to look at those ratios and what those numbers specifically should look like. But in the meantime, we want to make sure that we have some policies in place to make sure that the ratios that we do have are being followed and that the rules are being followed so that safety is at the top of everyone's mind. And we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I thank the sponsors for bringing a bill such as this forward, and I'm all for safety, and I appreciate that you removed the portion of the bill that would increase that 1-to-1 ratio, and you've expanded that back to that 3-to-1. At the end of the day, when I think about what we spend our funds on here in the state of Colorado and our fiduciary responsibility to the things that really matter, I can think of about 1,000 other things than increasing our FTE to ensure that we're, again, making sure that regulation is heaped upon regulation, is heaped upon inspection, is heaped upon inspection. Safety is present in this industry. This ratio is appropriate. However, I urge a no vote on this bill because of all of the things that we could spend money on in the state of Colorado, this is not one of them. We already have a workforce shortage, and everything that we pass in policy exacerbates that issue when it looks like this. So I do urge a no vote, but thank you for bringing bills forward that do encourage safety in any industry.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we have a labor shortage right now in Colorado, specifically when it comes to electricians and plumbers in the state of Colorado. The average age of an electrician or plumber in Colorado right now is 58. That's something that we learned in testimony. We already can't hire enough of these folks. In what is left over after the amendments, and I do thank the bill sponsors for the amendments, is increasing the amount of inspectors, increasing the amount of regulators essentially on this industry. Members, we need more job creators in Colorado. We need more people working, more people doing the hard work and the dirty work of Colorado. We don't need more regulators and bureaucratic burdens and to dissuade people from getting into the industry. Again, more job creators, fewer regulators.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'd like to say is this, the great thing about keeping with our current ratios of 3-to-1 is this does not eliminate or inhibit jobs whatsoever. What this bill pure and simply does is it makes sure that we create and continuously have safety with the jobs and positions that we have now. And that's what this is about, right? Safety when it comes to our commercial construction jobs. And I urge a yes vote.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we do in this chamber is never very really simple. And while I appreciate the response, I would say that for any industry where we are experiencing such an extreme job shortage, where we tell high schoolers those trade industries, those contracting industries are something that you can go into to make a great income, to provide for a family. But when we continue to pass policy that picks and encourages larger and larger inspection, regulation, burdensome government, this does not encourage individuals to go into those professions. This does not encourage people to become part of a profession where they know that because they are already enforcing or doing what they need to do according to the regulations and the inspections, that they will continue to have the heavy hand of government looking down on them. At some point, this has to stop. So I would urge no vote on House Bill 1346. It's not that simple. And every single time we push forward in these ways, these layers after these expenditures after layers of burdensome funds, burdensome regulations, we send a message that this is not where we want people to be. So I urge no vote on House Bill 1346.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be clear, we're not adding layers. What we are doing is we are saying that the rules that are on the books already need to be enforced. We heard from testimony that there are instances where regulators have been out to construction sites to check, and there's been no master electrician on site, and there's been 7 apprentices with no one managing them. And so we've heard multiple occasions, especially in our cities, where they are struggling to make sure that they go out to the sites to enforce the rules that are already in the books. Again, rules that are already on the books. We're not adding anything in this bill. We're making sure the rules that are on the books are being followed. That's it. We're not trying to tell anyone not to get in the profession. We would love people to get into our trades. All we're saying is let's make sure that the rules on the books are being followed to the best of their ability, because that is what is determined to be the safest way possible. And so I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Von Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I think about a job site where an average electrician, a master electrician, or a master plumber is working, it is quite possible they might have 7 different individuals on that job site. In fact, it's quite possible there might be 2 master contractors, 2 master plumbers, 2 electricians, and 7 people working for them. That is not unusual. In fact, it's necessary. And in a time of a job shortage, it's not enough. The ratio that we have is a 3-to-1 doesn't mean that there'll be 1 master contractor on site with just 3 people working for them. It means we can have 10 people, 15 people, 30 people. It depends on the size of the job and the scope of the need for that particular job. So let's not be dissuaded that there has to be a certain amount of people and contractors on any particular job site, and then we make the assumption that nobody's following the rules. I think that's disingenuous, and again, I urge a no vote on House Bill 1346.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1346? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1346. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. 1346 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of 1389.
House Bill 1389 by Representative Harrod, also Senator Henriksen, concerning the creation of financial literacy and exchange program accounts.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1389 and the Appropriations and Business Committee reports.
That is awesome and properly moved. The question before us to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Harrod.
The awesome Appropriations Committee appropriated money. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Business and Labor Committee made a few technical amendments. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Business Affairs and Labor report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill ensures that those who are using housing vouchers, state housing vouchers, are able to enter into a financial literacy program and put their money that they, hard-earned money that they earn into an account, and it's not used against them in housing. I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1389? Representative Van Winkle.
Hey, Madam Chair, and I see on the board here it's the Financial Literacy Exchange Program, but it's actually called the Financial Literacy and Equity Exchange Program. Could you help me understand the equity piece of this?
Representative Harrod.
Thank you. The acronym here is FLEX, and I think they were looking for an E. This is really to ensure that, again, folks who are living on housing vouchers, it started with foster youth housing vouchers, and it is now expanding to state housing vouchers, and so that's where that E comes from. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on 1389? Representative Sandridge.
Is there any examples where this has been used in different areas in different states, and maybe give us a little insight of the results and the bang for the buck? Thank you.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. It actually has been approved by HUD for use in states from the federal level down, and so other states are adopting these types of programs. They work quite well because it allows folks to actually want to earn more money, as I think we've all talked about, move into self-sufficiency, and then be able to use that additional dollars that they got from, say, raises to have funding to be able to buy a job or start a business. I ask for an aye vote. Buy a house, buy a house, buy a house. Start a business.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1389? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of 1389. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1389 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1370 until after House Bill 1063. I move to lay over, I apologize. I move to lay over House Bill 1370 until after House Bill 1063.
Great. Do we vote on that? Or do we just do it? Do we vote on it or do we just do it? Oh, that is, that House bill is laid over? The motion is to lay over House Bill 1370 until after 1373. 1063. I'm sorry. I guess I haven't done that one before. So that's properly moved, and it will be moved. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1407.
House Bill 1407 by Representatives Valdez, D. and Ortiz, concerning requiring post-secondary institutions to permit veterans to audit courses.
Representative Valdez, D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1407 and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
That is properly moved to the Business and Labor report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had two amendments in the committee. One was that any institution of higher education that has a program or policy that permits a person to audit a course offered by the institution for no credit shall, or part of the institution's program and policy, permit a veteran to audit a course for no credit and subject to any other requirements of the program and policy. And also the General Assembly encourages each tuition that does not have a program or policy permit a person to audit a course offered by institution, along with permitting a veteran to audit a course for no credit is required to permit a veteran to audit more than 3 courses at one time. And with that, seeing if my co-prime has any.
Representative Ortiz.
Yeah, the bottom line of the amendments is we aren't creating a statewide mandate. If universities do not have an audit program, we're not mandating that they do create one. What we are doing is if they don't have one, encouraging them to do so. And we're limiting how many courses veterans can audit to 3 courses per semester. I urge an aye vote on the report.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Valdez, D.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you as well.
Members, House Bill 1407 will allow veterans to audit college-level courses without having to pay the hefty entrance fee. Audit programs will allow people to not only attend college-level classes without having to complete whether it be the homework or the paperwork. So it doesn't qualify them for academic credit, but it is important that they continue moving forward with education, opportunities, and continue to see if that's the right curriculum for them to grow in. With that, I ask for your support, and also my prime sponsor, Representative Ortiz.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's no secret that a lot of my personal and professional work and experience has been involved and especially focused on veterans in transition. Bottom line, this is the time period that we have to create the most opportunity and ensure a successful transition from military service to civilian life. It's also where we have the greatest threat for things going wrong, whether they're not getting mental health issues or addressed, or being afforded the opportunities to either pursue higher education or pursue work in the civilian space. So this merely arms us with just another tool in our tool belt to make sure that we are ensuring a successful transition. It's bringing it down to $10 to register. I mean, UCCS, it would cost a veteran $1,000 just to audit a course. Let me say that again. Just to audit a course, $8,000, which is utterly ridiculous. So this is going to give veterans an opportunity to kind of dip their toe in the water in case, they're not sure about transitioning into higher education. And if they are thinking of 2 or 3 different careers of studies, this also allows them to audit separate courses and separate fields of studies so they can see what might be right for them before they go and invest their full GI Bill benefits into getting a higher education degree. Just to remind everyone, $10.7 billion with a B dollars are spent in GI Bill benefits across the country. I think this bill will ensure that veterans not only pursue higher education, but also successfully pursue, because they would have gotten a chance to try it out and then figure out what career they want. So Colorado is going to get a greater share of those GI Bill dollars. That's what I want to see. This is a no-nonsense, common-sense bill that supports our veterans. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1407? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1407. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1407 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Harrod and Young, also Senators Priola and Winter, concerning supportive learning environments for K through 12 students. Representative Harrod?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1376 and the Appropriation and Education Committee reports.
That is properly moved. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated money. I ask for an aye vote. The awesome Appropriations Committee.
Representative Young, did you want to say something? No. Okay, great. The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Education Committee report, Representative Young.
I must say, Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Young.
In the education report, at the request of the AG's office and those representing the SROs, we made some technical amendments around the model policy for SROs, moving it to the post board, and some other technical amendments. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Education Committee report? The question before us, seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
No, I've got a whole stack. Oh, I left it on the...
I got it. It's right here.
Okay.
We're amending the bill, not the Education Committee report. So we are at the point at which we adopt the Education Committee report. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Young.
Madam Chair, we have some amendments to the bill at the request working with our stakeholders, case the Rural Alliance, the League of Charter Schools, and the Consortium of Special Education Directors. The first would be L10.
And ask that it be displayed. I move L10 and,
14.
Do you have the packet?
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my co-prime mentioned, we do have some amendments at the request of the education stakeholders. First, we are moving Amendment L010, and that we ask that it be displayed. Why don't I take these?
Thank you. L010 has been properly displayed and moved. Representative Young.
Yes, Madam Chair, this amendment protects student privacy. This amendment helps ensure that all data that is collected by CDE will be kept confidential. There are numerous federal and state laws, rules, and regulations in place to protect student privacy. CDE has a process for de-identifying data once they are received, and the bill's language is now very clear about compliance with the laws and rules that apply around never reporting personally identifiable student information.
And you would like an aye vote?
I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion, Representative Geithner, on Amendment L10?
Thank you to the sponsors for allowing me to approach the well. I appreciate the access you have so graciously provided. So, members, we brought up some concerns in and around the idea of PII and trying to protect PII. I think this amendment goes a little bit towards that direction. I do have a question regarding the new, I think it's reporting categories, line 8. New reporting categories, and I'm just curious if we can get a explanation as to what that is. To consider, it says the Department of Education may consider whether to adopt new reporting categories. And so what is that? What are those new categories? What's the additional data we're going after?
Representative Young.
I think the future amendments will clarify this even more. There will be discussion in a stakeholding group to determine if there is additional reporting areas that that group decides needed to be reported on.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Additionally, we heard in committee, and you'll see these in future amendments, but also through the stakeholder process, that there might be a need to consolidate and simplify the forms as well to make sure that there is less time needed by the educational provider. And so that's something that we're committed to doing as well.
The question before us is Amendment L10. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Young.
I move L011 to House Bill 1376.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Young.
What this amendment does ensures that the special education directors are at the table during implementation, and it ensures that all data related to special education is collected and reported in accordance with data privacy rules and laws.
Any discussion on Amendment L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L11 to House Bill 1376. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Young.
I move L012 to House Bill 1376.
That has been moved and displayed. Representative Young.
This language was worked on in conjunction with CASE and the Special Education Consortium, and it clarifies that CDE's enforcement authority over restraint complaints needs to be in alignment with their similar process for addressing complaints related to the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Educational Act. I urge and I vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L12. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Young.
I move L013 to House Bill 1376.
That is a little blurry.
Is that how we're feeling this afternoon?
Is it just me?
No.
Everyone can see that, right?
There we go.
You can see that, right?
Oh, it was getting better.
Oh, your glasses. Yeah, exactly, apparently. Oh, let me get closer.
Okay, Mr. Becker, you have to remain there for the rest of the afternoon. That has been properly displayed. Representative Young?
I move L013 to House Bill 1376.
That has been moved. Would you like to tell us about the amendment?
This amendment addresses concerns brought by the charter schools, CASE, and the Rural Alliance. It states that new information for the discipline categories of disobedience and other only go into effect if CDE determines that they are necessary following stakeholder engagement with the school districts, educators, students, law enforcement, and other groups. I urge and I vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 13 to House Bill 1376? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 is adopted. Representative Young.
For the final amendment, I move L014 to House Bill 1376.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Young.
We have heard that changing the definition of restraint from a 5-minute hold to a 1-minute hold could add some administrative burden on our special education directors and educators, especially in schools that serve students with a lot of complex behavioral needs. This language addresses those concerns. It allows for notification for restraints that last between 1 and 5 minutes, and it establishes a stakeholder process to develop rules for better reporting and data collection when it comes to the use of restraints. I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L14? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 14 is passed. To the bill. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you saying anything? Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill, and I want to just give a shout out to my co-prime Representative Young and to our friends who have worked so hard on this bill and with the education stakeholders. We can't tell you how much we appreciate you. We appreciate you. We're doing a lot for our kids to ensure that they get access to the good quality education that they need, while also keeping in mind our special education providers and ensuring that they're able to do their jobs well. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Young.
it is clear that this bill is trying to address the issues of increasing an environment for students where they feel safe and included. And I want to thank my co-prime sponsor and especially the stakeholders who enriched this bill so much. It really includes very important pieces, and we really sort of covered all of those pieces in our amendments. It focuses on better data collection, which parents want. They want to better understand what's happening with their students, and really defining some things to make a safer school environment. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the sponsors. I did want to say thank you. We did hear from some parents, and I specifically remember one of the parents said that they didn't find out that there was a restraint used until later that evening. I think it was around bath time. So specifically, the last amendment that talked to written notification to the parents, I do appreciate that because I think parents do need to be informed, and they need to be informed the day of, and they don't need to be given surprises. So very much thanks to the sponsors in and around some of the amendments that were put on. So thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to kind of ditto. This bill addresses a real serious concern, but of course it brought some unintended consequences that the sponsors have addressed very well. So thank you very much for that. So I think that moves us to a real good spot. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1376. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1376. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1063.
House Bill 1063 by Representatives Amabile and Benavidez, also Senators Coleman and Cook, concerning creation of a jail standards commission to standardize the operation of Colorado jails.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill originated with the county sheriffs of Colorado last year while I was...
Let's move the bill and the appropriations.
Oh, I'd like to move House Bill 1063. I'd also like to move the Appropriations Committee report and the Judiciary Committee report.
That's great. Let's go to the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, that's a really better place to start. So, in appropriations, we ran an amendment that housed the Jail Standards Commission in the Legislative Services Department as opposed to Public Safety, and that reduced the fiscal note pretty significantly, and then the bill got the appropriation, and I asked for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor of adopting it say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Amabile.
Yes, in the Judiciary Committee, we also offered a few amendments to the bill which made it so that instead of actually putting forward standards, we just recommend standards, and we set up a committee that will work on that for the next year. And I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill originated during the interim, and it was the result of some work that we did last year on jail operations. And so I spent the interim working with the Weld County Sheriff, Sheriff Reams, and this bill is the result of that. We feel like it's important for there to be minimum standards for all of our jails here in Colorado.
They want us to stall, so take your turn.
Oh, they do? Okay, and the bill allows for different standards based on the category of county, which is related to the size of the county, so that smaller counties will be held to a different standard than larger counties. And the bill also has a large committee. This committee was very popular. Every Everybody in the state seemed to want to be on the committee. But my co-prime was very useful and helpful in saying no to at least a few of the people that wanted to be have a seat at the table on this. It is actually an important thing because we house thousands of people in our county jails, and every single one of them is run independently and has different rules and different operations and different standards. And it feels important that we come to some basic understanding of how we expect our jails to be run. We also have a problem that many of our jails end up being sued because of things that happen to the people who are in their care. And that's something that we really wanted to address also.
Representative Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Yeah, as my co-prime said, this is an important bill so we can establish statewide standards for jails to follow. Last year, my co-prime did a bill that required just a small thing, which was to have jails check on people that were in solitary confinement. And in doing that, we found that jails were across the board. Some didn't check, some checked every 15 minutes, some checked every half an hour. Nobody was doing anything the same. And then we realized that we don't have these standards in place across the state. And basically what you can think of, jail standards are like operating procedures for the institution. They cover the same thing. Some are in writing, some aren't. And this is important to have this. It protects the jails. And we had the Colorado Sheriff's Organization really were behind this bill and were helping us in order to move this forward because of the jails. I mean, you would be surprised. We're one of only a few states that don't have jail standards. And it was important that we establish these statewide. We know, though, that there was a little bit of pushback because as you can imagine, we have some really large jails, like in my county and others, and some smaller ones. So we want to make sure this is looked at so we have the appropriate standards for whatever size jail. So we urge a yes vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1063? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1063. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1063 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1370.
House Bill 1370 by Representatives Judah and Sirota. Also, Senators Winter and Buckner concerning coverage requirements for healthcare products.
Representative Judah.
God. Stand by.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Health and Insurance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report and HB 1370.
Appropriations, Health Insurance, and 1370, correct?
Yes.
That is the proper motion. And to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report was generous once again and gave us some money.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance Committee report, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a large number of changes in the Health and Insurance report. We amended basically the whole of Section 6 was L2, and that completely changed the rebate section. It separated out the definition of discount from rebate. It requires 100% of discounts to be used to reduce policyholder costs. It requires 100% of rebates to be used to reduce policyholder costs. In the small and large group, the employer gets to decide how to use the rebates, and on the individual market, those go to point-of-sale rebates, pass-throughs, to the extent that premiums do not increase as a result. So it allows for flexibility to pass through the rebate to the consumer in a combined form of premium reductions and point-of-sale pass-through. It requires some reporting, and that was, I think, one of the very, very large amendments. We also made changes to narrow the scope and clarify mid-year formulary changes in Section 3. And in Section 3, we also made a number of changes to narrow the exemptions to SEP therapy so that it did not swallow the rule. We are also going to have a few more amendments to the health and insurance report.
Representative Judah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move 1370 L13. And I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment 13 has been properly displayed. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L13 is pretty simple. It adds back in the definition of circumstances in step therapy, in the step therapy section.
The question before us is the adoption of L13. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 to the Health and Insurance Committee report is adopted. Any further amendments to the Health and Insurance Committee report? Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L14, and I ask that it be displayed. Can I take this?
Thank you. L14 has been properly displayed and moved. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment also adds biosimilar drugs to provisions of Section 3 that allows carriers and PBMs to require someone to try a generic before the brand name for step therapy unless they've been granted an exception for the generic biosimilar.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any discussion at all on Amendment L14? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L14. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. L14, the ayes have it, is adopted. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L16 to 1370. To the committee report.
L13 is properly moved and displayed. L16, excuse me. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L16 removes from the definition of rebate any reference to carriers, PBMs, affiliates, and replaces those with inclusion of indirect and direct rebates.
Is there any discussion of Amendment L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L16. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 16 is adopted. Is that it for the insurance? Okay, so the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Insurance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we're so excited to bring you House Bill 1370 today. This bill is a bill to reduce healthcare costs and make sure that we are putting our patients first, particularly those who have chronic conditions and really suffer from the unpredictable nature of the high cost of prescription drugs. So this bill will help Colorado consumers know exactly what they're expected to pay for services when they sign up for health care by codifying what is already in rule by requiring 25% of plans to have a set dollar amount of copays rather than unpredictable percentage-based payments. So this is giving some consumer choice and flexibility. It also is ensuring that medications aren't dropped from coverage and that out-of-pocket costs for medication can't increase for consumers in the middle of their one-year contract for health insurance. We're passing rebates on directly to our consumers to ensure that the savings from rebates and discounts end up in the pockets of Coloradans. And we are working hard to reform our step therapy protocols to ensure that there's a clear path for exemption and not cause people to have to go through step therapy for a second time when they have already done it once. It's a good bill, it's a consumer bill, and it's going to help save Coloradans money on health care, and we ask for your yes vote. We will have an amendment, but I think my colleague will probably want to speak
Representative
first.
Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, for me, this bill is about saving people money on health care and especially their prescription drugs. I think this is something that we've all been frustrated with and have all had firsthand experience with. Again, this bill is personal to me, and I've been very public about my own struggles with not only step therapy but epilepsy, which is one of the main drivers of this bill with the Chronic Care Collaborative. It is my incredible honor with my co-prime to bring this bill, and again, wanting to champion healthcare in this chamber and make sure that we are continuing to save folks on healthcare while also making sure that it is accessible for them, that they're not being denied their prescription drugs, especially for those with chronic conditions.
And do you have an amendment?
We do have an amendment.
Representative Sirota.
We have an amendment to the formulary section of the bill. This is one of those amendments that we promised in the Health and Insurance Committee that we would bring on second reading that does a couple things. It narrows the exceptions to removing a drug from the formulary, and so that it sets it at a drug has to have a wholesale acquisition cost of greater than $500 at the start of the benefit year, and the carrier's net cost increases by 15% or more during that benefit year, and then it can be replaced on the formulary with a therapeutically equivalent generic or multi-source brand name drug, or an interchangeable biologic or a biosimilar drug. I know all those things mesh together, but really what we are doing is we are saying, for those pharma bro examples of a drug price going up, 1,000% in a plan year, we're saying, okay, we understand that that the carriers can be in a pinch in that situation. So we are really limiting when they will have to keep a drug on their formulary for the duration of the plan year. And also, this Section 2 will now be limited to the individual market. So I move L17 to House Bill 1370. And ask for your yes vote.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Any discussion of L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L17 to House Bill 1370. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 is passed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to rise, first of all, to thank the sponsors. We asked to have the bill laid over in the Health and Insurance Committee because it was quite clear when we were listening to it in committee that the bill wasn't quite there, that it still needed some work, and the compromise or sausage making that we typically see here in the legislature. And I just want to say I was very proud of the work that you engaged in with the plans and the PBMs to be able to come with this. I know that you didn't quite have everything I wanted to see during the committee hearing when we had the amendments, and then today you were able to adopt the 4 amendments, so I certainly look forward to being able to support this on a third reading during the recorded vote. But, it is important that consumers know exactly what they'll be paying for service when they sign up for an insurance plan, that they won't be expected to see the cost of their pharmaceutical drugs just go through the roof in the middle of their formulary year, because that's something they've contracted with. And those are 2 key things, and that if there is going to be a rebate that's specifically tied to you, that you would at least have that follow through. Likewise, I was also pleased with the amendment where if the rebate is one that just comes to, and we defined rebate and discount, so I know I just used them interchangeably, I actually meant a discount. But as far as a rebate is concerned, if that's actually going to the plan itself, that discount remain in the plan so that the employers have a mechanism to be able to lower the overall cost of health insurance. And you listed in one of the amendments in committee how that's actually going to work out, and I appreciate that. So for me, I really have enjoyed the work that's been done here. I think this is a good compromise and one that I think we can all get behind. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I want to speak to this just at a high level. I haven't had a chance to digest all the amendments, and they certainly have worked hard. And commending to the sponsors, too. They've approached me several times to discuss this very bill, and it's a large bill. But, when I first came down to the Capitol, I was very under the mindset that no, insurance has to work to lower the cost. It's not really until you understand the overall system that was created under the Affordable Care Act that I truly started to understand, and that's the medical loss ratio, where most insurance companies, their profits are capped at 10% of their overall premiums. And so if you're just an average business guy and you have a plan and you're trying to increase your profits, what you're going to do is increase your premiums. And so that's become a problem too. And then also, I always used to think that, well, PBMs are just used as a way to lower costs for the plans, and that's a good thing, they use them. But then you have to truly understand that many of the plans actually have big ownership in the PBMs. So you have the plans purchasing the prescriptions through the PBMs, and what you have is essentially a horizontal monopoly that's being created. And so not only do you have the insurance companies with an incentive to actually increase their premiums, then they have part ownership that's just usually under the reporting requirements of the PBMs themselves. And that's why the consumers never see the rebate. And so I appreciate what the sponsors are trying to accomplish. I need to get my head around what was actually done with the amendments and everything else, but I do think this is something that we do need to address. I mean, I like to say I'm a conservative but not an anarchist, and when we do have a monopoly like this going on, I think that's their time for the government to step in. I just don't know if this is the right solution or not. I know we've discussed some solutions, but that was on me. I came in with a solution like late night that we probably can't get done this year, but I hope we continue this conversation, and I appreciate this bill because I think this bill's started a conversation that truly needed to happen. And then there's some other things that I think are just very simple. A plan shouldn't be changing midstream before open enrollment happens again. What they cover when a consumer might or an employer might choose a plan based on the coverage, that shouldn't be just changed midstream. And so there's some good things in this bill, some things I initially didn't like, but I need to digest what all the amendments did. And I do truly thank the sponsors for their work and even being willing to approach me, who I'm always not the best guy for anyone on this side of the aisle to approach, but they were more than willing, so I appreciate that.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This area of healthcare with the PBMs and all, this whole ecosystem is so devoid of the whole natural forces of free enterprise that I'm always scratching my head trying to catch up and get my arms around it. So, I also just wanted to come here and thank the sponsors because this started out with a lot of objection from industry and from constituents of mine that are expressing a great deal of concern, and they've worked real hard. I think probably, as I was expressing to Representative Jota, I think harder than I've seen anybody else work on a bill to try to get it to a neutral position with someone. So thank you for all that, the compromising that you've done, and go Broncos? I don't know.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
If you look in this, I'm probably the only Republican that's a co-sponsor on there, but I do like this bill, and I like it even better as it is amended. So I liked it to begin with, and I like it even more now. So thank you. Thanks to the sponsors.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1370? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1370 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1370 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1355.
House Bill 1355 by Representative Cutter, also Senators Priola and Gonzalez, concerning the creation of the Producer Responsibility Program for statewide recycling.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
So, I need to move the appropriations. Okay, I'd like to move the, 1 minute. Before we adopt. Right now? Okay. I just need to give him the.
Let's move the bill, the appropriations, and energy and environment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd like to move the House Bill 1355, and the Appropriations Report and the Energy and Environment Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Cutter.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we adopted 2 amendments to reimburse the state agency for oversight and enforcement costs, and to establish a state fund to manage the reimbursement monies from the PRO and ensure the funds are used solely by the CDPHE on program costs.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The appropriations, the ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to move I'd like to move Amendment L007 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly and moved. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This clarifies language to ensure an individual producer can submit an individual plan during any year of the program in lieu of joining the Producer Responsibility Organization, and it includes technical changes in the bill drafting standards, and I ask for an aye vote.
The Representative Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last line of this amendment. Actually, can we take a brief recess? There are a lot of items on this. It would be good to make sure we're striking entire pages.
Let's take a brief recess.
Thank you.
Committee will come back to order. Representative McKean.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Thank you for allowing that brief recess, because that lets us all figure stuff out. No, I appreciate that. And would you, I know there are a lot of items to this for the bill sponsor, but you kind of went over, we're just doing a few things. Can you kind of walk me through it so I know what we're changing in the bill?
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L007, let me tell you. This just clarifies language to ensure, L007 clarifies language to ensure an individual producer can submit an individual plan during any year of this program in lieu of joining the Producer Responsibility Organization, and it includes technical changes in the bill drafting standards.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L007 to the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L007 is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L010 to the Energy and Environment Committee report.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This revises the exemptions for local newspapers to publications based on news content to comply with interstate commerce and recognize social value of news publication. It also revises the exemption for agriculture based on product sales to be consistent with approaches to protect small businesses. And I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion of Amendment L10? Representative McKean.
Thank you very much. I noticed that there's language in the bottom half of your amendment, and it says that, this is sad, I have to put on my glasses to read it from here. And it says that you're defining an agricultural employer regardless of where they are located. So is that within or without the state? And then with less than $5 million in realized gross total expenses. So does that exempt, we heard a lot of comments about our orchards and other people. So are you looking for the size of a company here to be the limiter, or are you trying to exempt out certain portions of our agricultural base? Let's just call it your base.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are trying to exempt local Colorado producers while maintaining the integrity of the bill, but protecting Colorado agriculture. So we did it based on several things to ensure that size is the primary.
Any further questions on L10? Representative Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would offer substitute amendment L011. I would move that amendment and ask for it to be displayed.
Substitute amendment to L10 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this would actually get rid of the exemptions in the bill so that we're really just talking about a level playing field. And it, as I said, it strikes, it actually goes through, and that's what this amendment was at in page 12, 20 through 27. 49, 7 through 27, 50, 1 through 3, and back to page 10, 22 through 25, substituting a description of the advisory board's feedback on.
Comments on Amendment L11. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support this amendment. It's certainly unfair to exempt certain parts of the business community, and therefore placing all the burden on the ones that have to live under this legislation. So please support this amendment. It's a good one.
Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. Anytime we pick winners and losers and we don't include all of the impacted businesses in their entirety, that's exactly what we're doing. So please give this amendment a yes.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to bridge the urban and rural divide here. We made some, we're trying to protect small businesses, again, while maintaining the integrity of the program, and Colorado Ag is important, so this was very carefully negotiated, so I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in Energy and Environment at considerable length. It was actually laid over subsequent to initial hearings so that there could be time for amendments and further polishing, and I think the sponsor is trying very hard to land in a balanced place. We make policy choices. We draw lines here on a regular basis. It is what legislating is. Some of the lines that the sponsor is trying to draw is to give a little bit more grace, a little bit more space to certain small businesses. We talk a lot about small business here. I have to be candid, I'm a little bit surprised to see an amendment from the party on this side of the aisle that would make a regulatory approach apply to more and not fewer businesses. That is typically the opposite of what I'm used to seeing after 6 years here. I think that the line that's drawn here and the underlying bill is an appropriate line that should be preserved. I do rise in opposition to the amendment.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We rarely hear it this clearly, folks. What the underlying negotiation was to pick winners and losers, to say you are going to be blessed with not having to fall under this program, but you poor souls over here, you're going to have to comply with everything. This gets rid of that and says if you want this program, get this program. This applies to everybody.
Is there any further discussion? Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Because the underlying amendment also touches another piece of this, I offer substitute amendment L017 and ask for it to be displayed. I withdraw that and we'll just wait for a vote on that one. And I'll take that back.
So let's address Amendment L11.
I know.
Any further discussion on L11?
L11.
Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To Amendment L10. Representative Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I offer substitute amendment L017 and ask for it to be displayed.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So as you saw in the underlying amendment, this touches section 16 or 14. It adds a study of consumer costs in other states' EPR programs to a needs assessment.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've already crafted the needs assessment and evaluated costs in other regions where this program is used, so I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L17? Minority Leader McKean.
I think what's important in this amendment is what we're looking for. And if you read this, it says we're going to look for the capacity, cost, and gaps for compost facilities to process and recover compostable materials and any cost to consumers associated with similar programs in other states. Anytime you're looking at this far-ranging of a program, it is absolutely wise to take a look at what's already been done. Now, we've heard a lot about this bill as it's been working through the system and in negotiation, but when we're talking, and we go back to the discussion we had earlier today, when we're talking about things that are being done here that are going to raise the cost of consumer products on the people of this state, then we really ought to look at what has been successful, what has been done well, where it's already been done, where we already can look at a study and say this is the cost that was imposed. I remember growing up and we would take the bottles back for 5 cents, right? That was a process of trying to make sure that recycling was encouraged. But it still represented a cost. And if you think about it, a lot of people who never took their bottle back paid that 5 cents and never got the benefit from it. So shouldn't we take this program, go look at the states where it's been implemented, and see what the benefit is and what the cost to the consumer looks like?
Any further discussion on Amendment L17? Representative Holtorf. Thank you, Madam Chair. To my esteemed colleagues, I want to ask us to take a deep breath here. I'll start. Okay. We're in an inflationary period. Costs are going higher. This amendment tries to mitigate what will be significant costs in this program. That's why this amendment is important. Now, if we weren't in a post-COVID environment, if all across the United States, and particularly here in Colorado, we didn't have inflationary costs of 5 to 30%, then I could understand. But right now there are indications, and there are studies, independent studies from New York University, as a matter of fact, prestigious university, that estimate this type of a program could cause approximately 5% increase in costs. Now remember, this gets put on top of the inflationary costs right now for every citizen in the state. This is not the time to be increasing the costs of goods and services to Colorado citizens. Now, I don't need to tell all of us here that those inflationary forces hurt the lowest of the low most. Then it hurts the middle somewhat. The rich don't get hurt. The elites don't get hurt. They've got the capacity, the funds, the resources to take the 10, 20, 30% hickey, as we say where I'm from. It's called a hickey. And don't think about high school hickeys. Think about what you get when you get a hickey. You get a lick, and it's not a lick, it's a hickory lick. You ever got a lick of hickory? Well, it hurts when you get it. For us country boys, we know what it's like to get the hickory. And that's a hickey. Now that you got that little cultural class, what you do with this, if you don't accept this amendment, you're just causing people more financial pain. And Colorado doesn't want or need that. We're not asking for that at this time. In fact, this body should stray away from making it cost more to live in Colorado. Please, bill sponsor, please think about that as we charge forward. Now, here's my plea to the dear, sweet bill sponsor that brings this forward, because I know she's got a good heart. I know the intention. This is not the time. And if you think this is the time, we need to have all these amendments come forward to stop the inflationary forces that hurt our pocketbooks. This is an emotional plea, because the people in my district out in the frontier regions and in the rural regions, let me tell you something, they get hurt the worst. And here's why. Because in order to get goods and services, we've got to drive 20 to 80 miles just to see them up close. And then we got to drive 20 to 80 miles to get back home. And if you've driven to a gas station lately, that's no fun. So please, consider these things and the importance of mitigating the further inflationary forces of legislation like this. And that's why I'm in support of these type of amendments. The cost to live in Colorado is too high. Please help us mitigate that. Please help the people in my caucus mitigate that. Thank you.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm so glad that my colleague brought that up, because this bill does mitigate the cost to Coloradans. Right now, if you have recycling, you either pay for it personally, pay for it through your HOA, or your city or local government is paying for recycling. With this program, recycling is going to be free. Free. We're providing a service free to the consumers. So that is a very definition of alleviating costs. Inflation is caused by supply chain shortages as well, and this will help alleviate that. Companies want this material. They want the millions of dollars of raw, good material that is buried right now in landfills. That can inject materials back into the economy, money back into our economy, and provide companies with the materials they need and alleviate some pressures on the supply chain and thus inflation. Actual studies there are actual studies looking at prices in areas with other programs, similar programs, show there are no cost increases. And lastly, the program does not start until 2026. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsor. So a couple of questions that I have on that. It sounds like there is a market for these materials. And then you said there's no cost to consumers studied in other places. And what was the last thing? That and it won't start. So I have three questions. Number one, is there a market? And if so, what are the barriers to entering that market? Why can't we just do this right now? That cues you up for a softball. Number two, if there are reports that show that there's no consumer price increase, then why do we need to charge dues into an organization to do this when really all we're doing is we're changing the direction of the material, right? Not taking it to a landfill, taking it somewhere else to be produced. And then three, are the dues to this organization, is the funding source going to be engaged before 2026? Or is it just, and therefore it's leading up to implementation, or does nothing happen until 2026? And if so, why are we considering it now in 2022?
One sec, Minority Leader McKean and Representative Cutter. We strayed a little bit from Amendment L17, so it was an equally strayage. So let's go back to Amendment 17 and then commence this awesome implementation date discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm absolutely good with that. Let's deal with this and then go back to my questions. My questions stand. I'd like an answer. Thank you.
Representative Pico, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes and no. I want to respond to one thing that was just said a few minutes ago by the bill sponsors, that this is a free program. Nothing is ever free. It's coming out of somebody's pocket. If the cost is put to producers, the cost will be passed on to the consumer. Nothing is ever free. The notion that I have a great idea and somebody else is going to pay for it, therefore it's free, is not free.
Representative Von Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say something on behalf of what I heard earlier. Representative Holtorf mentioned the different groups of people that would be affected by this. And when we speak to the amendment, which is the costs associated with recycling, it is the most disadvantaged among us who will pay for this. Representative Pico and Representative Holtorf are right. It is the lowest income that will take the largest hit on their daily costs at the end of the month in their paycheck. And not only is it the most vulnerable and disadvantaged among us that will take the hit when they are trying to go to the grocery store and buy their food, but again, this is just an example of picking the winners and losers. The elites will not have to bear the burden of something of this nature. So I do support this amendment, and please vote yes on Amendment L017.
The question before us is Amendment 17. Amendment 17. Any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. We are back to Amendment 10. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and we might have to put a further parens around the questions I've asked. I offer substitute Amendment 13 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 13 has been moved and displayed. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this goes really back to our question just a minute ago of winners and losers, because what it's saying is that in the bill coming out of the committee report, on the committee report, we're looking at page 13, and we're saying, well, look, if the product is manufactured by a person other than the brand owner, the person that is the licensee of a brand or a trademark under which a packaged item is sold, offered for sale, or distributed, whether or not that trademark is registered in the state. Well, by golly, what this would do is it would say that we would remove the certain producers of packaging material from the definition of producer. Back to the idea that if you want a program, then make it work for everyone. And if it doesn't work for everyone and you have to exempt out certain things, certain people, certain products, then what you're doing is picking winners and losers. And I don't think that should be our job in a legislature, is picking certain people, certain groups, certain partitions of a market simply to put the cost and the burden upon one. I would ask for an aye vote on substitute amendment L013.
The topic before us is Amendment L13. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment L13. All those in favor, please thumbs up and an aye. All those opposed, thumbs down and no. The noes have it. 13 fails. To Amendment 10.
Want to answer? I'm just going to ask for an answer.
Minority Leader McKean.
I would just refresh my questions if you remember what they are. See, you wrote them down. Thank you.
I wrote them down.
Are they to Amendment 10 or are they to the bill? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I think I'm getting these right. The reason we don't have materials right now to feed producers looking to, we're burying a lot of the raw materials instead of actually putting them back into the system and using them for products and goods and that we can sell and make money on, put into the economy. Oh, rats. Can you refresh my memory? Yes, I can't read question 2.
Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So number 2 was, are we collecting dues from those individuals, and then the implementation date was the other piece? Are we collecting dues and everything? Or are we just waiting to start until 2026?
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, there's a whole long implementation process. Thank you for that. Great question. Long implementation process, and part of that, which you'll hear in my bill presentation, is that they will create a needs assessment study. So they're actually going to look at what we do need and what we do have. It's a very thoughtful process, and it will roll out over the matter of, I think, 4 years. And so this won't be implemented until 4 years, but it begins right away, the process, because we're taking a long time to do it right.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So if I look at Amendment 10, because I think we should bring it back to that, we have an exemption down here on the agricultural base. And what I'm really asking is, if we're going to do that study, why aren't we just doing that study? Why are we creating this onerous, if I can use that word from my side, this onerous system of implementation before we do the needs assessment and the study of what we're burying? We're going to bury stuff for another 4 years until we're done with that, and then magically, a click of the switch, a snap of the fingers, we're going to have product, and we're going to have market, and we're going to have everything else. We're right here in this amendment considering one little group or this little group, and even the amendment to what we're amending, the committee report, all of these various things. Why don't we see a needs assessment first, which we probably could all get behind and say, yeah, let's go figure this out. Why do we have all of this other stuff attached to it?
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have to define who is going to be involved in this process before we begin the process. There's many organizations. We had stakeholding for months on this and talked to multiple organizations, did research of other programs throughout the world, and we have come up with these exemptions and different pieces of this legislation based on all of that research and requests, and really to craft something that works for Colorado, that is really responsive to exactly what Colorado needs, businesses, people, and what we need. And then once those organizations are defined, they come together and then they work to create the needs assessment, and the process continues.
Representative Von Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill sponsor, I would say I'm going to rise in support of my county. I'm going to rise in support of a portion of Colorado that is the #1 agricultural producer between 1st and 13th place in the nation. Between 1st and 13th place in the nation for agriculture. Yay us. And we are one of the fastest growing sectors in the United States for plastics. Now, that being said, well, I totally applaud the idea that we should be recycling. That is good for the planet. That is good for all of us. However, in Weld County, when I look at an amendment like this, an amendment such as this, again, I go back to, we do pick those winners and losers. This exempts anybody who makes less, excuse me, and we're going to substitute the language an agricultural employer as defined in section 8-3-104, parentheses 1, regardless of where the agricultural employer is located, with less than $5 million is realized gross total revenue in the state farm consumer sales of agricultural products sold under the brand name of the farmer, egg producer, grower, or individual grower cooperative. Again, the bulk of agriculture in this county, which is one of the top grossing agricultural producing counties in the nation, are groups that make less than $5 million. And those that make more than $5 million, I say good for them, because I understand what kind of work that takes. It is not an easy task. And we add to that the idea that the runaround Tabor, the idea that this is attached to fees, but we don't call them fees, is yet another issue. But I won't go there because that's not part of that amendment. But I am going to rise in support of my county, in support of the producers that will be most hit in this portion of the state. So again, no. I do not believe all of Colorado was consulted and that there was an equitable conversation for everybody who would be affected by this.
We are on Amendment 10. Any further discussion on the amendment? The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 10. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Energy and Environment Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L006 and ask that it is properly displayed.
Oh, yeah. This is a multiple page amendment that was put on your desks. So look for that lovely yellow sheet. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes the language offered for sale, so the bill only affects products sold or distributed in Colorado. And it addresses any potential double counting of products from Colorado companies that are then sold in other states. It addresses interstate commerce concerns. It provides clarification that the producer responsibility organization is not a state-owned or state-sponsored entity or enterprise. And any employees of the PRO are not considered state employees. And this classification addresses concerns raised in relations to Tabor issues. And I ask for your support.
The question before us is Amendment L006. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? The question, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask for a really brief recess to take a look at this? It's been on our desks, but we just adopted the committee report with amendments. So can we take a look at this?
The committee will stand in a brief recess. Let's bring the committee back to order. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a clarifying question for the bill's sponsor. On this particular amendment, the bill's sponsor just described that it clarifies that the producer responsibility organization is not a state actor or state agent. And I'm just trying to figure out where in this particular amendment it actually makes that clear, because what I see is it's changing a bunch of areas within the printed bill, but it looks like it's changing terms of like striking offered for sale a number of times, sold, offered for, and those are really the only words that I'm seeing in there. I'm not seeing anything that is negating the fact that the producer responsibility organization is not somehow construed as a state actor or a state agent, because the way the bill's structured, CDPHE has the power to enforce fines for a company who doesn't join the producer responsibility organization, which therefore would imply that somehow they are in fact operating as a state agent in that particular capacity. Oh, there's a back page to this.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to direct you to the back page of that amendment where it says, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, the organization and any additional producer responsibility organization shall not be considered a state-sponsored or state-owned entity, et cetera, et cetera.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Cutter. I appreciate that. And also I want to compliment you on the conservative use of paper, of only using one page. I do still renew my opposition to this, that just because you print that it's not to be construed as a state-owned entity, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not. And the reason we know this is there was actually a pretty famous case that concerned the Iranian government having rented an apartment in San Francisco. And the diplomats actually trashed that apartment when they moved, and they said that they were operating as a state entity, so therefore the owner of that particular apartment couldn't sue them, and that there was a clause very similar to this that is held to state governments, and they claimed that they were protected by that. The owner of that particular apartment in this case claimed, oh no, just because you say you're a state entity, in that particular instance you were operating as a private party, and that you would be allowed to strip the sovereign immunity. So I just want to say that just because you put a boilerplate description that you're not to be construed as a state agent or a state actor doesn't mean that you aren't. It's like if you walk like a duck, if you quack like a duck, then you might actually be a duck. And you could be a duck. And you are here. And the reason why I would say that the producer responsibility organization is, in fact, an arm of the state is that what private nonprofit organization has the power under the rule of law, using the police powers of the state, to be able to come in and define you for not paying your dues to the nonprofit organization. That's a delegation of our role to tax. It's a delegation of our police powers to a nonprofit organization, and that would make you a state agent or a state actor. And that having this particular clause in here, I mean, I'm good with striking out sold or offered for sale, but lines 5 to 12 on page 2 of the amendment is greatly concerning. And that what the organization has actually set up is a quasi-government entity. I can't say that enough. It is a quasi-government entity. That if you have the power of the state to be able to come in and levy a fine against someone who doesn't join your organization, that's something that only the government can do. I recall in law school when we talked about, what is it that governments can do, and we talk about this function. Well, one thing is, if you have the police power to come in and take someone's business license away, to fine someone, to put them out of business for not complying with a rule or regulation of a private entity, that's something that only a government can do. So this very much is a government entity, and I would object to the amendment and also call for a division when the time is appropriate.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Lots in that, in terms of what we just heard from my colleague from Delta. In arguing legal matters, we do so by analogy often, but just because it was dropped here a moment ago, I want to be clear, we're not talking about sovereign immunity any which way in this bill at all. That needs to be very clear. I would invite the representative from Delta to indicate by page and line where there is reference to fines in the bill for clarification of the record. In terms of there was a reference to delegation, we can put a pin in that and come back to it. But I think the real point and the language that's on page 2 of the amendment here, look, the legislature stating its intent in bill text, as we are seeking to do here with the amendment, does matter. If any act of ours here ends up in court, there are a lot of other factors that a court will apply. That's fair enough. But how we characterize what we are doing is significant in terms of policy. It is legally significant. It is something that courts look at. Elsewhere in the bill, we make very clear this is a nonprofit type of entity. Sponsors could have chosen to set up an enterprise. They're not. I think that's pretty plain. This part of the amendment is really only further clarifying what has been set forth in the bill as a matter of policy design and as a matter of legislative intent since the day it read over, and we've all had plenty of time with the introduced bill. So I don't think I agree with our colleague from Delta in terms of finding fault with that part of the amendment.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. It's a delight getting to work with you.
Pardon?
Nothing. I was going to say it's an honor. I thought I'd go with delight, but it's all right.
I'm sorry.
So we had a division called on the underlying amendment, and because sometimes we get a little crazy and we keep going to town, we forget to do certain things. So I offer substitute amendment L024 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 24
You're so welcome.
has been moved and displayed as a substitute amendment for Amendment 6. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much. I think the first thing you need to see is this has an implementation date of January 2030. And actually or actually a repeal date of 2030, but what we really are talking about here is it does touch on this idea of state actor as well, and it says that it will be repealed. I would have to tell you that since this is a substitute amendment to the underlying amendment, we're gonna have to agree to disagree of the ability for statute to call out constitutional questions. When we say that we just go, oh, the state doesn't have a part to play in this, and we give the police powers of this state under the Constitution to a nonprofit entity to levy fines and to enforce participation, then I guess the disagreement is, do you believe statute or do you believe the voice of the people through their Constitution?
The question before us is Amendment 24, a substitute amendment for Amendment 6. Is there any further discussion? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 24, yes? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 24 fails. We are back to Amendment 6. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, and I'm delighted to be back to Amendment 6. And so I move substitute amendment to L026 to Amendment 6 and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment 26 as a substitute for Amendment 6 has been moved and displayed. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Folks, this has some really, really important words in it. Really, really. It says, notwithstanding subsection 1A of this section, participation in the program is voluntary and a producer may continue to sell, offer to sell, or distribute any products that use covered materials in the state if the producer does not affirmatively join the program or any other plan approved by the executive director pursuant to this Part 6. Seems important. Do you want to join something that does good if it's shown that the needs assessment shows that it can do good? And if so, you want to join it, you should not be forced to. You should not be forced to pay dues. You should not be forced by the police power of this state to join something, to do anything when you have the provision to join it and participate voluntarily. This is not only important, this goes back to what I was just saying, the difference between in statute saying, well, we tell you you must do this, and the Constitution saying you actually can't. This says, join it if you want, if you think it does some good. I suggest an aye vote.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, Amendment L026. The word voluntary is the word that we should be focusing on. And when we go back 20, 30 years and we think about the things in our society that we wanted to ensure would be a benefit to us all, things like teaching individuals what it meant to smoke, what it meant to consume too much alcohol, how these things affected our bodies, what it meant to litter. And I would posture that the heavy hand of government never solved any of those things. We were never the magic bullet. But what allowed those things to change and what caused those paradigms to shift was education and a concerted, long-term plan to ensure that where we applied bureaucracy or where we applied legislation or where we applied fines or levies of any kind on these kinds of industries, thoughtful research went into that. And then more importantly, education. Our paradigm shift under education. And with that paradigm shift and with education came great change. And again, I will say, I thank the sponsors for wanting to do something wonderful for the environment, for the communities that we all live in. However, shifting that paradigm does not occur under the heavy hand of government. It never has, and it never will. So I rise in support of Amendment L026.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would like to say I'm not so sure that big tobacco changed because of education, public education. I believe there was some government involvement in them having to pay for some damage. And they, there's no, I think you said something about being fined. Oh, there's no fines. This isn't fine. This is just being responsible for part of the waste they create. It's not a punishment. It's accepting some responsibility because right now we absorb the responsibility for recycling and paying for recycling. So we're just asking organizations that create the waste to have some responsibility. And I ask for your no vote on this.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to rise to the second half of this amendment from lines 9 to 15, but also address my good colleague from Aurora, and hopefully he's still in the chamber. Earlier he was asking me where in the bill, page and line, would I find that the executive director of the department has the power to fine an individual for not paying their dues to this nonprofit organization. In the original bill, it would be page 46, lines 19 to 27, and then continuing on to page 47 all the way down. We even have a hearing requirement continued on to page 48. On the pre-amend version, that would start on page 51. There were some minor amendments made to this language, so for the record, I will just talk about what those are. What changed was it talks about a person administering a plan approved by the executive director, so an administrator could be someone held liable there, or a producer who violates any portion of Part 6. So any person who violates Part 6, what we know is that that would be a person who's joining the nonprofit organization, which is why the amendment is very critical. So lines 9 to 15, let me read them. Pursuant to Section 25-17-608, parentheticals 1, parenthetical B, a producer does not violate this Part 6 if the producer does not affirmatively join the program or any other plan approved by the executive director pursuant to this Part 6, and such producer cannot be held liable for an administrative penalty under this section. So, if this really is a voluntary organization, then we really shouldn't be giving police powers to the executive director of a state department to enforce non-compliance with joining or paying dues to a nonprofit entity. That's not something that we see anywhere else in Colorado law, and quite frankly, I'm not aware that we see this in any other form of law. What this is an unlawful delegation of power to tax and unlawful delegation of police power to a nonprofit organization, but still under the auspices of the state government using the executive director to enforce this. So once again, I, for the record, want to lay out that it's in the bill, the power here, page 46 on the original bill, 51 on the pre-amend bill. So wherever my colleague is from Aurora, there's the answer to your question.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, where do we have instances where we are compelled to get something in our lives? Well, I mean, car insurance would be one thing. And what happens if you don't get that? You get caught, you get fined. You don't have it again, you get fined. Why? Because we share a road. We share areas where people are. We are mandated to have that insurance because if something happens, we have to have that insurance to pay for that. So that way someone else doesn't have to pay for it. If we make a mistake, somebody doesn't have to pay for it. Someone loses their life, they don't have to pay for it. That's what this bill is about the companies who are making this stuff that we're paying for, the garbage that they're producing that can be recycled, and they want to recycle it. They want to do it. There's a lot of companies that want to recycle, and they're actually doing this and actively doing this. So having these companies be invested in the products that they sell is what this bill does. And that little tiny bit of extra money that they pay on those products and those packages go into this fund so we can all chip in and be the responsible person here. It's about collective, getting this done in a collective way, not having just say, oh, well, you've got all those packages, that's your problem, you have to pay for it. This is a collective thing where everybody chips in. And it's the right thing to do, and a lot of companies want to do this.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate those words from my colleague. You're right, lots of people want to do this, and they should be able to do it as a voluntary part of what they do. The great thing about this bill and about this discussion is that I get to stand here as the state representative for Loveland, Colorado. Loveland, Colorado has the best record and the best diversion from the waste stream of any city in this state. In fact, Loveland, Colorado has the best percentage of recycling, the best recycling program, and the best diversion of product from the waste stream of anyone in the western United States. And we sent our recycling guy to Portland, Oregon, because they wanted to be more like us. So I get to sit here and say, look, we're doing this. We're doing this in a voluntary way. We're doing this by making sure that our citizens are engaged in this process, that we have a voluntary process by which we go through it. And if companies want to come alongside us in a voluntary manner, my goodness, can you imagine the outstretched arms? Can you imagine the party that we would hold to say, hot diggity dog, you want to come in and do better than where we are now? Let's do that. But for all the purposes of what you want to accomplish, You have to look at what it's going to cost the eventual consumer, because you say, well, it's a small charge that the companies could absorb. No, it's a small charge that all of us end up absorbing. And so if you want to look at a program, take a look at Loveland. Take a look at how we go about it. Go do your needs assessment there and say, how do you divert all this from the waste stream? And how can we get voluntary cooperation by companies who sell products that want to be a part of that solution? Not mandate, but voluntary efforts.
Representative Tatun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And voluntary efforts are good, but if you don't have to do it, you're not going to do it, and then you're going to get off scot-free, and you're going to just be able to produce all this stuff, and you're not part of the solution. You're part of the problem. So, do you want to have insurance be voluntary for everyone? Because I want to have insurance to protect myself and my car, but I don't know. I mean, now you're going to roll the dice. Maybe somebody who volunteered not to have it's going to hit you in your car, and then you're going to be on board paying for it yourself. We have to do it together, or it doesn't work. If we do it voluntarily, it doesn't work. We have to be united in fixing the problem, because we can't do it alone. We have to do it together, and we all have to chip in. That's how it works holistically and doing it completely. Otherwise, it's not effective.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So often we talk about things here, and so seldom do all the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. And in this instance, all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, because what you said was we have to do this as part of a collective. And we know that that's a word that imports a certain amount there, but not just that. You said that you basically asserted something I don't think you can prove, that if it's not required, they won't do it. I just gave you an example of a community that does a remarkably good job in an entirely voluntary way. And so not only do I refute what you said, I think it's a dangerous thing to say. If what you say is we are going to use a guy with a gun to police the recyclable community, now we're talking about the literal police state of imposing a fine and then imposing administrative cost, administrative responsibilities, and curtailing our business, our consumers, everyone, because of a predetermined conclusion. What we should say is, please come, join with us as voluntary participants. That's actually the only way you get meaningful change, is to have people do it voluntarily so that what they're doing is a choice. And thank you for your agreement, Representative Woodrow.
Further discussion on L26. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because, again, there are exemptions. So if the sponsors could help me understand, how many businesses will be impacted by this?
Further discussion? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can find out. I don't know that number right off the top of my head, but I can find that out and let you know, Representative Woog. In the meantime, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would say that since we've heard the word collective today, then I would like to point out that if only a portion of particular industries are actually tasked with doing this and many others are exempt, that is diametrically the opposite of a collective. And so that is, again, what we've also heard today, another disingenuous point, and that's inaccurate. I rise in support of L026.
Any further discussion on L026, the substitute amendment to L6? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L26. All those in favor say aye. That was quite a chorus. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L26 is lost. To the underlying amendment to L6, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, I thought the vote was over, and apparently it's not. That was a very good debate. I appreciate it, but since we couldn't quite get there, we certainly need to take out the one element of this amendment that definitely is quite troublesome, And that's the part on page 2 that talks about that it's not considered a government entity or quasi-government entity, because it clearly is. So with that, I move amendment L029 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved. And 1 second, and it is now displayed. Go ahead, Representative Sober.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does is on page 2, it strikes lines 4 through 12, and those are the lines that are trying to put this boilerplate language here in the bill saying that somehow the producer responsibility organization is not to be construed as a government or quasi-government organization when it clearly is. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on L29. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L29, substitute amendment to L6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L29 is lost. To the underlying amendment, L006. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of L006, and a division has been called. The question is the adoption of L006. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L006, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Yep, for those on the wall, a division has been called, and so if you are a yes on this, please raise your hand and keep it raised. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L006 passes. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Bockenfeld. Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I had said earlier, extended producer recycling is not a magic wand. It's no silver bullet to any community that decides to undertake this kind of legislation. It requires careful consideration, it requires planning, and frankly, a lot of baseline data collection to determine whether this is appropriate. And I had mentioned earlier that when the bill sponsor said they took into consideration lots of different stakeholders from portions of Colorado, all the different areas and portions of Colorado that would be affected, I would like to remind the bill sponsors that different regions in Colorado have different needs. And so I have a few questions that perhaps we can talk about and get a little bit more clarity on what this bill would look like when the specificity that we really need to make sure this works, should this actually become legislation, should be answered. So I guess my first question would be, what printed paper and packaging materials does the legislation intend to cover specifically? In other words, does this include quote-unquote packaging-like materials, which includes flexible packaging, multi-resin plastic packaging, and bio-based compostable packaging? In other words, compostable plastics? Generally speaking, EPR should look to obligate materials that are generated in sufficient quantity within a given region and can actually be recovered. Otherwise, what's the return on investment for recycling, given existing waste management infrastructure?
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that is a terrific question, and once the PRO is developed, they will set fees based on all kinds of factors around packaging, including recyclability and weight and all kinds of things. So that's something they will definitely consider. So I'm really glad we've built that into the process.
Representative Van Beber.
So it's quite possible the board would not need to know this following question, so perhaps you might. Do you know the quantities of obligated materials being generated and recovered in the different regions? What are those products? What are those regions looking at, measured in tons? If so, how are these figures calculated, both in aggregate and on a material-specific basis? Again, those are the data points we would want to take into consideration when thinking about doing something of this magnitude when it comes to statute and legislation. As an example, New York State has proposed that both polycarbonate and PVC plastics be included as an obligated material. But there was no readily available data sources that would give us any sense of how much of these materials are actually being generated or even being recovered in that particular state. I worry that Colorado would undergo the same concerns.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is the beauty, again, of the system, is that they're going to take all those things into consideration. So they get to do an assessment and research and figure out all of those exact questions you're answering. That's why we're not outlining any of this in statute. That is up to the PRO to determine these things once they have the data that they need. So thank you again for enlightening or highlighting that aspect. I appreciate that.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you bring up a producer responsibility organization or a PRO, these environmental recycling processes that we're undertaking and discussing today are managed by several non-competing PROs. As an anecdote, so I just want to make sure that for all the people listening to this incredible drama that's unfolding before us, there are 32 jurisdictions with packaging EPR legislation led by York University that was taken into consideration when we were looking at data. When that data was compiled, so we do have some information out there. There is evidence among other places in the United States that we can draw from to make a determination about whether these kinds of things might work or might not work in the state of Colorado. There was no clear evidence that competitive compliance schemes lead to a greater cost efficiency for obligated producers. That's really simple folk language for saying this doesn't work. We have no data, no baseline information to say this works. In fact, this baseline data said it doesn't work. In fact, all things being equal, the presence of a single PRO, a single nonprofit monopoly, results in a statistically significant reduction in per capita recycling system costs. So we've already heard the terms monopoly today. Here we go again. I highlight this specific finding as there's a general assumption among policy planners that if we have more than one nonprofit or more than one group doing this, that competition will lead to cost containment with respect to this EPR governance. That data is simply not there.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I might come back up here later, but I do have a question for the sponsors since we're talking about the assessment. Could you tell me, and I'm not sure that I see it in the bill, after the assessment, will this come back to the legislature or will this get implemented without any input from the legislature?
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question. Once the dues are assessed, it's by the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization, with oversight from CDPHE.
Okay.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it doesn't come back to us. This is just going to go on with or without us. Okay. I urge a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one of the issues that is here in this bill is the presumption that there's a market for all these materials, and that's somewhat questionable. I want to read a couple of letters here from the National Waste and Recycling Association. I think most of us got these in an email, but it bears being read so the citizens, all 3 or 4 of them who are watching this fun debate, can hear this. Opposition to House Bill 1355 related to extended producer responsibility. Again, this is from the National Waste and Recycling Association. The National Waste and Recycling Association represents private solid waste companies in Colorado offering waste collection, recycling, and disposal services to communities, local governments, commercial and residential customers throughout Colorado. The Colorado chapter and the national have carefully considered House Bill 1355 and are in opposition. NWRA recognizes and applauds Colorado in particular for its longstanding role as a leader on sustainability solutions. NWRA and its members are similarly committed to supporting the development of safe, economically sustainable, and environmentally responsible recycling programs benefiting communities throughout the state. However, a statewide EPR program for all packaging materials and paper products has the potential to upend the existing state and municipal recycling programs, may have lasting impacts on innovation and investment, and could even do more harm than good when not enacted in a thoughtful manner that accounts for system-wide effects and end market considerations. And I'll read their policy position here in a minute. House Bill 1355 disadvantages Colorado businesses against out-of-state competition, punishes consumers and businesses, allows for speculation of recycling materials, and doesn't fix the problem. NWRA joins other Colorado business groups in opposition to this bill. A number of studies have been conducted on EPR and the negative effects it could have on consumers. In 2021, an EPR proposal in New York was independently analyzed by York University. Using New York and Canadian data, the study estimated a typical basket of goods would see cost increases by 4 to 6% if the bill had passed. The most analogous program in existence is the Quebec model. That program costs over $233 million a year and only reimburses existing municipal recyclers. House Bill 1355 could cost much more, and there are no guardrails. In 2021, NWRA hired Eunomia to conduct a study on current European EPR policy and concluded there is no evidence that EPR as currently designed and implemented has led to the use of more recycled content. Additionally, evidence could not be found linking EPR to increased end market values for packaging waste, all while increasing costs to consumers and businesses. We respectfully ask that you postpone any further votes on this bill until 2023, et cetera, et cetera. This is from the National Recyclers. They are opposed to this bill. Extended producer responsibility. Challenges with recycling have resulted in increased efforts to pass legislation at both the federal and state level advocating for extended producer responsibility. While well-intentioned, and I absolutely say well-intentioned, many of these bills fail to address the root of the problem and also overlook existing recycling programs and their achievements. Americans want accessible and effective recycling. They want sustainable products that support the circular economy. However, recycling is struggling. There are 5 major issues facing recycling right now. Insufficient demand for some recyclables, low prices for the combined recycling stream, consumer behavior challenges, public concern over plastic in the environment, and inexpensive virgin resources. The last 25 years of legislative history on recycling has been focused primarily on creating supply without consideration of adequate end markets. Given that, our recycling system has been set up to continuously generate material even when demand falls and prices drop. Any legislation that proposes to address recycling issues needs to first focus on correcting this problem by incentivizing the demand for recyclables rather than continuing to focus only on adding supply, which is what this bill does. Demand is key. Until 2018, China's growing economy provided demand for recyclables from across the globe, including a significant portion of America's recyclables. This material was not dumped on China. Rather, Chinese companies paid to acquire these materials as feedstock to produce the products and packages that they sold to the United States and other countries. However, when the Chinese government banned some of the materials, demand for mixed paper and mixed plastics fell, and the prices for these commodities plummeted accordingly. As its quality requirements and import licenses for cardboard have constricted, the Chinese market has declined as an option for recyclables. And the idea that Colorado can somehow replace China in the demand is a little bit of a stretch. Recyclables can continue to be collected and sorted. However, every seller needs a buyer. Without end markets, material will not be recycled. Recycling legislation can create demand, by requiring packaging to have post-consumer recycled content. This will spur demand for more material, increasing the value of recyclables, strengthen the domestic recycling market, and help offset the cost of recycling. Although that would be an interference in the local market. Low prices. Historically, the commodity value from municipal recycling programs offset much of the cost of processing material for sale. And in some cases, municipalities saw a net benefit from the sale of recyclable commodities. However, when the markets for recyclables decline, prices drop, sometimes to negative levels. Because paper is 60% of the curbside recycling stream, the price of paper has a high impact on all recycling programs. Increased demand for paper, as well as plastic and other materials, will stabilize prices, making recycling sustainable in municipalities struggling with increased costs and unable to find markets for their materials. Consumer behavior. Reducing contamination will improve recycling. This can be done by harmonizing recycling lists, reducing confusion, providing feedback to consumers through education and cart tagging, and providing clear and accurate labeling and packaging and recycled materials. Materials need to be truly recyclable. The myth that recycling is free of charge, I think we heard that once or twice, needs to be combated, and consumers must understand that there is a true cost for recycling that is not mitigated by commodity values alone. Ocean plastics are predominant from developing countries with inadequate infrastructure. Most National Waste and Recycling Association members sell residential plastics domestically, and many no longer export plastic recyclables. The Alliance to End Plastic Waste eliminates more than 90% of ocean debris originating from rivers, coming from just 10 rivers, 8 in Asia, and 2 in Africa. You'll note that the U.S. is not on that list. Ideally, municipal plastic recyclables should only be exported to developed countries to reduce the potential of mismanagement of exported material. The NWRA position. In order to address the challenges outlined above, NWRA prefers efforts focused on increasing demand for recyclable materials to allow market forces to incentivize recycling. Increased use of post-consumer content is an essential component to increase demand. In circumstances where these efforts are not sufficient to increase demand, EPR may be considered, but when EPR is proposed, NWRA supports the following. Recycling legislation should seek to support and invigorate existing recycling systems by strengthening them rather than upending them with duplicative and unnecessary programs, which this is. Such legislation should focus on investment in infrastructure and incentives to create new markets for recycled materials. And what this legislation does is increases supply without the market. Recycling legislation should consider how to improve end market demand, focused on inclusion of incentives for use of post-consumer materials. This extends beyond processing in mills and includes the products and goods we purchase and use every day. Minimum content requirements should be established based on material type. I tend to disagree with that statement, but you can do that yourselves. If you want the demand, if you want to increase recycling, buy those products that have recycled material. That's your choice. Federal, state, and local governments should incorporate post-consumer materials in their purchase requirements when appropriate. Again, if you want recycling, purchase the materials, purchase the products that have recyclable material. State and local governments should retain control over their recycling programs. Local stakeholders understand the needs and complexities of their communities and are the most adept at finding solutions. Producers should assume responsibility for their packaging by considering the end of life when designing packaging. Packaging should be designed to promote recycling and sustainable outcomes, but that's designing the product, not penalizing the producer. The cost of EPR should be borne by product manufacturers and brands, which is what this bill seeks to do. The preferred model for an EPR should be as a stewardship responsibility organization system that is inclusive of the recycling supply chain. The nonprofit SRO should be made up from equal representation from state government, local government, recycling collectors, recycling processors, and producer brands. That's lacking in this bill. This is critical to ensure consideration of the entire value chain. The SRO should distribute funds to local governments to support recycling programs, which this bill seeks to do, but it misses on the end product demand. State legislation should place responsibility in the SRO to improve recycling by harmonizing lists, encouraging investments in end markets for materials, coordinating education, and supporting the improvement of existing collection and processing infrastructure, and supporting litter cleanup. Let me conclude by stressing here the recyclers are opposed to this bill, national and state, and they focus on their key shortfall being there's no market or an inadequate market for what will be produced. The market isn't there. And as much as you might wish to push it, state legislation can't create a market. Only the market can create a market. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a no vote on House Bill 1355. Many retailers have already been committed to this environmental stewardship and eco-packaging. They've put millions upon millions into development of sustainable packaging and support responsible waste management. This program diverts money from private sector innovation through a quasi-governmental, ill-conceived program via a tax that proponents call dues that amounts to a cash grab by local governments to further fund programs they are already charging residents for. Will local governments stop charging residents additional fees and give them a tax break upon implementation of a program like this? No one knows. The proponents talk about everyone sharing responsibility for the waste we create, yet they've exempted entire sectors that create waste: restaurants, marijuana industry, some parts of agriculture, business-to-business sales, and others. Obviously, there are plastic items and boxes created and used in those industries. These broad exemptions do not exist in any other proposal or program. In Quebec, the program that was most cited during committee, restaurants are included. This bill creates a free rider problem, wherein a few pay for every other sector that creates waste while doing business, far from a shared responsibility. This program is untested, and there remains huge unknown variables. No other state has implemented this program. Only 2 have passed similar, less broad programs, but they are years away from implementing. The oft-cited Quebec program has only been implemented for a couple years. The proponents say they want to raise $500 million in the first year. We don't know how many producers will be footing that bill, and neither do the proponents. They say they have a list that they have been willing to share, but no one has seen the list. We think consumer costs will be affected at a time of high inflation. That's a real concern. Everyone is feeling it. Some people, they might need new tires for the car for the winter season. They can't afford them. They want a summer vacation. They can't afford the plane tickets. Maybe they want to drive, but guess what? They can't afford the gas either. They can't afford everyday items that we think will be impacted by this bill. Members, this bill hurts Coloradans. I urge a no vote.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I have the pleasure of representing Fort Collins here, and I wanted to share a little bit about one of our real points of pride up in Fort Collins, not only for the good work they do in our community, their national renown at this point, but also their support of this bill. And I also want to begin by thanking my colleague for running this bill. New Belgium recently released an op-ed in the Denver Post, and they talked about a couple different key points that I wanted to share with you, specifically as this bill relates to economic impact. One of the things that the CEO at New Belgium mentioned in this op-ed, which I'm going to share with you now, I think is particularly important as we talk about the economics of this bill, impact on consumers, and what it means if there's a market for these goods anyway. So the New Belgium CEO shares that Colorado's economy also stands to gain from more recycling. A new analysis by Resource Recycling Systems shows that increasing Colorado's recycling rate of aluminum cans from 14% to 90% would generate an additional $31.9 million for the state through material sales, add 2,000 jobs in collection, sorting, and reprocessing, and raise wages in those industries significantly. A 90% recycling rate for cans would also keep 25,400 tons of material out of landfills and save enough energy to power 28,000 homes. while reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 231,600 metric tons, the equivalent of taking 50,000 cars off the road each year. What's more, the resulting energy savings will provide a critical step forward in achieving Colorado's ambitious climate action plan. The CEO also goes on to note that this is not a new idea. As has been mentioned, several other states have adopted these programs with success. John Hayes, of CEO of Ball Corporation, signed on in support, as did the CEO of New Belgium. I also have a letter I want to share with you from a few other businesses, and specifically in relation to this bill and the economic impact, and I believe the economic driver that this policy can present for our state. I'll read it here to you. Comments on House Bill 22-1355. Dear Representative Cutter, Senator Priola, and Senator Gonzalez, the undersigned companies are members of the Consumer Goods Forum's Plastic Waste Coalition of Action, and we write to express our strong interest in seeing a model EPR program for packaging and paper products introduced in Colorado and elsewhere. We are writing in support of House Bill 22-1355, which we believe would establish a top-tier curbside recycling system in the United States. As a group of 11 leaders in the consumer packaged goods value chain, our companies are supportive of well-designed EPR systems as a solution for packaging waste and helping to create a circular economy. We have taken a leadership position to develop principles and key design parameters for optimal EPR programs, which you can review in Building a Circular Economy for Packaging, a view from the consumer goods industry on optimal extended producer responsibility. We are collectively advocating for EPR solutions in the United States and worldwide. As described in our paper, we support well-designed EPR founded on the following principles: strong environmental outcomes, efficient, cost-effective, accountable programs, shared fiscal responsibility, convenience for customers, long-term financial sustainability, the allowance for producers to secure material for closed-loop recycling, and social inclusiveness and fairness, especially in developing markets with informal sector involvement. These principles are largely represented in House Bill 22-1355 and aim to shift from the status quo towards a waste and recycling future with high recycling rates, activated consumers, and circular use of materials, including recycled content in our packaging. I should note as well that New Belgium notes the cost difference in using recycled aluminum versus sourced aluminum. It is significant if we want to talk about cost savings and impact on consumers. Our companies are investing in the improvement of recycling systems around the world, innovating our packaging designs and collaborating with suppliers, local communities, and customers to advance solutions that are good for consumers, the environment, and our industry. As producers, our companies have learned through decades of experience that EPR systems can be an effective way to improve and manage collection and recycling systems depending on a set of critical design features. Producers need to be empowered to run the program under the supervision of public authorities with appropriate provisions for transparency, reporting, performance, auditing, and compliance. We applaud the drafting strong EPR legislation that will invest in solutions for packaging waste and help create a more circular economy. Specific to this bill, HB 22-1355 provides industry with a strong management role that would enable producers to achieve robust collection and recycling targets efficiently while reducing costs and achieving strong environmental outcomes over time. While our principles outlined a share financial responsibility model, we remain supportive of House Bill 22-1355 because its form of EPR is more appropriate for Colorado and it contains strong operational control while providing the PRO and our CGF membership with flexibility to manage costs and drive improvements in recycling rates in the state. We believe that House Bill 22-1355 mirrors the principles that have enabled EPR systems to perform at extremely high levels in other markets. If enacted, this legislation would establish an EPR program that will achieve increased recycling rates for all materials and set a standard for other states as they consider ways to improve their recycling systems. Our membership brings decades of experience evaluating EPR systems and applauds the introduction of excellent legislation. Thank you, and this is directed at our bill sponsors, for your hard work towards establishing a best-in-class EPR system. We are eager to work with you to help House Bill 22-1355 over the finish line and be signed into law. Signed on this letter are Amcor, the Coca-Cola Company, Danone of Northern America, L'Oreal of USA, Mars Incorporated, McCain's Foods, Nestle, PepsiCo, Reckitt, SC Johnson, Unilever, United States. These are folks who are telling us, please, do this. We're ready to partner with you. We have done this successfully elsewhere. The outcomes, economic, environmental, or otherwise, are favorable. And Colorado really stands to position ourselves as a leader here. I don't view the fact that only 2 other states have enacted similar legislation as a liability. Quite frankly, I view it as us positioning ourselves inside of an emerging market in a way that benefits our consumers, benefits business, and achieves our environmental goals. And so I'm strong supporter of this legislation, and I ask for your support as well.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Folks, you just heard from New Belgium, which is just up the road. And I think, I've run liquor bills and it turns into a bar fight. But in terms of that, I think we'll head down a little bit different road here. And I want to read for you something from Stephen Gould about our distillers here in our state. He says, like most people in this state, Colorado's distillers support environmental responsibility and sustainability. We make our living providing high-quality products that people can enjoy at a reasonable price in a way that promotes the sustainability and environmental stewardship our industry depends on. House Bill 1355, the, quote, Producer Responsibility Program for Statewide Recycling Act, unquote, will make it harder for us to achieve those goals. Worse, it will significantly harm our industry. We distillers applaud the author's intentions in drafting HB 1355. However, the bill as currently structured is a wolf in green sheep's clothing. It assumes that business will inevitably do bad things and need to be punished. This punitive approach will harm industries, businesses, and products that Coloradans love rather than protect our environment. Many Colorado distillers have or are pursuing B Corporation certification, meaning they have demonstrated a high level of commitment to social and environmental responsibility. Over the years, we've dedicated tremendous efforts to diverting our leftover material and byproducts away from our waterways and landfills. For example, we work with local farms and ranches that use our liquid waste as organic fertilizer or animal feed. Reduce, reuse, and recycle is an integral part of our industry's cultural DNA. It is not the official intent of this bill we object to, but its structure. As designed, the bill and the program it creates would be disastrous to our industry. HB 1355 forces businesses like ours, producers of food and beverages who simply wish to sell our products to fellow Coloradans, to join and pay a tax to a third-party organization with barely any government oversight for the ostensible purpose of subsidizing the recovery and disposal of recycling containers. This creates many problems. First, it would create a significant administrative burden and pile additional layers of red tape on predominantly small businesses that already address mountains of red tape. Businesses like ours in the alcohol beverage market are among the most highly regulated in Colorado. This program would require each of our businesses to maintain yet another set of books and another level of bureaucracy, this one largely unaccountable to elected officials or to the public, which our business owners must manage at a time when we are just figuring out how to recover from the last 2 years. Second, the bill imposes what amounts to an additional tax on consumer products, regardless of your definition of tax. This financial burden is being pressed on predominantly small, locally owned businesses. They are some of the highest taxed businesses in Colorado that were among the hardest hit during the pandemic. And these businesses are still struggling to recover from it in an economic environment marked by rising costs, labor shortages, supply chain issues, and myriad other challenges. Third, the bill's structure is punitive in nature, with a heavy focus on penalizing businesses deemed non-compliant by an unaccountable third party, without a framework for due process or any path for recourse allowed. Not only does this create an extremely antagonistic system within which small businesses are expected to operate, but it blatantly ignores all of the work and effort that our businesses and others in the alcohol beverage industry have done voluntarily to promote and enhance reuse, recycling, and stewardship in the spaces within which we live. Finally, and perhaps most destructive, it is the impact that it will have on our consumers. The program that this bill creates imposes significant costs, and we as an industry will have no choice but to pass at least some of those costs on to our customers. Obviously, this will just make things needlessly harder on the people we rely on to keep our businesses afloat, coming on top of already onerous price increases on fuel, food, and all manner of consumer goods due to inflation and supply chain challenges. HB 1355 may be well-intentioned, but its real-world impact will be serious financial harm to distillers, breweries, wineries, and related businesses, as well as our customers. Our businesses, ironically, are already doing more than our fair share to expand and promote reuse and recycling because it's important to us. Stephen Gould, if you don't know, is the owner of Golden Mountain Distillery in Golden, and he's a board member of the Colorado Distillers Guild. I move on to an editorial from the Denver Business Journal. And I think, some of these just, you need to hear, because what you're really hearing is that this is not all sunshine and roses. These are significant problems, significant issues. So from Ed Sealover, Colorado bill to create free recycling program raises questions of legality among business leaders. The proposed bill would create a nonprofit that opponents say is not accountable to voters, the same voters to whom we are all accountable. A proposed new bill in Colorado that would impose fees, charge fees on packaged goods to fund a statewide free recycling system is raising questions among business groups about its legality. House Bill 1355, sponsored by our friend here, Democratic Rep. Lisa Cutter of Morrison, passed out of its first legislative committee on a Democrat-led party line vote last week and awaits its next hearing before the House Appropriations Committee. Long awaited before it comes to us. Despite proposing a program that is likely to require tens of millions of dollars to implement, the bill shouldn't have any problems clearing the committee that scrutinizes the cost to state government. Its proposals, as its estimated price tag for taxpayer dollars, is relatively minor at $157,000 next year. Instead, the money to establish a vast recycling network would come from producer responsibility fees that HB 1355 proposes to assess on all consumer-faced packaging, bottles, cans, cardboard, etc., as well as on most printed paper and food service packaging. Companies that produce the packaged materials, for example, the breweries, consumer goods manufacturers, e-tailers that fill the cans and boxes, rather than the makers of those cans and boxes themselves, would pay fees based on the amount of material they make and the recyclability of the packaging, and those fees would fund residential recycling collections. But here's the twist. It would not be the state government or even a state enterprise that would set the fees and then oversee the payment of those fees by private entities. Instead, it would be a newly created nonprofit made up of the producers that pay into the fund that would establish costs on the sector and patrol fellow companies within the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, stepping in only to fine non-compliant companies as much as $20,000 per day. Cutter told the House Energy and Environment Committee, sadly I wasn't there to hear it, during a pair of hearings, she believes the structure of the program provides a uniquely fair way for the companies that will be paying the fee to assess that fee and ensure its proceeds are used properly. Under the bill, the Producer Responsibility Organization would conduct a needs assessment and lay out a plan for the fees by 2024. And by 2026 would begin to implement a program of providing recycling services to every single family and multifamily home in the state that now diverts just 15% of recyclable materials from landfills, a rate less than half of the national average. This isn't a government program, Cutter said, comparing it to the more voluntary paint recycling program that's been run similarly by paint sellers in Colorado since 2015. We felt like it's a shared responsibility program, so it made sense for the industry to govern themselves. Business leaders and Republicans in the House question whether the parameters of the program, which mirrors programs in several Canadian provinces and about 20 European countries in its function, if not its exact form, is unconstitutional, however. Rep. Matt Soper my dear colleague on this side, said the program appears to be skirting the rules of Prop 117, a law passed by voters in 2020 that requires any enterprise created by the state to go for approval at a statewide election if it raises more than $500,000 in its first 5 years. Enterprises are state-created agencies that charge specific fees for specific aims, such as the FASTER program that pays for bridge repairs with fees on auto registrations and are not subject to the revenue limits of the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Meanwhile, several business organizations have argued there's no precedent for the state creating a nonprofit and assigning private sector firms both to pay compulsory dues to that nonprofit and to operate the organization. A coalition of alcohol beverage makers ranging from Molson Coors to the Colorado Brewers Guild sent a letter to legislative leaders on March 30, calling the fee a new tax that would be administered by a non-governmental entity that has no accountability to taxpayers but is required to raise funds for and then pay the haulers that would be responsible for offering public recycling services. We are hard-pressed to find an example in Colorado or elsewhere that grants a private nonprofit such broad authority to set spending, fees, and regulatory policy and compulsory membership, said Rachel Beck, Executive Director of the Colorado Competitive Council, at a hearing that dragged on past 2 a.m. on April the 8th. We suspect that this is an unconstitutional delegation of authority, and we are very concerned about the dangerous precedent that this sets that new governmental programs can be delegated to a state-established panel without very important guardrails like legislative oversight, voter approval of the fees, or a funding structure, sunset, or transparency under Colorado's robust sunshine laws. Proponents, which include a slew of both local and national recycling and environmental advocacy groups, note that it's common for producers, including companies like Molson Coors, to pay much of the cost of recycling programs in other countries. And they've argued that it's appropriate to make the firms that produce the waste that often gets into landfills or into water systems now be the ones that pay to establish programs to collect and recycle it. The costs of pollution have been externalized for too long, and I think it's quite appropriate that the folks who are making the trash that can be recycled do something to address it, said our colleague Rep. Emily Sirota before voting to advance the bill on Wednesday. There's little pushback against efforts to increase recycling at a time when 5.8 million tons of recyclable materials is buried annually in the Colorado landfills. Even some of the bill's loudest opponents, such as the craft beer industry, argue that they agree with the goal, but feel that the bill improperly targets middleman companies that sell products and packages while not requiring the creators of those packages, like Westminster-based canning giant Ball Corp, to pay into the program. Cutter made 4 amendments to House Bill 1355 on Wednesday, including changes that simplified how companies that don't want to be a part of the state-chartered producer responsibility organization can seek to set up separate PRO. She insisted also that legislative attorneys have signed off on the system as being constitutional. But as the bill moves forward, the question of its structure is likely to take on raised importance in debate, particularly as a pair of lawsuits remain active that challenge the constitutionality of a paid family and medical leave fee approved by voters in 2020 and a quintet of new transportation fees established by the legislature last year. This matters. It matters if it's a fee. It matters if it's a tax. It matters. The people of this state, through their Constitution, have spoken to us. What they have said many times, but in 3 separate times recently, is that they want to be asked. There's a hashtag, did not consent, that many of the people in this state put on the bumpers of their cars when it comes to taxes, when it comes to fees. And in fact, here on the west steps of this Capitol, just below where we're speaking right now, our governor, on the very first day of session, suggested that maybe we'll just push that gas tax out a few years. Right up until that minute, all we'd done was call it a fee. But it wasn't a fee. It was a tax. And if you charge a tax without the permission of the voters, you've broken the law. This is maybe not a wolf in green sheep's clothing. Maybe instead, this is just another fee that's actually a program, that's actually a tax. And in the end, the people of this state will be paying that tax, and don't think we're not opposed to the hoodwinking that's going on, because this is a fee families will pay. This is a fee families will feel. This is a tax.
Representative Weisman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, it's certainly clear to me that there is objection to the underlying policy. That's fine. What this is not is a tax. A tax is something that raises general government revenue. You can object to the policy, but let's be precise about the way that we use words here, because that matters. A tax is general government revenue for all the things that we debate down here and put in the long bill, for example. What we have here is a construct for a nonprofit organization or an alternative plan per amendments made in committee to address associational concerns. And you have dues for a very specific purpose set forth as in the bill, and for no other purpose. Not legally a tax in the way that we use that down here. Again, I'm not trying to convince you to love the policy. It's pretty plain that a number of folks here don't. I'm going to be supporting it when the time comes. Let's be very clear. Legally speaking, we are not talking about a tax.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot to respond to, so I'm going to try and get to all those things. First of all, I want to point out that the Craft Brewers Guild has been neutral for some time. So we have continued to work on this policy up until the very last minute. We're listening, we're refining, we've made this policy continually better, and the Craft Brewers Guild is neutral. Also, let's see. There's a few, to my colleague from El Paso County, in the study that you mentioned, the recyclers study, that is actually a group of haulers that make, that particular organization, that make money from landfills. So they would have a natural inclination to not support recycling. They make money from landfills. So there's lots of points here. We talked a little bit about materials. There is a market for aluminum cans and a global shortage of cans. 85% of cans are not recycled in Colorado. 85%. That material could be going right back into our system and benefiting Colorado companies with the materials they need to keep it here in Colorado and create a circular economy. Also, we talked about infrastructure, strengthening infrastructure. I believe that was, I can't remember. Anyway, that is part of the goal of this program, is to strengthen infrastructure and build a circular economy. We have a separate bill, 1159, that has set up a structure for matching companies with grants and incentivizing them to create that circular economy. So this bill is compatible. It is definitely compatible with that, because it will help provide the materials they need to create that circular economy right here. Let's see. And the market is definitely there. The market for these materials is definitely there. We just have a poor recycling system, so we haven't been able to provide the materials. And also, to the point about from the distillery, small businesses are exempted, including distilleries with less than 5 million offsite sales. And in addition to this point about the administrative fees, small businesses will pay a flat fee to minimize the burden and the reporting. So we have worked to make it easier for them, recognizing they have a different level of resources than large companies. So we really tried to take that into consideration. And also, less than 25% of glass is recycled in Colorado, even though we have strong markets right here. So there's many, many reasons this program would be beneficial in terms of economic issues here in Colorado.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to stress a particular point that was raised a few minutes ago by next year's majority leader. That's a joke. The minority leaders mentioned several of the companies that were in support, and specifically mentioned Ball. You know, they are exempted under the producer-to-producer provisions in that. So it's not too surprising that the companies that are exempted are in favor of putting fees on top of someone else. And that is the issue that comes up on so many pieces of legislation. May I have a great idea that someone else has to pay for, and it gets run through. This is a bad idea. And fundamentally, I disagree with the discussion we just heard about taxes. You're going to hear a little bit more about that. There are special use taxes. There are taxes that go for specific purposes, and it goes into specific fees. The road and use tax comes to mind. And I think you misspelled taxes in your bill.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and with due respect to Representative Weissman, I had this talk with Representative Gray last year. My constituents, and I would say most Coloradans, I'd argue, do feel this is a tax. They feel that this is imposed on them by an authority. That is how they view a tax. They don't maybe view the legal definition or everyone's definition in here, but this is being imposed upon them. And that is a tax, and that is why we're calling it a tax, and let's just call it what it is.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would actually like to move Amendment L009 and have it properly displayed.
That has been properly moved. And is now properly displayed. Please continue, Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment L009 adds language to reference the severability clause in Colorado statute. It extends the review period for the advisory board to provide recommendations on the plan and annual reporting. It requires the PRO to maintain relevant documents and records for CDPHE to monitor program performance and compliance, and for the PRO to submit documents to CDPHE upon request. It adds hospitality locations such as entertainment and sports venues to a list of non-residential entities to consider providing recycling service under the program in the future. And it provides exemption for paper financial statements and other vital documents required to be provided in paper form under consumer protection or other regulations. And I ask for your support.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. To the sponsor, why are we exempting financial documents? Because I see the volume that we all get of these things these days. So why are we exempting that when it's a major source of paper?
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually addressed that because they're considered vital documents that are required to be provided under consumer protection or other regulations. If they are required to provide them, they have no choice but to provide them. So that seems like a fair consideration.
Further discussion on L009. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much. And I've asked for this before, but that was the very first part of this that caught my eye. Can we just have a very short recess, take a look at it?
That's fine.
Thank you.
The committee will be in recess. The committee will come back to order. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Pardon. I would have caught you. There's a lot in here, and I appreciate that bit of recess to take a look as we skip from one page to another. And I guess one of the things that I'm looking at here is that this amendment specifically calls out different the applicability of dues and then the different ranges here. And I guess what I think is that we're creating a system by which we want performance. And I think probably the sponsor would agree that we want performance by the entities that would be forced to join this organization and pay dues unconstitutionally to it. But because we want to do that, then I think maybe we should encourage it. So I offer substitute amendment L027 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please continue, Mr. Minority Leader.
So many thanks. So this I'll read it because it gets fuzzy up there for y'all. So this amends the printed bill on page 42 after line 6. It inserts section C. By January 1, 2026, and each year thereafter, the executive director shall develop an eco-modulation bonus schedule that is designed to reduce the producer responsibility dues of producers that meet certain benchmarks established by the executive director by rule. The executive director shall consult with the organization and the advisory board in developing the eco-modulation bonus schedule. The organization shall reduce the producer responsibility dues of producers in accordance with the eco-modulation bonus schedule developed by the executive director. I would actually ask if this isn't a friendly amendment. It does some really good things. It says, look, if we're going to set these benchmarks and people are meeting them, then shouldn't there be a benefit on the payment of dues to help people make that decision to meet those benchmarks? Again, if we go back to the system by which what you're saying is we just want people to be responsible, this encourages responsibility. It encourages the things that it seems like you want to do. And in fact, I think this is the friendliest amendment I've yet seen.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to my colleague. It is very friendly because it's duplicative, so I would encourage a no vote. This is already, the eco-modulation is self-rewarding. That's how dues will be, partially how dues will be considered is by some of those benchmarks. So eventually, people will hopefully adopt better packaging, more recyclable, et cetera. So I ask for your no vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And in the continued friendly tone, I would say that the delight of this is that what it says is not just that that's what we're trying to do with eco-modulation, but it actually calls out. And it says the executive director shall, not may, shall consult with the organization. That puts them with a seat at the table. That means that they are not just paying dues to an organization that's charging them a tax or a fine. He raised his eyebrows, but he didn't turn around. And the advisory board in developing the eco-modulation bonus schedule. So what it does is it puts that organization with a seat at the table with the executive director and the advisory board. I think that makes tremendous sense. Not duplicative, but more definitional, right? This says that those organizations have a seat at the table, can come in and say, look at the good work we're doing, we would like to have a dues reduction. Isn't that what we would all like to be able to do? Wouldn't we all like to be able to sit down and say, hey boss, I've been doing a really good job, I'd like a raise. This says, hey guys, we've been doing a really good job, can't we reduce the financial burden on my company for our products? I would ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L027, substitute amendment for L09. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L027. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L027 is lost. To L009. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L009 is adopted. To the bill, any further discussion on 1355? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a memo here from Sarah Mercer and John Weiss, who are attorneys in Brownstone, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck. And it was written on April the 19th, and it is concerning House Bill 22-1355. In reviewing House Bill 22-1355, known as the Producer Responsibility Program for Recycling Act, for potential legal obstacles, 5 issues have arisen. The discussion that follows briefly analyzes each of these issues as a possible legal challenge to this legislation. First, the proposed bill may restrict the freedom of association of producers. Second, the proposed bill could implicate the non-delegation doctrine in that it bestows legislative and agency functions to a separate and unaffiliated organization. And third, the bill's imposition of dues effectively serves as an in-run around Tabor and Proposition 117 to avoid the need for a ballot vote. Fourth, the bill raises concerns about the Dormant Commerce Clause and restraints on interstate trade. And lastly, the bill implicates antitrust and consumer protection laws by requiring businesses to set a fixed dues amount that will ultimately be passed on to consumers. Paragraph 1, freedom of association. The General Assembly cannot interfere with or restrict the right of freedom of association. Freedom of association is considered to be an element of the broad right to freedom of expression and protects the right of individuals to associate to further their personal beliefs. This is case State Board of Community Colleges and Occupational Education v. Olson, 687 Pacific 2nd, 429, 439 in Colorado, 1984, quoting Healy v. James, 408 U.S. 169, 181, 1972. The freedom of association includes the converse right not to be compelled to support political or ideological causes with which one disagrees, and the freedom not to speak or to have one's money used to advocate ideas one opposes, citing Hurley v. Irish, American Gay, Lesbian, and Bisexual Group, 515 U.S. 557, 1995, Keller v. State Bar of California, 496 U.S. 1, 1990. In other words, the freedom of association necessarily includes the freedom not to associate, as well as the freedom against compulsory dues or subsidies. Compulsory subsidies are subject to exacting First Amendment scrutiny and cannot be sustained unless 2 criteria are met. There must be a comprehensive regulatory scheme involving a mandated association among those who are required to pay the subsidy, and 2, compulsory fees can be levied only insofar as they are necessary incident of the larger regulatory purpose which justified the required association. The case is Knox versus Service Employees International Union, Local 1000, 567 U.S. 298, 310, 2012. Surviving the first criteria is exceedingly rare because mandatory associations are permissible under the First Amendment only when they serve a compelling state interest that cannot be achieved through means significantly less restrictive of associational freedoms. ID, here, HB 22-1355 requires producers of covered materials to finance a program to provide statewide recycling services. The program will be entirely funded through dues paid by producers of materials, including packaging materials and paper products that are sold, offered for sale, or distributed in the state. The bill further requires producers to establish a nonprofit organization to implement the program. Otherwise, producers are on the hook to pay for the program,
but are then excluded from all other aspects of the program, including implementation and determination of the dues. Even if recycling is a compelling state interest, there are less restrictive means to achieve a statewide recycling program through a state enterprise, for example. Then the current structure of the bill, which as drafted very likely violates the producer's rights of freedom of association. Moreover, the dues are the sole basis for the program, and there is no larger regulatory scheme involved. Thus, the language of the bill arguably obstructs the producer's First Amendment rights. Paragraph 2, non-delegation. Under the non-delegation doctrine, the General Assembly is prohibited from delegating its legislative power to another agency or person. Legislative authority may not be delegated to private parties to serve private interests. This is found in case Colorado Energy Advocacy Office versus Public Service Company of Colorado, 704 Pacific 2nd, 298, 306, Colorado, 1985, citing Olin Matheson Chemical Corp. v. Francis, 301 Pacific 2nd, 139, 1952. In Olin, the Colorado Supreme Court analyzed the non-cider provision of the Colorado Fair Trade Act, which the court ultimately concluded was a price-fixing measure. Olin, in 301 Pacific 2nd at 150, the court held that the provision was an unlawful delegation of power to a manufacturer or producer to fix a minimum price binding on all who acquired and sell the product. Id at 150-51. The court further explained that this attempted delegation of power will not be allowed to stand when it vests its private persons the right to determine the time and conditions upon which the effect of the law depends. Id at 151. Under House Bill 22, 1355, the General Assembly is attempting to delegate its legislative authority to a nonprofit organization, which will be established by the producers under Section 25-17-605, paren 1, paren A of the bill. The organization is responsible for developing and implementing the program, including determining the amount of the producer responsibility dues. The bill affords the organization extensive discretion in developing and implementing the program with minimal oversight. This structure extends far beyond what is likely permitted by the non-delegation doctrine. Accordingly, HB 1355 could be challenged under the non-delegation doctrine for improper delegation of legislative power. Paragraph 3, sidestepping Tabor and Proposition 117. Tabor requires voter approval before the imposition of any tax rate increase, or tax policy change directly causing a net tax revenue gain to any district. Colorado Constitution, Article 10, Section 20, paren 4, small a. While the government may permissibly regulate and tax the same product, the government may levy a tax on a product only when using its legislative taxation power. That's found in Colorado Union of Taxpayers Foundation v. City of Aspen, 418 Pacific 3rd, 506, 512, Colorado, 2018. To determine whether a government has enacted a tax or levied another type of charge, the courts must evaluate whether the government is exercising its legislative taxation power or its regulatory police power, id at 513. This is evaluated based on the primary purpose of the charge or tax, id. Quote, a charge is a tax if its primary purpose is to raise revenue for general government use. Griswold v. National Federation of Independent Businesses, 449 Pacific 3rd, 373, 377, Colorado, 2019. Quoting Colorado Union of Taxpayers Foundation,
418 Pacific 3rd at 513. A charge is not a tax if it is imposed as part of a comprehensive regulatory scheme and if its primary purpose is to defray the reasonable direct or indirect costs of providing a service or regulating an activity under the scheme. House Bill 22-1355 attempts to circumvent Tabor by funding the program through producer responsibility dues. Section 2517-605, paren H, paren 2 of the bill provides that the dues be paid based on the weight of the covered materials sold, offered, or distributed in the state. The use of the word dues is illogical given that the term, as applied to clubs and other membership organizations, refer to sums paid towards support and maintenance of same and as a requisite to retain membership. And that's found in Capitron, Inc. v. Great West Bank, 872 Pacific 2nd, 1370, 1373, Colorado App, 1994, citing Black's Law Dictionary 450, the 5th edition, 1979. Nonetheless, the producer responsibility dues are not reasonably related to the overall cost of providing and implementing the recycling program. Furthermore, the dues under consideration here are not fixed, instead fluctuating based on the amount of commercial activity in which a covered entity engaged. The producers receive no benefit from the program and instead are forced to fund the program in an effort to prevent the need for a vote under Tabor. Even if a court were to determine that the producer dues are a fee and not a tax, House Bill 22-1355 is also structured to avoid the requirement set forth in the voter-passed Proposition 117 that now new fees be put to a vote of the people to provide transparency and oversight to government-mandated fees. Colorado Revised Statutes 2477-108. Under the law, any new state enterprise with projected or actual revenue of over $100 million in its first 5 years must be approved by the voters in a statewide election. A state enterprise is a government-owned business that receives revenue in return for the provision of a good or service and must be financially independent from the state. For example, the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise charges and collects the healthcare affordability and sustainability fee from hospitals, along with matching federal funds that are used to provide reimbursements to hospitals for uncompensated indigent care and Medicaid expansion populations. Like an enterprise, the program that HB 22-1355 would charge and collect a fee styled as dues from producers that will be used to achieve the statewide recycling program. Although do not have projections on the amount of revenue the proponents of HB 22-1355 anticipate will be generated by the dues on producers, the amount of recycling infrastructure they are seeking to fund is almost certainly going to exceed an average of $20 million per year for the first 5 years, thus also triggering Propositions 117's requirement for a vote. Paragraph 4, Dormant Commerce Clause and Interstate Trade. The Dormant Commerce Clause prohibits states from passing laws that discriminate against interstate commerce and that unduly burden interstate commerce. House Bill 22-1355 seeks to protect Colorado businesses from having to participate in the recycling program and therefore discriminates between in-state and out-of-state businesses. For example, even though the packaging subject to the bill and used by in-state and out-of-state is the same, Sections 2517-603 and 2517-613 of the bill expressly exempt packaging material used for Colorado agricultural projects, paper products used for local newspapers, persons with less than $5 million in gross revenue, not including on-premise alcohol sales, the state or local governments, a retail food establishment that is located at a physical business location and that is licensed by the state, and a builder, a construction company, or construction contractors. By exempting out state government and local government, local agriculture producers, local media organizations, local construction companies, local restaurants, local liquor stores, and other small local businesses, HB 22-1355 not only facially discriminates against out-of-state businesses, but also unduly burdens out-of-state businesses to fund the statewide recycling program, and calling into question the bill's legality in the face of the Dormant Commerce Clause. Paragraph 5, antitrust and consumer protection. Section 2517-611 of the bill includes a very limited exemption from antitrust, restraint of trade, and unfair trade practices provisions for the program under consideration here, and an additional producer responsibility program. This exemption does not explicitly apply to producers or the organization in charge of the program, which could reduce its efficacy in terms of shielding possible antitrust scrutiny. Moreover, this exemption fails to consider the implications of the program on Colorado consumers. The sole source of funding of the program comes from mandatory producer responsibility dues. These dues will inevitably lead to increased costs of packaging materials and paper products. In order to comply with the program and compete in the marketplace, the producers will be forced to increase the costs of goods. This increase could even come in the form of a fee to consumers imposed by producers because of the program. Indeed, it is almost certain that covered producers will pass associated costs on to consumers. Thus, the cost of the program will ultimately be borne by consumers, thereby negating the benefit of the program for consumers and raising both antitrust and consumer protection related concerns insofar as producers could and will coordinate to determine various of the costs that will ultimately be paid by consumers. I think if we pass this bill, Colorado is setting itself up to be sued. And if we pass this bill, I hope they are.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I read the memo too. I read this memo. I read this memo. I read this memo. And I read this memo. So I'm going to respond in a brief way to what we just heard. There was a lot there. Freedom of association concerns, we discussed that pretty extensively in committee. We've seen amendments made, I think, for that reason. You are no longer required to join the PRO. You can have an alternative plan if you want. That is, I think, directly responsive to the freedom of association concern. And going forward, there can even be an entirely parallel organization. Non-delegation doctrine, one of the fun things that you get in law school. Probably the paradigm case here is Schechter Poultry concerning the National Industrial Recovery Act from the dark days of the Depression. That was a sweeping delegation. This is federal government now, and that was struck down, and frankly, you don't find too many successful instances of the non-delegation doctrine being applied past that. I think a good summation of the rule of decision here is the constitutional question raised is whether, in delegating such authority, the legislature completed its job of making the law by establishing a definite plan or framework for the law's operation. The legislature does not abdicate its function when it describes what job must be done, who must do it, and the scope of authority. And I think that is adequately, more than adequately, set forth in 1355, especially net of amendments, and this is a discussion of the non-delegation doctrine from our own nonpartisan staff office of legislative legal services. To the point about Tabor and 117, there are a couple of issues packed in there. Tabor speaks of districts. The district is actually defined there to include the state. There are no proceeds flowing to a district within the meaning of Tabor. To the Prop 117 issue approved by the voters that concern the creation of new enterprises. We're not making an enterprise here. That's a policy choice made by the sponsors. We are speaking in terms of a nonprofit organization. An enterprise is a specific term. It has specific parameters, limitations, powers in statute. That is not what we're doing here. Okay, Dormant Commerce Clause. We saw some amendments, and I think appropriately so, to address those concerns, speaking to agricultural operators within or without the state. Basically, the way dormant commerce works is the U.S. Constitution gives Congress the right to regulate commerce between the states. That impliedly means that the states cannot get too tangled up in that. Look, we are trying to pull together a disparate union when we frame the Constitution. This goes back at least to 1824, and Gibbons v. Ogden was one of the famous early cases there. So there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that's called the Dormant Commerce Clause, but it's sort of the reverse image, if you will, of the Commerce Clause and the affirmative grant of power to the United States as opposed to the states. I think I'll probably speed this part of the discussion up, but where you're going to run into trouble is if you have an express preference for in-state activity. Like, all right, so we brew beer in Colorado, they brew beer in other states. If we were to levy, a tax on out-of-state beer and preference in-state beer by not taxing it, now we have a problem. That's not where we are. The rest of Dormant Commerce Clause analysis is usually under what's called Pike balancing, which is more permissive of state policy. And again, I find it appropriate that we did make some amendments here to afford equal consideration to out-of-state interests as to in-state interests. To the point about antitrust, we have some law here too, and I've seen amendments made subsequent to the introduction of the bill to address this as well. If we look at the current state of the section that the representative from Mesa County was speaking about before, we have some important caveats in the antitrust analysis. If the program or any other plan approved by the executive director engages in activity performed solely in furtherance of implementing the program or plan and in compliance with this Part 6, then that activity is not a violation of antitrust provisions. So the basic two-part rule for the antitrust question is there an expressed state intention to step outside of that usual antitrust framework and achieve another policy goal? And then is there sufficient state oversight to stand in that place? And I believe as amended in 611 here in that part of the bill, which is near the end now, we have adequately set that forth. Look, I'm a big believer in robust antitrust enforcement. Frankly, I think we'd be better off as a country if we had a whole lot more of that for decades now. So I did converse with the Attorney General's office when I saw this bill introduced and come to the committee that I sit on. I believe that there have been some amendments to tighten that up a little bit, and for what it's worth, I have not heard any subsequent ongoing concern from that office that is, after all, charged with state antitrust enforcement powers under our law. So, again, I read the memo too. There are a lot of other documents swirling around this bill that set forth other legal views. I personally find myself more persuaded by some of the other ones than by the one that was just read in substantial part to us up here. So thank you, Madam Chair.
After a very patient wait at the bench, Representative Blackenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I've been sitting on the edge of my seat here for some time, listening to all these legal memos and everything, and I got to be honest with you, I'm utterly confused at this point. I'm not sure up is down or if down is up or whatever's going on, and I'm sure many of the folks from the outside looking in feel the same way. Because of that, I think we need to get back to the basics, and I would ask that the bill be read at length.
A request has been made to read the bill at length.
Second regular session. 73rd General Assembly. State of Colorado. Introduced. Second regular session. 73rd General Assembly. State of Colorado. Introduced. LLS No. 22-0075.02 Sarah Lozano X3858 House Bill 22 to 1355. House Committees Senate Committees. Energy and Environment.
Representative Bockenfeld.
101
Chair,
concerning the creation of the produced.
Could I ask him to please slow it down a little bit? I can't understand exactly what's being said.
I will see if they can do that.
Second regular session. 73rd General Assembly. State of Colorado. Introduced. LLS No. 22-0075.02 Sarah Lozano X3858 House Bill 22 to 1355. House Committees Senate Committees. Energy and Environment. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the creation of the producer responsibility. 102 program for statewide recycling. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. On or before June 1, 2023, the Executive Director of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Department must designate a nonprofit organization to implement and manage a statewide program that provides recycling services to covered entities in the state, which are defined as residences, businesses, schools, government buildings, and public places. House sponsorship: Cutter, Burnett, Duran, Froelich, Hooten, Kipp, McCormick, Sirota, Titten, Woodrow. Senate sponsorship: Priola and Gonzalez. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. The program is funded by annual dues, producer responsibility dues, paid by producers of products that use covered materials. Producers. Covered materials are defined as packaging materials and paper products that are sold, offered for sale, or distributed in the state. The bill creates the Producer Responsibility Program for statewide Recycling Advisory Board that consists of members who have expertise in recycling programs and are knowledgeable about recycling services in the different geographic regions of the state. Prior to the implementation of the program, the organization must, on or before September 1, 2023, hire an independent third party to conduct an assessment of the recycling services currently provided in the state and the recycling needs in the state that are not being met, needs assessment. On or before April 1, 2024, report the results of the needs assessment to the Advisory Board and the Executive Director, and on or before February 1, 2025, after soliciting input from the Advisory Board and other key stakeholders, submit a plan proposal for the program, to the Advisory Board and Executive Director. The plan proposal will initially cover recycling services only for residential covered entities. The plan proposal must describe how the organization will meet certain convenience standards and statewide recycling, collection, and post-consumer recycled content rates. Establish a funding mechanism through the collection of producer responsibility dues that covers the organization's costs in implementing the program and the costs of the department in overseeing the program. Establish an objective formula to reimburse 100% of the net recycling services costs of public and private recycling service providers performing services under the program. Provide a list of covered materials, minimum recyclable list, that providers performing services under the program must collect to be eligible for reimbursement under the
Program. Set minimum rate targets that the state will strive to meet. By January 1st, 2030, and January 1st, 2035, and describe how the state can meet increased rates after 2035, and describe a process and timeline, beginning no later than 2028, to expand recycling services to applicable non-residential covered entities. As part of the program, the organization must utilize and expand on providers' existing recycling services. 2 HB 22-1355. To provide statewide recycling services at no charge to covered entities for all covered materials on the minimum recyclable list. Develop and implement a statewide education and outreach program on the recycling and reuse of covered materials. Contract with an independent third party to conduct an annual audit of the program, and submit an annual report to the advisory board and the executive director describing the progress of the program. Annual report. Effective July 1st, 2025, a producer may not sell or distribute any products that use covered materials in the state unless the producer is participating in the program or, after January 1st, 2029, as set forth in an additional producer responsibility program that has been approved by the executive director. The advisory board has the following duties. Advise the organization on the needs assessment. Review the needs assessment. Review the plan proposal and make recommendations to the executive director regarding its approval or rejection. Review any necessary amendments to the program, make recommendations on the amendments to the organization, and then make recommendations to the executive director regarding approval or rejection of the amendments. Review the annual report submitted by the organization, and consult with the organization on the development and updating of the minimum recyclable list. The bill establishes an administrative penalty for the organizations or a producer's violation of the relevant statutes and rules. The collected penalties are deposited into the Recycling Resources Economic Opportunity Fund. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Part 6 to Article 317 of Title 25 as follows. 4. Part 6. 5. Producer Responsibility Program. 6. For statewide recycling. 725-17-601. Short title. The short title of this Part 6 is the -3 HB 22-1355. 1. Producer Responsibility Program for statewide recycling. 2. Act 325-17-602. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 4. Hereby finds and declares that 5. A. Recycling has a positive impact on the environment and 6. Public health by saving energy, conserving natural resources. 7. And reducing greenhouse gas emissions. 8. B. Recycling has a positive benefit on Colorado's 9. Economy, with the recycling, remanufacturing, and reuse. 10. Industries affecting 86,000 jobs in Colorado and 11. Contributing over $8 billion in economic benefits. 12. Annually. 13. C. In 2020, Colorado only recycled 15% of its 14 waste, which is less than half of the national average. 15. D. Colorado is not on track to meet the statewide 16 recycling and waste diversion goals that the Pollution 17 Prevention Advisory Board Assistance Committee, created in 18 Section 25-16.5-105.5, 2, adopted in 2016 and set forth in an 19 Integrated Solid Waste and Materials Management Plan. 20. E. There can be negative environmental, social, 21 economic, and health impacts in the production, consumption. 22 and end-of-use management of consumer products and packaging. 23 across their life cycles. 24. F. All parties have the obligation to share in the 25 responsibility to reduce negative impacts of end-of-use. 26 management for covered materials by building a system. 27 designed to minimize waste and to increase reuse and recycling. -4 HB 22-1355. 1 of products and packaging, N. 2. G. A producer responsibility program in Colorado would 3. I. Establish a centralized system for managing recycling. 4. In the state that is funded through annual producer 5. Responsibility dues paid by the producers of covered materials. 6. 2. Establish a clear and uniform statewide list of 7. Readily recyclable materials. 8. 3. Provide a sustainable funding mechanism for 9. Recycling services and recycling infrastructure across all 10 areas of Colorado. 11. 4. Promote the increased use of readily recyclable 12 materials in new products and packaging. 13. V. Encourage producers to design and manage covered 14 materials to prevent or minimize their negative environmental 15 social, economic, and health impacts. 16. 6. Be managed by an independent nonprofit organization. 17. That consults with an advisory board of recycling experts in 18. Would be overseen by the department. 19. 7. Invest in recycling and market development in 20. Innovations that could attract new businesses to Colorado in 21. Create a more resilient domestic supply chain in 22. 8. Leverage existing recycling systems in 23. Infrastructure by working with both public and private service. 24. Providers. 25. 2. The General Assembly therefore declares that IT is in 26. The public interest of Colorado to require producers to finance 27. A producer responsibility program that provides statewide -5 HB 22-1355 1. Recycling services for covered materials. 225-17-603 Definitions. As used in this Part 6, unless the 3. Context otherwise requires. 4. 1. Additional producer responsibility organization. 5. Means a nonprofit organization designated by the department as 6. An additional producer responsibility organization pursuant to 7. Section 25-17-608, 2, b. 8. 2. Additional producer responsibility program means 9. A program implemented in accordance with an additional 10. Program plan. 11. 3. Additional program plan means the additional 12. Program plan proposal that has been designated as the 13. Additional program plan by the executive director pursuant to 14. Section 25-17-608, 2, d. 15. 4. Additional program plan proposal means the 16. Additional program plan proposal that is submitted by the 17. Additional producer responsibility organization to the advisory 18. Board in accordance with Section 25-17-608, 2, c. 19. 5. Advisory board means the producer responsibility 20. Program for statewide recycling advisory board created in 21. Section 25-17-604, 1. 22. 6. Amended plan proposal means an amended plan. 23. Proposal for the implementation of the program submitted to 24. The advisory board after the advisory board's initial review of 25. The plan proposal in accordance with Section 25-17-605, 5. 26. 7. Collection means the gathering and transportation 27. Of covered materials from covered entities for the purpose of -6 HB 22-1355. 1. Recycling. 2. 8. Collection rate means the weight of covered 3. Materials that are collected under the program in a calendar 4 year divided by the weight of covered materials used for 5. Products sold, offered for sale, or distributed by producers 6. Within or into the state in the same calendar year, expressed as 7. A percentage. 8. 9. Commission means the solid and hazardous waste 9. Commission created under Section 25-15-302, 1, a. 10. 10. Compost means the material or product that is 11. Developed under controlled conditions and that results from 12. Biological degradation processes by which organic wastes 13. Decompose. 14. 11. A. Compost facility means a site where compost is 15. Produced. 16. B. Compost facility includes only those compost 17. Facilities that readily accept and process packaging material 18. Collected from consumers 19. 12. Consumer means any person who purchases or 20. Receives covered materials in the state and is located at a 21. Covered entity 22. 13. Convenience standards means the standards for 23. The program as described in Section 25-17-606, 3. 24. 14. covered entity means the following locations in 25 the state from which covered materials that are processed by 26 a materials recovery facility or similar facility are collected. 27 a all single-family or multifamily residences in the -7 HB 22-1355. 1 state, N. 2 b non-residential locations identified in the final plan. 3 including public places, small businesses, schools, as defined in 4 Section 22-1-132, 2, C, and state and local government. 5 buildings. 6, 15, A, covered materials includes 7, I, packaging material, except as specified in subsection 8, 15, B, of this section, N. 9, 2, paper products, except as specified in subsection 15, B. 10 of this section. 11, B, covered materials does not include 12, I, packaging materials intended to be used for the 13 long-term storage or protection of a durable product and that 14 are intended to transport, protect, or store the product for it. 15 least 5 years. 16, 2, paper products that, through their use, could become 17 unsafe or unsanitary to handle. 18, 3, bound books. 19, 4, beverage containers subject to a returnable 20 container deposit, if applicable. 21, v, packaging material used exclusively in industrial or 22 manufacturing processes. 23, 6, packaging material used to contain a product that 24 is regulated as a drug, medical device, or dietary supplement by 25 the Federal Food and Drug Administration under the Federal 26 Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, 21 U.S.C. SEC 301 ET-SEQ, as 27 amended, or any federal regulation promulgated under the Act. -8 HB 22-1355. 1 or any equipment and materials used to manufacture such 2 products. 3, 7, packaging material used to contain a product that 4 is regulated as animal biologics, including vaccines, bacterians. 5 antisera, diagnostic kits, and other products of biological 6 origin under the Federal Virus Serum Toxin Act, 21 U.S.C. SEC 7151 ET-SEQ, as amended. 8, packaging material used to contain a product that 9 is regulated as a toxic or hazardous material under the 10 Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, 7 U.S.C. 11 SEC 136 ET-SEQ, as amended. 12, 9, packaging material used to contain architectural 13 paint covered under a paint stewardship program in accordance 14 with Part 4 of this Article 17, N. 15, X, packaging material used to contain a product that is 16 required under state law to be sold in packaging material that 17 meets the standards set forth in the Poison Prevention 18 Packaging Act of 1970, 15 U.S.C. SEC 1471 ET-SEQ, as amended. 19, 16, Department means the Department of Public Health. 20 An environment created in Section 24-1-119. 21, 17, Environmentally sound management practices. 22 means policies that ensure compliance with all applicable 23 environmental laws, including laws addressing 24, A, record keeping. 25, B, tracking and documenting the disposition of covered. 26 materials collected from covered entities, N. 27, C, environmental liability coverage for professional. -9 HB 22-1355. 1 services and contractor operations. 2, 18, executive director means the executive director of 3 the department or the executive director's designee. 4, 19, final plan means the plan proposal or amended plan. 5 proposal that has been designated as the final plan by the 6 executive director pursuant to section 25-17-605, 5, C, I. 7, 20, front range means the counties of Adams, 8 Arapahoe, Boulder, Douglas, Elbert, El Paso, Jefferson. 9 Larimer, Pueblo, Teller, and Weld and the cities and counties of 10 Broomfield and Denver. 11, 21, industrial recycling means the processes of 12. Collecting, aggregating, and size reducing and other operations. 13. That turn pre-consumer materials, including products that do. 14. Not meet quality specifications, damaged products, and items or. 15. Buy products generated by the manufacturer of a product before. 16. The product reaches an end user, into feedstock for use in the. 17. Manufacture of new products. 18. 22. Local government means a home rule or statutory. 19. County, municipality, or city and county. 20. 23. Materials recovery facility means a facility for. 21. Processing covered materials that are collected for recycling. 22. Before they are conveyed to end market businesses, as defined. 23. In section 25-16.5-112, 4a. 24. 24. Mechanical recycling means a form of recycling. 25. That does not change the basic molecular structure of the. 26. Material being recycled. 27. 25. Minimum recyclable list means the list of covered. 10 HB 22-1355. 1. Materials developed under section 25-17-606, 1a. 2. 26. Needs assessment means the assessment of the. 3 states recycling needs conducted pursuant to section 25-17-605. 4. 3. 5. 27. Nonprofit organization means a tax exempt. 6. Charitable or social welfare organization operating under 26. 7. USC 501, c. 3, or 501, c. 4, of the Federal Internal Revenue. 8. Code of 1986, as amended. 9. 28, a. I. Packaging material means any material. 10. Regardless of recyclability, that is intended for single or. 11. Short-term use and is used for the containment, protection. 12. Handling, delivery, or presentation of products to the consumer. 13. At the point of sale, including through an internet transaction. 14. 2. Packaging material includes products supplied to or. 15. Purchased by consumers for the express purpose of facilitating. 16. Food or beverage consumption in that are. 17. A. Ordinarily disposed of after a single or short term. 18. Use, n. 19. B. Not designed for reuse or refill. 20. 3. Packaging material includes paper, plastic, glass. 21. Metal, cartons, flexible foam, rigid packaging, or other. 22. Materials or combination of these materials. 23. B. Packaging material does not include. 24. I. Packaging materials used solely in transportation or. 25. Distribution to non-consumers. 26. 2. Packaging materials used solely in. 27. Business-to-business transactions where a covered material is. 11 HB 22-1355. 1. Not intended to be distributed to the end consumer. 2. 3. Packaging materials that are not sold or distributed. 3. To covered entities, or. 4. Packaging materials that are used for products sold. 5. Offered for sale, or distributed outside the state. 6. 29. Paper products means paper and other cellulosic. 7. Fibers, whether or not they are used as a medium for text or. 8. Images, including. 9. A. Flyers. 10. B. Brochures. 11. C. Booklets. 12. D. Catalogs. 13. E. Telephone directories. 14. F. Newspapers. 15. G. Magazines, N. 16. H. Paper used for writing or any other purpose. 17. 30. Plan proposal means the plan proposal for the. 18. Implementation of the program submitted to the advisory board. 19. In accordance with section 25-17-605, 4. 20. 31. Post-consumer recycled content rate means the. 21. Amount of post-consumer recycled materials used in the. 22. Production of covered materials in a calendar year divided by. 23. The amount of covered materials used for products sold. 24. Offered for sale, or distributed by producers within or into their. 25. United States market territory in the same calendar year. 26. Expressed as a percentage. 27. 32. A. Post-consumer recycled material means only. 12 HB 22-1355. 1. Those covered materials that have served their intended end use. 2 as consumer items and that have been separated or diverted. 3 from the waste stream for the purposes of collection in. 4 recycling as a secondary material feedstock. 5. B. Post-consumer recycled material does not include. 6 waste material generated during or after the completion of a. 7 manufacturing process. 8. 33. Producer means. 9. A. I. If the product is sold, offered for sale, or 10. Distributed in the state using packaging materials under the 11. Manufacturer's own brand or is sold, offered for sale, or 12. Distributed in the state using packaging materials that lack. 13. Identification of a brand, the person that manufactures the 14. Product, or 15. 2. If the product is manufactured by a person other than 16. The brand owner, the person that is the licensee of a brand, or 17. Trademark under which a packaged item is sold, offered for sale. 18. Or distributed in the state, whether or not the trademark is. 19. Registered in the state. 20. B. For the purposes of products that are sold, offered for. 21. Sale, or distributed in the state through an internet. 22. Transaction. 23. I. The producer of the packaging material used to. 24. Directly protect or contain the product, in. 25. 2. For the purposes of packaging material used to ship a. 26. Product to a consumer, the person that packages or ships the. 27. Product to the consumer. 13 HB 22-1355. 1. C. For the purposes of a paper product that is a magazine. 2. Newspaper, catalog, telephone directory, or similar publication. 3. The publisher of the paper product, or 4. D. For any other covered material, the person that first 5. Distributes the covered material in or into the state. 6. 34. Producer responsibility dues means the amounts. 7. Established in Section 25-17-605, 4, H, 2, that a producer. 8. Participating in the program pays annually into the program. 9. Pursuant to Section 25-17-609, 1. 10. 35. Producer responsibility organization or 11. Organization means the non-profit organization designated to 12. Implement the program pursuant to Section 25-17-605, 1, B, 2. 13. 36. Producer responsibility program for statewide. 14. Recycling or program means the producer responsibility. 15. Program for statewide recycling created in accordance with 16. Section 25-17-605. 17. 37. Proprietary information means information that, if 18. Made public. 19. A. Would divulge competitive business information or 20. Trade secrets of the entity that developed the information, or 21. B. Would reasonably hinder the entity's competitive 22. Advantage in the market. 23. 38. A. Public place means an indoor or outdoor. 24. Location in the state that is open to and generally used by the 25. Public. 26. B. Public place includes streets, sidewalks, plazas. 27. Town squares, state-owned or local government-owned parks. 14 HB 22-1355. 1 BACHES, and FORESTS, OTHRST at EONED or 2. Local government-owned land open for recreation or other. 3. Public uses, and transportation facilities, including bus-in. 4. Train stations and airports. 5. C. Public place does not include industrial, commercial. 6. Or privately owned property. 7. 39. Readily recyclable material means a covered. 8. Material that is included on the minimum recyclable list. 9. 40. A. Recycling means the reprocessing, by means of a 10. Manufacturing process, of a used material into a product or a 11. Secondary raw material. 12. B. Recycling does not include 13. I. Energy recovery or energy generation by means of 14. Combustion. 15. 2. Use as a fuel. 16. 3. Use as alternative daily cover as defined in Section 1730-20-1402, 1, or 18. 4. Landfill disposal of discarded covered materials. 19. 41. A. Recycling rate means the weight of covered 20 materials that are recycled under the program in a calendar. 21 year divided by the weight of covered materials used for. 22 products sold, offered for sale, or distributed by producers. 23 within or into the state in the same calendar year, expressed as 24 a percentage. 25, b, the recycling rate is measured at the point where 26 collected covered materials have been processed and are ready. 27 for sale or delivery to material reclaimers or end markets. 15 HB 22-1355. 1 after processing at a materials recovery facility or similar. 2 establishment. 3, 42, a, I, recycling services means services provided. 4 for the recycling of covered materials, including the 5 collection, transportation, and processing of covered materials. 6 from the consumer to the end market. 7, 2, recycling services includes curbside services in 8 drop-off centers. 9, b, recycling services does not include industrial. 10 recycling services. 11, 43, recycling services costs means the costs of 12 recycling programs to provide recycling services, including 13 costs related to 14, a, the administration of recycling programs. 15, b, capital improvements to recycling programs. 16, c, the collection, transportation, sorting, and 17 processing of covered materials. 18, d, public education about recycling programs, and 19, e, disposal of non-recyclable collected covered 20 materials. 21, 44, responsible end market means a materials market. 22 in which the recycling of materials or the disposal of 23 contaminants is conducted in a way that 24, a, benefits the environment, and 25, b, minimizes risks to public health and worker health. 26 in safety. 27, 45, retailer means a person that sells or offers for. 16 HB 22-1355. 1 sale to consumers within or into the state, including sales made. 2 through an internet transaction, products for which covered 3 materials are used. 4, 46, reuse or refill means the return into the 5 marketplace of a covered material that 6, a, has already been used in the same manner as 7 originally intended without a change in the covered materials. 8 purpose, and 9, b, was intended to be used for its original purpose at 10 least 5 times. 11, 47, service provider means a public or private entity. 12 other than the producer responsibility organization, that 13 provides recycling services in the state. 14 25-17-604. Producer Responsibility Program for statewide. 15 Recycling Advisory Board, creation, membership. 1. The producer. 16 Responsibility Program for statewide Recycling Advisory Board. 17 is hereby created in the department. The department may select 18 an impartial, third-party facilitator to convene and provide 19 administrative support to the advisory board. 22. A. The advisory board consists of the following: 21 13 voting members and 2 non-voting members appointed. 22 by the executive director. 23. I. 3 voting members representing local governments. 24 in the state, including 25. A. 1 member representing a municipality or city in 26 county. 27. B. 1 member representing a county, in 17 HB 22-1355. 1. C. 1 member representing a local government not 2 located in the Front Range. 3. 2. 1 voting member representing a materials recovery 4 facility. 5. 3. 1 voting member representing a hauler of 6 recyclable materials, whether representing the public or 7 private sector. 8. 4. 1 voting member representing an environmental or 9 community-based non-profit organization. 10. V. 1 voting member representing a packaging material. 11 supplier that is not a producer. 12. 6. 1 voting member representing a manufacturer of 13 recycled paper products that is not a producer. 14. 7. 1 voting member representing a trade association. 15 Chamber of Commerce, or other business advocacy organization. 16 representing businesses that are headquartered in the state. 17, 8, 1 voting member representing a retailers. 18 association or a retailer that is not a producer. 19, 9, 1 voting member representing a compost facility. 20, X, 1 voting member who has experience in 21 environmental justice and representing underserved. 22 communities. 23, 11, 1 voting member representing a solid waste. 24 landfill or transfer station operating in on-site, public-facing. 25 recycling collection program. 26, 12, 1 non-voting member representing the department. 27 in. 18 HB 22-1355. 1, 13, 1 non-voting member representing the producer. 2 responsibility organization. 3, B, I, the members of the advisory board must have 4 relevant knowledge and expertise in recycling programs or the 5 impacts of covered materials on the state and the environment. 6, 2, in appointing members, the executive director shall 7 ensure to the extent possible the geographic diversity of the 8 advisory board's membership. 9, 3, the executive director shall make all appointments to 10 the advisory board no later than December 31st, 2022. The 11 appointments for initial terms to the advisory board shall be 12 staggered so that some of the members serve initial 2-year. 13 terms and other members serve initial 3-year terms, in all. 14 members serve subsequent terms of 3 years. The executive 15 director shall fill any vacancy by appointment for the 16 remainder of the unexpired term. 17, 4, the advisory board shall convene its first meeting no 18 later than March 1st, 2023. At the first meeting, the voting 19 members shall select a chair and vice chair from among the 20 voting members for a term not to exceed 2 years, as 21 determined by the advisory board. The advisory board shall 22 conduct annual meetings and may conduct meetings more 23 frequently upon the request of the chair or of at least 7 of 24 the voting members of the advisory board. The organization may 25 provide technical and staff assistance to the advisory board. 26, 5, the advisory board is subject to the open meetings. 27 provisions of the Colorado Sunshine Act of 1972, contained in 19 HB 22-1355. 1 Part 4 of Article 6 of Title 24, and the Colorado Open Records. 2 Act, Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24. 3, 6, advisory board members are entitled to be reimbursed. 4 at a rate consistent with other boards and commissions created. 5 within the department for necessary travel and other 6 reasonable expenses incurred in the performance of their 7 official duties. 8, 7, the advisory board shall 9, a, advise the organization throughout the needs 10 assessment process in accordance with Section 25-17-605, 3, b. 11, b, review the needs assessment reported to the advisory 12 board pursuant to Section 25-17-605, 3, c. 13, c, review the plan proposal submitted under Section 1425-17-605, 4. 15, d, recommend amendments to the plan proposal and the 16 amended plan proposal to the organization. 17, e, recommend that the executive director approve or 18 reject the plan proposal or amended plan proposal. 19, f, review the annual report submitted by the 20 organization under Section 25-17-609, 2, a, n. 21, g, consult with the organization on the development in 22 updating of the minimum recyclable list. 23, 8, in consultation with the organization, the advisory 24 board may recommend amendments to the final plan to the 25 executive director for inclusion in the annual report under 26 Section 25-17-609, 2, c. 2725-17-605. Producer Responsibility Program for statewide. 20 HB 22-1355. 1 Recycling, Needs Assessment, Plan Proposal, Rules. 1, a, on or 2 before June 1, 2023, producers or their designated agents shall 3 establish a nonprofit organization to fulfill the requirements 4 of this Part 6 and shall provide notification to the department 5. That includes 6. The name, address, and contact information of a person. 7. Responsible for ensuring the compliance of the nonprofit. 8. Organization and participating producers with this Part 6. 9. 2. A list of participating producers, and 10. 3. A description of the funding mechanism that the 11. Nonprofit organization will use to conduct the needs. 12. Assessment. 13. B. Upon receipt of the notification given pursuant to 14. Subsection 1. A. Of this section, the executive director shall 15. Acknowledge receipt of the notification, and 16. 2. Designate the nonprofit organization as the producer. 17. Responsibility organization to implement and administer the 18. Producer responsibility program for statewide recycling. 19. C. The organization designated by the executive director. 20. Pursuant to subsection 1. B. 2. Of this section must have a 21. Governing board with voting members that represent a diverse 22. Range of producers and represent producers of different types. 23. Of covered materials. The governing board of the organization may 24th include non-voting members that represent a diversity of 25. Material trade associations. 26. 2. The producer responsibility organization shall 27. A. Facilitate a needs assessment in consultation with the 21 HB 22-1355. 1. Advisory board. 2. B. Consult with the advisory board in the development 3. Of the plan proposal prior to its submission, including in the 4. Development of the cost formulas for reimbursements to service. 5. Providers pursuant to subsection 3A 3 of this section. 6. C. Submit a plan proposal in accordance with subsection 7. 4 of this section that covers a period of 5 years, and 8. D. Operate and administer the program in accordance 9 with the final plan, the provisions of this Part 6, and the rules 10 adopted by the Commission under this Part 6. 11. 3A. On or before September 1, 2023 the organization 12. Shall hire an independent third party approved by the Executive. 13. Director to conduct an assessment of the state's recycling. 14. Needs. Prior to the commencement of the needs assessment, the 15. Organization shall consult with the advisory board on the 16. Scope of the needs assessment and provide any necessary 17. Recommendations to the third-party consultant conducting the 18. Needs assessment. The needs assessment shall be inclusive of n. 19. Address the needs of all geographic areas of the state. At a 20 minimum, the needs assessment must identify 21. The service availability and gaps in recycling services. 22. To residential covered entities throughout the state and the 23. Prices paid for recycling services. 24. 2. The actual recycling services costs incurred by public 25. And private service providers to provide recycling services for 26. Residential covered entities. 27. 3. Demographic factors and other variables to be 22 HB 22-1355. 1. Considered in the development of reimbursement rates for 2. Service providers in accordance with subsection 4 of this 3. Section 4 the levels of contamination at materials recovery. 5. Facilities and compost facilities throughout the state and the 6. Impacts of contamination on those facilities. 7. V. The service availability, gaps, and recycling services. 8. Costs associated with providing recycling services to 9. Non-residential covered entities, with particular attention to 10. Small businesses, and which types and locations of 11. Non-residential covered entities could be provided with 12. Recycling services that would increase statewide collection. 13. And recycling rates in a cost-effective manner. 14. 6. The processing capacity and infrastructure needed. 15. For the program to meet or exceed the convenience standards. 16. And the projected scenarios for increasing the recycling rate. 17. And collection rate of covered materials, as identified pursuant 18 to subsection 3A 12 of this section. 19. 7. A proposed list of covered materials for inclusion in 20. The minimum recyclable list and additional materials that may 21. Be collected in different geographic areas through curbside. 22. Services or drop-off centers. 23. 8. The market conditions and opportunities for the use 24 of recycled covered materials in the state and in different 25 geographic areas of the state. 26. 9. Opportunities for the use of innovative new 27 technologies for the recycling and reuse of covered materials. 23 HB 22-1355. 1. X. The availability and scope of any reuse or refill. 2 systems in the state affecting the use of covered materials. 3. 11. Education needs in the state with respect to the 4 education needs described in section 25-17-607, n. 5. 12. At least 3 projected scenarios for increasing 6. The recycling rate and collection rate of covered materials in 7. The state, including recycling rates and collection rates that 8. The state could meet by January 1, 2030, and January 1, 2035, n. 9. The operating and capital costs needed to reach each projected 10 scenario. 11. B. The organization shall consult with the advisory 12 board throughout the needs assessment process and in 13. Determining which projected scenario identified pursuant to 14 subsection 3, A, 12 of this section to implement in its plan. 15. Proposal. 16. C. On or before April 1, 2024, the organization shall 17. Report the results of the needs assessment to the advisory 18. Board and the executive director. The executive director shall 19. Post the results of the needs assessment on the department's 20 website and provide public notice and an opportunity to comment. 21. On the results of the needs assessment. 22. D. Within 60 days after reporting the results of the 23 needs assessment pursuant to subsection 3, C, of this section. 24. The advisory board may provide the organization with a 25 recommendation of which projected scenario identified pursuant 26 to subsection 3, A, 12 of this section to implement in its plan. 27. Proposal. 24 HB 22-1355. 1. E. On or before May 1, 2029, and on or before May 1 every 5 years thereafter, the organization shall hire an 3. Independent third party approved by the executive director to 4. Conduct an updated assessment of the state's recycling needs to 5. Re-evaluate the program and identify any recycling service 6. Needs in the state that are not being met by the program. In 7. Consultation with the advisory board, the organization may 8. Modify the scope of an updated needs assessment by April 15, 9, 2029, and on or before every April 15 every 5 years. 10. Thereafter, the organization shall report the results of the 11. Updated needs assessment to the executive director in 12. Accordance with the reporting requirements set forth in 13 subsection 3, C, of this section. The organization shall use the 14 findings of the updated needs assessment to create an updated 15 plan proposal and submit the updated plan proposal to the 16 advisory board in accordance with subsection 4 of this section. 17. In consultation with the advisory board and the organization. 18. The executive director may waive the requirement to conduct an 19. Updated needs assessment under this subsection 3 E. 20. 4. On or before February 1, 2025, the organization shall 21. Submit a plan proposal for the program to the advisory board. 22. That, except as set forth in subsection 4 Y of this section, only 23 addresses recycling services for residential covered entities. 24. The plan proposal must cover a period of 5 years, and an 25. Updated plan proposal must be submitted to the advisory board. 26. On or before February 1 every 5 years thereafter. Any 27. Updated plan proposal must address recycling services for both 25 HB 22-1355. 1. Residential and any applicable non-residential covered entities. 2. As identified in the needs assessment pursuant to subsection 3, A, V, of this section. In developing the plan proposal and any 4 updated plan proposals, the organization shall solicit in 5. Consider input from the advisory board and provide opportunity 6. For additional stakeholder input. To be approved, a plan. 7. Proposal must 8. A. Provide contact information for the organization in 9. A representative of the organization. 10. B. Describe how the plan proposal will address in 11. Implement the findings of the needs assessment. 12. C. describe the manner in which the organization 13 solicited and considered input from stakeholders and they 14 advisory board in developing the plan proposal. They 15 organization must provide a summary of any comments about 16 the plan proposal from the advisory board and additional 17 stakeholders and identify changes made to the plan proposal. 18 based on the comments. 19 D describe how the organization will track compliance. 20 among producers and will collaborate with the executive. 21 director to bring producers into compliance. 22 E include a comprehensive list of the covered materials. 23 included in the program in accordance with this part 6. 24 F establish recycling practices that 25 I meet or exceed the convenience standards. 26 2 use open, competitive, and fair procurement practices. 27 when entering into contracts with service providers, and when 26 HB 22-1355. 1 entering into contracts with private service providers, adopt a 2 preference for service providers with strong labor standards. 3 in worker safety practices. 3 ensure that any covered materials collected for 5 recycling will be transferred to a responsible end market, and 4 use environmentally sound management practices. 7 G describe how the organization will work with 8 newspaper publishers to accept print or online advertising in 9 lieu of all or a portion of the producer responsibility dues for 10 newspapers circulated within the state. 11 H establish a funding mechanism that 12 I does not exceed the direct and indirect costs of 13 implementing the program, including the costs of 14 A providing recycling services under the program. 15 through contracts with service providers or reimbursement of 16 recycling services costs under the reimbursement rates. 17 proposed pursuant to subsection 4I of this section. 18 B meeting the reporting requirements set forth in 19 section 25-17-609 2. 20 C conducting the needs assessment. 21 D developing and updating the final plan, and 22 E implementing the education and outreach program set. 23 fourth in section 25-17-607. 24 2 is funded through producer responsibility dues. They 25 producer responsibility dues paid by a producer must be based on 26 the weight of the covered materials that are used for products. 27 sold, offered for sale, or distributed by the producer in the 27 HB 22-1355. 1 state. The producer responsibility dues for each covered 2 material type defined by the organization must vary based on 3 the market value of each type of covered material used in the 4 cost to collect, transport, process, and market that type of 5 covered material. 6 3 requires 7 A any surplus money generated by the program to be 8 placed back into the program for program improvements or a 9 reduction in producer responsibility dues, and 10 B the organization to maintain a financial reserve. 11 sufficient to operate the program in a fiscally prudent and 12 responsible manner. 13 4 incentivizes. 14 A reductions in the amount of packaging materials used. 15 for products. 16 B innovations and practices to enhance the 17 recyclability or commodity value of covered materials. 18 C high levels of post-consumer recycled material use in 19 A manner that does not disrupt the recycling of other 20 materials. 21 D designs for the reuse and refill of covered materials. 22 N. 23 E high recycling and refill rates of covered materials. 24 V disincentivizes. 25 A designs and practices that increase the costs of 26 recycling, reusing, or composting covered materials. 27 B designs and practices that disrupt the recycling of 28 HB 22-1355. 1 other materials, N. 2 C producers from using covered materials that are not 3 on the minimum recyclable list, N. 4 6 at the request of a producer or producers of a 5 covered material, may include a special assessment paid by the 6 producers of that covered material to cover system. 7 improvements that improve the collection and recycling of that. 8 covered material or facilitate the addition of the covered. 9 material to the list of readily recyclable materials. 10. Include reimbursement rates for 100%. 11 of the net recycling services costs of the recycling services. 12 provided by service providers under the program consistent with. 13 the requirements of section 25-17-606. The reimbursement rates. 14 must. 15. Be calculated using an objective cost formula or 16 formulas. 17. 2. Incorporate the relevant cost information identified. 18 by the needs assessment pursuant to subsection 3A3 of this. 19 section 23. Be calculated on a per unit basis such as per ton, per 21 household, or other unit of measurement, n. 22. 4. Take into account 23. A. Regional recycling services costs. 24. B. Population density. 25. C. The number and types of households served. 26. D. The collection method used. 27. E. The revenue generated from covered materials, N. 29 HB 22-1355. 1. F. Other demographic factors identified in the needs. 2. Assessment pursuant to subsection 3A3 of this section. 3. J. Describe the process to evaluate and revise the 4. Objective cost formula as necessary. If the planned proposal 5. Includes more than one objective cost formula for recycling. 6. Services. The planned proposal must describe the conditions under 7 which each formula will be applied. 8. K. Include a schedule of reimbursement rates for service. 9. Providers that elect to participate in the program and be 10. Reimbursed by the organization for providing recycling services. 11. For the program and describe a process for updating the 12. Schedule periodically and as necessary. 13. L. Include a proposed budget and a description of the 14. Process used to determine producer responsibility dues. 15. M. Describe a plan that outlines, if the organization 16. Ceases to exist or ceases to administer the program, how any. 17. Producer responsibility dues that have not been used to. 18. Implement the program will be transferred to another. 19. Organization designated by the executive director under 20. Subsection 1, B, 2 of this section to administer the program. 21. N. Include the minimum recyclable list established in 22. Accordance with section 25-17-606, 1, A. 23. O. Set targets for the minimum collection rates, minimum 24 recycling rates, and minimum post-consumer recycled content. 25. Rates for certain types of covered materials, including paper. 26. Products, glass, metal, and plastic, that the state will strive to 27. Meet by January 1, 2030, and January 1, 2035. 30 HB 22-1355. 1. P. Describe how the organization plans to continue to 2. Increase the state's minimum collection rates, minimum 3. Recycling rates, and minimum post-consumer recycled content. 4. Rates after January 1, 2030, and January 1, 2035. 5. Q. Describe how the organization will verify minimum 6. Post-consum ER Recy LED Cont ENT RAT ES and how 7. Post-consumer recycled content rates will be calculated using 8. Weight and other metrics. 9. R. Describe how the organization will provide producers 10. With the opportunity to purchase post-consumer recycled 11. Materials from processors at market prices if the producer is 12. Interested in obtaining recycled feedstock to achieve minimum 13. Post-consumer recycled content rates. 14. S. Describe how the organization will reduce or offset 15. The producer responsibility dues for any producer or group of 16. Producers that fund or operate a collection program that 17. I. Covers a specific type of covered material that is not 18. Processed by materials recovery facilities, N. 19. 2. Has recycling rates that meet or exceed the minimum 20. Recycling rate targets set forth in the planned proposal pursuant to 21. Subsection 4, O, of this section. 22. T. Describe how the organization will work with service 23 providers to 24. Utilize and expand on existing recycling services in 25 infrastructure and existing education and outreach programs. 26. 2. Reduce contamination of covered materials delivered. 27 to materials recovery facilities and compost facilities by 31 HB 22-1355. 1. Requiring each materials recovery facility in 2 compost facility participating in the program to report 3 annually to the organization on contamination levels at each 4 facility, in 5. Providing funding or other assistance to compost 6 facilities to reduce the costs of managing or increase the 7 effectiveness of efforts to manage contamination. 8. 3. Invest in new or upgraded recycling infrastructure. 9. 4. Propose an approach to measure and report on the use 10 of reusable and refillable covered materials and establish 11 goals and strategies for increasing the use of reusable and 12 refillable covered materials. 13. Mitigate the impacts of covered materials on other 14 materials and equipment at sorting and processing facilities. 15 in 16. 6. Invest in market development for covered materials. 17. Describe how the organization will work within 18. Incentivize producers to reduce the packaging of products using 19. Covered materials through product design changes. 20. Development or expansion of systems for reusable packaging. 21. In product innovation. 22. Describe how the program will prioritize the use of end 23 markets that return post-consumer recycled materials to their 24 original product type. 25. Describe how the organization will evaluate in 26. Monitor the use of responsible end markets through methods 27 such as processor contracts or financial incentives. 32 HB 22-1355. 1. Describe how the organization will implement the 2 education and outreach programs set forth in section 25-17-607. 3. Describe a process and timeline, beginning no later 4 than 2028, to expand recycling services to applicable 5 non-residential covered entities, as identified in the needs. 6. Assessment pursuant to subsection 3A, of this section, n. 7. Include any additional information required by the 8 Department. 9. 5. The Advisory Board shall review the plan proposal. 10. For compliance with this Part 6, the Advisory Board shall 11. Consult with the organization throughout its review of the plan. 12. Proposal. Within 60 days after the submission of the plan. 13. Proposal to the Advisory Board. The Advisory Board shall either 14. Provide any recommended amendments to the plan proposal to 15. The organization or, if the Advisory Board does not have any 16. Recommended amendments, forward the plan proposal to the 17. Executive Director. The organization shall provide responsive 18. Answers to the Advisory Board's recommendations and submit 19. The amended plan proposal to the Advisory Board within 20 days after its receipt of the recommended amendments. Within 30 days after the submission of the amended plan proposal. 22. To the Advisory Board, the Advisory Board shall forward the 23 amended plan proposal to the Executive Director with its 24 recommendation for approval or rejection and, if applicable, a 25 written explanation of the basis for recommending rejection of 26 the plan proposal. 27. Within 60 days after receiving the plan proposal. 33 HB 22-1355. 1 or amended plan proposal, the Executive Director shall 2. Approve the plan proposal or amended plan proposal. 3 or 4. Reject the plan proposal or amended plan proposal. 5. 2. If the Executive Director rejects the plan proposal or 6 amended plan proposal, the Executive Director shall notify the 7 organization of the rejection and the reasons for the rejection. 8 which reasons must be based on the failure of the plan proposal. 9 or amended plan proposal to comply with the requirements 10 specified in subsection 4 of this section. The organization must 11 submit a new plan proposal to the Advisory Board within 12 days after receiving the Executive Director's rejection. The new 13 plan proposal must be reviewed by the Advisory Board and the 14 new plan proposal or new amended plan proposal must be 15 reviewed and approved or rejected by the executive director in 16 accordance with subsection 5A of this section and this 17 subsection 5B 18 C.I. if the executive director approves the plan proposal 19 or amended plan proposal pursuant to subsection 5B.I. of this 20 section, the executive director shall designate the plan 21 proposal or amended plan proposal as the final plan and shall 22 publish the final plan on the department's website 23, 2, the organization shall begin implementing the final 24 plan within 6 months after IT is approved 25, 6, A, the organization may submit proposed amendments 26 to the final plan annually to the advisory board for inclusion 27 in the annual report under section 25-17-609, 2, C. The advisory 34 HB 22-1355. 1 board shall review the proposed amendments and may 2 recommend those proposed amendments to the executive 3 director in accordance with the procedures set forth in 4 subsection 5A of this section. The executive director shall 5 approve or reject the proposed amendments based on the plan 6 proposal requirements specified in subsection 4 of this section. 7b. The organization shall continue to operate the 8 program in accordance with the final plan pending the approval 9 or rejection of a proposed amendment by the executive director 10 the executive director's rejection of a proposed amendment 11 pursuant to this subsection 6 does not relieve the organization 12 of its responsibility to continue to operate the program in 13 accordance with the final plan 14, 7, the executive director shall enforce this part 6 in 15 accordance with section 25-17-610 and the commission shall 16 promulgate rules in accordance with article 4 of title 24 as may 17 be necessary for the administration of this part 6 and the 18 enforcement of this part 6 pursuant to section 25-17-610 19 25-17-606 minimum recyclable list convenience standards 21 A. The organization shall develop a minimum recyclable list 21 based on the availability of recycling services, recycling 22 collection and processing infrastructure, and recycling end 23 markets for covered materials, as determined by the needs 24 assessment 25 B. The organization shall update the minimum recyclable 26 list, and submit any updates for inclusion in the annual report 27 pursuant to section 25-17-609, 2A, in response to recycling 35 HB 22-1355 1 collection and processing improvements and changes in 2 recycling end markets. The advisory board shall consult with 3 the organization on any updates to the minimum recyclable list 4 in accordance with the procedures set forth in section 25-17-605 5, 6 2A, to be eligible for reimbursement for recycling 7 services provided under the program, service providers must 8 provide recycling services for all readily recyclable materials 9, B, the executive director may grant a service provider 10 an exception to the requirements of subsection 2A of this 11 section if the service provider demonstrates to the reasonable 12 satisfaction of the executive director that IT is not able to 13 provide recycling services for a readily recyclable material 14 C service providers are eligible for reimbursement from 15 the organization for the collection of covered materials that 16 are not included in the minimum recyclable list for the region 17 if the service provider demonstrates to the organization that 18 the covered materials can be collected at a reasonable cost 19 and have a responsible end market 20 D the organization shall reimburse service providers 21 for the recycling services costs to provide recycling services 22 for all readily recyclable materials and covered materials 23 that the organization approves pursuant to subsection 2C of 24 this section 25 E notwithstanding any law to the contrary nothing in 26 this part 6 restricts a service provider from collecting or 27 processing covered materials that are not included in the 36 HB 22-1355 1 minimum recyclable list. 2, 3a, the organization shall contract with service. 3 providers to provide covered entities with convenient in. 4 equitable access to recycling services for all readily. 5 recyclable materials, at no charge to the covered entity, with. 6 the goal of achieving the recycling rate, collection rate, in. 7 post-consumer recycled content rate targets established in the 8 final plan under section 25-17-605, 4.0. 9, b, to the extent reasonable, the collection of readily. 10 recyclable materials must be provided in a manner that is as 11 convenient as the collection of solid waste in the geographic 12 area in which the covered entity is located. 13, c, to the extent reasonable, any covered entities in the 14 state that are receiving recycling services on December 31st. 15, 2022, must continue to receive equivalent recycling services. 16 through the program or a service provider on and after December 17, 31, 2022. 18, d, the organization shall not restrict a person's ability. 19 to contract directly with service providers to obtain recycling. 20 services for covered materials. 21, e, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, nothing in. 22 this part 6 voids or cancels any contract between a resident in. 23 a service provider for the provision of recycling services that 24 is executed prior to December 31st, 2022. 25-17-607. Education and Outreach Program. 1. The 26 organization shall develop and implement a statewide 27 education and outreach program that is designed to increase 37 HB 22-1355. 1. The recycling and reuse of covered materials and includes 2. Education and outreach on 3a. Proper end-of-life management of covered materials. 4b. The location and availability of recycling services. 5. Under the program, n. 6c. How to prevent littering in the process of providing 7. Recycling services for covered materials. 8. 2. The education and outreach program must, at a 9 minimum. 10a. Provide clear and concise recycling instructions that 11 are consistent statewide and accessible for all demographic 12 groups. 13. B. Coordinate with existing recycling education. 14. Materials and services provided throughout the state, n. 15. C. Be designed to help the state achieve the minimum 16 collection rate and minimum recycling rate targets established. 17. In the final plan under section 25-17-605, 4.0, and reduce levels. 18. And impacts of contamination from covered materials at 19. Materials recovery facilities and compost facilities. 23. The organization shall consult with the advisory 21 board and other entities providing recycling education in the 22 state on the development and distribution of education. 23 outreach services and materials. The organization may 24 contract with service providers, local governments, n. 25 non-profit organizations to conduct recycling education in. 26 outreach services under the education and outreach program. 27 developed under subsection 1 of this section. 38 HB 22-1355. 1. 4. The organization shall develop a proposed 2. Methodology for evaluating and reporting on the effectiveness 3 of the education and outreach program. 425-17-608. Producer requirements, additional program plan. 5. Confidentiality, compliance with local government codes, audit. 6. 1. Effective July 1, 2025, a producer shall not sell, offer for 7. Sale, or distribute any products that use covered materials in 8. The state unless the producer is participating in the program or 9. On or after January 1, 2029, except as set forth in an additional 10 program plan. 11. 2. A. On January 1, 2029, and every January 1 thereafter. 12. A non-profit organization may request that the executive 13. Director designate the non-profit organization as an additional 14. Producer responsibility organization. 15. B. The executive director may designate a non-profit 16. Organization as an additional producer responsibility. 17. Organization if the executive director, in coordination with the 18 Advisory Board determines that the designation of the 19 additional producer responsibility organization is necessary to 20. Increase recycling rates. 21. 2. Expand recycling services to covered entities that are 22 not covered under the final plan, or 23. 3. Provide recycling services for a specific type of 24 covered material. 25. C. If the executive director designates an additional 26 producer responsibility organization, the additional producer 27 responsibility organization shall submit an additional program. 39 HB 22-1355. 1 plan proposal to the advisory board that complies with the 2 requirements of section 25-17-605, 4, as applicable. The advisory 3 board shall review and make recommendations on, and the 4 executive director shall approve or reject any additional 5 program plan proposal or amendments to the additional 6 program plan proposal in accordance with the procedures set 7 forth in section 25-17-605, 5, and 6. 8. D. If the executive director approves the additional 9 program plan proposal pursuant to subsection 2, C, of this 10 section, the executive director shall designate the additional 11 program plan proposal as the additional program plan and shall 12 publish the additional program plan on the department's 13 website. 14. 3. The executive director, advisory board, organization. 15. And an additional producer responsibility organization. 16. A. Must keep confidential any proprietary information. 17. Provided by a producer, N. 18. B. Shall not include any proprietary information. 19. Provided by a producer in the plan proposal, the amended plan. 20. Proposal, an additional program plan proposal, the final plan. 21. An additional program plan, or any amendment to the final plan. 22. Or an additional program plan. 23. 4. A. The program and an additional producer. 24. Responsibility program must comply with any fire, solid waste. 25. Or other relevant ordinances or resolutions adopted by a local. 26. Government and with applicable state and federal laws. 27. Including the exemptions set forth in section 3020-102, 5. 40 HB 22-1355. 1. B. Notwithstanding any law to the contrary, a local 2. Government is not required to provide recycling services under 3. The program or an additional producer responsibility program. 4. To the extent that a local government elects to provide 5. Recycling services under the program or an additional producer. 6. Responsibility program, the organization or additional producer. 7. Responsibility organization shall reimburse the local 8. Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have a better understanding of the bill at this time, and thank you very much.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1355 until the end of the calendar.
At the request of the Assistant Majority Leader, House Bill 1355 will be laid over to the end of the special orders calendar. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1377.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order and go to House Bill 1377. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1377.
House Bill 1377 by Representatives Woodrow and Exum, also Senators Colker and Gonzalez, concerning the creation of the Connecting Coloradans Experiencing Homelessness with Services, Treatment, and Housing Supports Grant Program.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you very much. I move House Bill 1377, the House Transportation Local Government Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I couldn't attend, I heard that the Appropriations Committee appropriated the funds, and we asked for an aye vote on the report.
Any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Transportation and Local Government report. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did have a few amendments in the Transportation Local Government Report. One of the amendments just included some technical changes around various terminologies, so we can add some affordable housing ownership and rental housing, including security deposits. Another amendment increased the emphasis on the workforce development and skills training allowable uses under the grant program. And the last amendment just clarifies that the data and street outreach initiatives, that up to $5 million of the appropriation in this bill may be included for those purposes. This was an agreement we came to with the administration after introduction. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Further discussion on the Transportation Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Transportation and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Okay.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Transportation Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is an amazing bill. This is a grant program devoting $105 million to address our homelessness crisis that every single one of our communities has experienced throughout the state. As many of you know, we had an affordable housing transformational task force that met in the fall and the winter months. They did tremendous work, and I want to commend that. Hearing from stakeholders, experts on how to best allocate federal funds, specifically $400 million to affordable housing. In addition to that, with the help of the administration and the governor's office, we've allocated another $200 million to address homelessness specifically. And what this grant program does is it allows local governments and nonprofits to apply for grant money to do gap financing, property conversions, wraparound services, data gathering. It is a comprehensive, robust, and meaningful piece of legislation. I am honored to stand here with my co-prime and an urgent aye vote so we can get to the work addressing our homelessness crisis here in Colorado.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto.
Great. Representative Imaboli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to speak for a minute about this bill, which I'm extremely enthusiastic about. And I hear us talk all the time in this chamber about how we want to get at crime, how we want to clean up our streets, how we want to address mental illness. And this is a giant step in the right direction to do all of those things. And more than that, to treat the human beings who are the least among us, who are suffering with substance misuse disorder, with serious mental illness, and with just incredible misfortune that's landed them in a place that none of us can ever even dream of being, except for that some of us can dream of being there. And we have to have a huge well of compassion for people, but also this makes an enormous amount of economic sense, because it is much more economically smart to help people, to get them out of this situation, to give them a foundation for moving forward with their lives. And that's what this bill is trying to do. And I really want to thank the sponsors, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of House Bill 1377. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1377 is adopted. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask that we go into brief recess.
The committee will stand at a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1362.
House Bill 1362 by Representatives Burnett and Valdez A., also Senators Hansen and Winter. concerning the reduction of building greenhouse gas emissions and in connection therewith requiring the Colorado Energy Office to identify for adoption 3 model codes requiring local governments and certain state agencies to adopt and enforce codes that are consistent with 2 of the model codes, encouraging local governments and certain state agencies to adopt and enforce codes that are consistent with the 3rd model code, creating the Building Electrification for Public Buildings Grant Program, creating the High Efficiency Electric Heating and Appliances Grant Program, and establishing the Clean Air Building Investments Fund.
That was a great reading of that bill title. Representative? Somebody?
Okay, I just got to.
A. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1362, the Energy and Environment Report, and the Appropriations Report.
There, I only see an energy and environment report.
All right.
To the energy and environment.
If there's appropriations, you said appropriations.
I did, but she said. Okay, no appropriations report.
No.
Okay.
All right, to the energy and environment report.
In the energy.
In Representative Burnett.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you. Okay.
It's an honor to serve with you.
In committee, we amended the bill to align electric vehicle language with House Bill 1218. We added that the 2 grant programs provide technical assistance to recipients to cover administration costs, and we changed the grant floor for low-income communities from 25% to 30%, and we also clarified that replacement of appliances at the end of life may not require pre-wiring. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Due to the procedural timing, we could not do a strike below on this bill, and instead we'll do it in the Senate. However, today we want to move all the amendments we've worked so hard on in the House and recognize that the strike below will need to incorporate all of this work. We recognize that the working group amendments are incompatible with the amendments from a technical standpoint, i.e. referring to the correct section, but these will be resolved in the Senate. Nothing in this package of amendments violates a settled question rule. Once the bill passes the Senate, House members will have another chance to vote on the bill.
Go ahead, Representative.
Okay, I move Amendment L46 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly moved. We will go into a brief recess.
The House will come back to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over 1362-1 bill.
At the request of the Assistant Majority Leader, 1362 will be laid over one bill. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1321.
Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1321.
House Bill 1321 by Representatives McKean and Roberts, also Senators Pedersen and Woodward, concerning a study of devices that are based on FDA-cleared technology capable of self-assessing impairment of motorists to detect the presence of drugs other than alcohol during roadside sobriety investigations and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1321, the Judiciary Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we changed the funding source to the Marijuana Cash Tax Fund and added the appropriation. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much. So in the Judiciary Committee, we presented the bill. We talked about what it does, that it changes truly the paradigm of this. But what we amended onto it was that it requires a field study, a research activity occurs outside of an office or laboratory setting for at least a portion. And we struck the FDA cleared technology after a stakeholder didn't really like that. So we did that and it passed.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I'm really excited to be presenting this bill with the Minority Leader. He and I have been working on this issue for several years now, and what this bill aims to do is make Colorado a national leader once again in the field of impairment and making sure that our roads are safe. We were the first state to legalize recreational marijuana. We know that drivers drive while using marijuana, and they're not always impaired, but we want to find a more reliable way to determine who is impaired and who isn't impaired when they're on our roads. What this bill will do will commission a study through the Department of Transportation and CDPHE to conduct a study over the next year on these very promising devices that could one day be used on the roadside or in police stations to do a non-biased study of impairment and determine whether somebody is impaired or not, regardless of what substance they may have taken and regardless of their medical or patient status. We've had broad support from the patient community, from law enforcement, from CDOT, and this is a really exciting step forward, or this is the first step in a very promising way forward and something that Colorado should do to keep our roads safe.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much. I couldn't have said that better. You know, we kind of came to this issue and we realized that there's not a good test out there. There's not a good limit that says this is what this means. And I remember when we left that committee hearing, we'll wait for the science to catch up. And the science is catching up. Now we need to catch up to that science and find out exactly what is the best way of doing this, what is out there on the market, and how can we put it to use to really determine impairment on a whole host of things. But in this instance, really looking at marijuana and really working with the industry to say, how do we make sure that our roads stay safe? We'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1321? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, do you think it'll be effective detecting impairment rates on other drugs such as crack or heroin or?
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much. Representative Pelton, yes. However, this study is just for marijuana. But what it really is doing is it's detecting impairment regardless of substance, truly. In this instance, we're going to use marijuana as a test subject, but it detects impairment. Can you do the thing that you're trying to do? And that's, I think, what's so promising about this is that it will have that broad scope. I think it will shift the paradigm of impairment testing and roadside testing beyond anything we've ever considered. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1321 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1321 as amended is passed. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 21.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 21.
Senate Bill 21 by Senators Rodriguez and Lee, also Representatives Benavides and Amabile, concerning the treatment of persons with behavioral health disorders in the justice system and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bill that came out.
And Representative Benavides, if you would just kindly move the appropriations report, the judiciary report, and the bill. That's it. That's all we need.
I'll tell you later.
The bill too. Yeah, thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 2221 and the appropriations report and the judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you. In appropriations, they appropriated some funds to cover the oversight by Legislative Council, Legislative Services for the Oversight Committee this coming summer.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the judiciary, we passed a couple of amendments that clarified the composition of the task force and how members are appointed to the task force.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
This is a repeat. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, we have a Legislative Oversight Committee. It's actually the committee with the longest name you've ever heard, so I'll say it again. The Legislative Oversight Committee concerning the treatment of persons with mental health disorders in the criminal and juvenile justice systems. So what this bill does, it clarifies some of the responsibilities of this committee. The committee's been around over 20 years, and we tried to do this a couple of years ago, but because of COVID, we didn't get it done. But what we did in this primarily is we renamed the committee, and our new name is the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning the treatment of persons with behavioral health disorders in the criminal and juvenile justice systems. This was in recognition that there are co-occurring disorders amongst individuals. They may have mental health conditions that are they're self-medicating with substance abuse, let's say. So this allows this committee to address both of those areas. It also changed the makeup of the task force, so it would be more responsive to what the Oversight Committee intended it to do, and it reduced the size of the task force. It is a good bill. We had several bills that came out of last summer's committee, and we do have a couple of amendments. And before we do the amendments, my co-prime wants to address the bill.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to say I was honored to be on this committee over the interim, and I think it's one of the most important subjects that we need to work on for our state, because this entanglement of people with behavioral health and mental health issues and the criminal justice system is a stain on our state. We have people who are sick, and we are locking them up in our jails and prisons and throwing away the key. And every day people spend in jail when they're sick, they get worse and worse and worse. And it costs our state an enormous toll in terms of human capital, but also in terms of actual dollars. And this effort to disentangle these two things is one of the most important things we're going to do. So I urge you to vote yes after we run our amendments. Okay. So I would like to run move Amendment L009 and ask that it be displayed.
You have to give him this.
Oh. So
L9 is
this am-
properly before us. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is pretty simple. The Department of Corrections wanted more flexibility in who from the department was on the committee. And they had somebody from their Division of Parole, but they wanted to potentially ask somebody else from their department. So this just broadens out who they can invite to be on the committee. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L9 to Senate Bill 21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to move Amendment L010 and ask that it be displayed.
1 second, we'll get that displayed. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does, as I said, we sort of address the composition of the task force, and some of the task force members are appointees of the administration or other entities, but a certain number of them will be appointed through the Oversight Committee. The task force itself will be identifying nominees for that and bring it to the Oversight Committee. So that number, though, reduced, or actually that part did increase, from 16 to 17, and that's what this amendment does. It's really a technical amendment, and I'd urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L10 to Senate Bill 21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, this bill is really, again, this task force has been around for a long time. So some of the important changes that we made, besides the name, was with the composition. We looked at that and we made sure that, first, that the Legislative Oversight Committee that's appointed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, that they look for people to have a direct interest. My co-sponsor was one of those people appointed this past year, and because this is an area of real concern of hers. One of the things in the duties of the Oversight Committee, we included that annually the Oversight Committee would set basically an agenda of what the task force should be looking at. Doesn't mean they can continue looking at certain areas, but they do have to do what the Oversight Committee is asking for. So then we ended up looking at the task force. Are we ready?
I think so.
Okay. And we made a few changes there, but I think we're ready right now to urge you to vote yes on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 21? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 21 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 21 as amended is passed. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee stand in a brief recess.
The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I moved for immediate consideration of House Bill 1362.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1362.
House Bill 1362 by Representatives Burnett and Valdez, also Senators Hansen and Winter, concerning the reduction of building greenhouse gas emissions and in connection therewith, requiring the Colorado Energy Office to identify for adoption 3 model codes, requiring local governments and certain state agencies to adopt and enforce codes that are consistent with 2 of the model codes, encouraging local governments and certain state agencies to adopt and enforce codes that are consistent with the 3rd model code, creating the Building Electrification for Public Buildings Grant Program, creating the High Efficiency Electric Heating and Appliances Grant Program, and establishing the Clean Air Building Investments Fund.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1362.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1362 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1362 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. House Bill 1362 as amended is passed. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1355 as amended until April 29th. It's today. She told me I had to say the date. Later today on April 29th.
At the request of the Assistant Majority Leader, House Bill 1355 will be laid over until later today. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the remainder of the special orders calendar until later today, April 29th.
At the request of the Assistant Majority Leader, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until later today. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee... Are we good? Are we good, everybody? I move that the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
All right. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1063 is amended 1321, is amended 1323, is amended 1346, is amended 1353, is amended 1362, is amended 1363, is amended 1370, is amended 1374, is amended 1375, is amended 1376, is amended 1377, as amended 1389, is amended 1400, 1402 is amended 1405, 1406 is amended 1407, is amended 1408, is amended 1409, 1410 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 21 is amended, passed on second reading in order to revise and place on calendar for third reading final passage. House Bill 1345, 1355 is amended. House Concurrent Resolution 1006, Senate Bill 150 laid over until April 29, 2022. House Bill 1011 re-referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Representative Basenecker. Members, you have heard the motion. There are two amendments at the desk. Let me just quickly explain what happened and how it's going to proceed from here. We have two committee of the whole reports, one to House Bill 1363 and then one to reverse the action on House Bill 1362. The problem there was we adopted the committee report before the amendments to the committee report were offered. So in order to unwind that, we have to back that out on the report of the committee of the whole. That is what we're going to do. Then we are going to break and we're going to go have appropriations meet quickly to go through, I think, 11 more bills. We're going to come back. We're going to add those to the special orders calendar. We're going to get back into it, and that will conclude our work after that. So sorry for that confusion. With that, we will start with the Basenecker and Weissman amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, and then we will get to the Weissman amendment on 1362. So with that, Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to the Basenecker-Weissman amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, which is L009 to House Bill 1363.
Representatives Basenecker and Weissman move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following McKean Amendment L9 to House Bill 1363 to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1363 as amended passed.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move the Basenecker and Weissman amendment to 1363.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Members, we had a pretty wide-ranging discussion on the subject of Metro District financing several hours ago, although it might seem like a week ago. And just because that conversation was so peregrinating, we wanted to bring the question back narrowly and invite the House here to consider it one more time. We had the amendment. It's up there now. I think that there's a few respects in which this is insufficient, and I'm just going to name them briefly. There was a suggestion by another member that what we're talking about here is a municipal advisor brought in by a city, an independent government. That's not what this amendment says. This basically invites the Metropolitan District to bring in its own municipal advisor. To that point, it may be that local governments are already requiring this kind of involvement from an MA. Okay, I mean, that's great. We don't object to that, but we wouldn't be doing this bill if we thought that that were sufficient. 3, moving down to the bottom of the amendment, what we're talking about here is reference to a bond index, which is currently at 3%, plus 4% baked in. That's 7% interest written in a tax-exempt way, which is equivalent to 9% if it were taxable. We also think it's an issue that this amendment is not addressing the problem of backloaded amortization schedules. We have a 40-year maximum here, which is already out there in a lot of places. I mean, some local governments like to do less. I wish that they would do less. I think that's a long time for the infrastructure debt to be paid off. And to the point on the very bottom, it's actually, I think it's on the other side of this cow because it printed 2 pages. This is only applying to districts created on or after January 1, 2023. So we're at 2,125 districts now. Another number of dozens will be created before then. So we're carving out, everything, which is a problem. And we already have an amendment that we did in committee to clarify that what we're setting forth in the underlying bill is prospective only. We're not disturbing any existing arrangements, even if we personally find them objectionable, because we can't. So for all those reasons, we ask for your support on our amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
Minority Leader McKean.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. So, folks, this was the division that you participated in earlier today. And it was an important division because what we were really saying is this financing is an important tool for people to build housing in this state. I think that's about as simply as I can state it. This financing model is very important to build housing. If you do not have this financing model, then less housing will get built. And to be very honest, housing prices will go up. And that was the argument that I was making earlier is if you put some rational guardrails in here, what you really do is you protect the consumer. And that's my goal in this, and I think all of our goal is to protect the consumer. The consumer is a homeowner who has not yet purchased the house in this particular district. The financing goes on for the infrastructure long before the first person moves their couch into that living room. And so when you constrain the ability to borrow money to get the job done, you constrain the product and the availability of it. If we need 25 million units in the United States, we need all of the tools in the toolbox. And truly, the answer that I think we're looking for are these guardrails and notification, every bit of information that can be given to a prospective home buyer so they know what they're getting and what they're paying for. I would encourage a no vote on this cow, and here's why. We actually did hard work discussing that and talking about what this model looks like. We did hard work asking you all to stand up and say, this is how we feel about it. And we did that hard work because we knew this was important to make sure that this financing model could survive. This would undo all of that, and I don't think that's right. So I would ask you to vote no on this cow, because we do not want to constrain the ability for the proper role of metro districts and metro district financing in our housing solutions. Please vote no.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also rise in respectful opposition to this cow amendment. I share many of the same perspectives that were articulated by Minority Leader McKean. Metro districts have served a very useful tool in allowing growth to pay for itself, which I know is something that many cities and urban areas expect. The contents of the amendment that were added provide really strong guardrails to protect consumers and make sure that there is a base level of consumer protections in our statutes.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise in support of this cow amendment. I want to take you back to the bill. All that the bill does, all that it does is say that if you are a director on a metro district and you vote to incur debt, you should not be able to purchase the debt. It's a conflict of interest, because when you decide that you're going to incur the debt, you go through the process that the amendment that we passed talks about, or something similar to that, where you try to be objective and get good interest rates, but at that point in time, you know the value of that debt, you know how much it's going to cost you to put that debt out there, you know how much would be earned by someone. So you know what's there when you're making that decision. And so as you move forward, you should not be able to benefit from that decision. Somebody had talked about 21C that we have here. If we pass a bill and it is going to directly increase some aspect of our financial lives, we should take a 21C and not vote on it, because it's a conflict of interest. What this amendment does, it says it's not a conflict of interest if you get a statement that says what the current market interest rate is or what the interest rate is allowed under B of this, which is a rate that's set by the 30-year obligation bonds. So that's what it's saying. If you get one of those statements, then it's no longer a conflict of interest, as long as you put that rate in there. This does not have anything to do with stopping financing or obtaining financing. That's the problem with this amendment. And when you read the amendment, I'm just going to read you the first clause. It says, prior to issuing debt to a director of a metropolitan district. That's not able to be done. Debt is not issued to an individual director, whether they are a corporate entity or they're an individual. Debt is never issued to them. That's another problem with this amendment. So pulling this amendment off is important.
And I think the sponsors have made every effort to accommodate the concerns of special district. But this conflict of interest is so important in everything we do that it would be important to support the sponsors on removing this unnecessary and conflicting amendment. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment to the CAL.
See Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeing you too. So partly what we're trying to describe to you is what this finance structure looks like, what a metro district looks like. When you don't have any houses, when you are putting in the infrastructure as required by our counties and our municipalities, that metro district is the developer for a period of time. But the actual plan, the actual paperwork, the actual permission by that governmental entity to create a sub-entity is to say that you can sell debt. The one person who has the vested interest in that at the time is the developer or group. And then as the houses are built, the design is for them to take that over. So without this ability, you will terminate this financing model. And we will suffer the cost and the penalties for it. I tell you, you need to vote no.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite simply, all this bill does, and why we are asking for this amendment to be removed, why we are asking for your yes vote here, is it simply eliminates the possibility that the same person can sit on both sides of a transaction and approve debt that somebody else has to pay. I am not able to reconcile a situation in which that is fair for the taxpayer. This bill will not kill affordable housing. This bill will not prevent affordable housing from being built in our state. This bill will give clarity to future taxpayers about what the debt they owe on that affordable housing will be. And quite frankly, what we heard in committee was clear. Affordable housing at the outset is not affordable housing 5 years down the line if the payment balloons to a point that they can no longer afford that housing. That is temporarily affordable housing. That is not permanently affordable housing. There is no other transaction in our state where you can sign off on that debt, give it to somebody else, and walk away from that transaction with that conflict of interest in place. It does not exist. You cannot do that. I cannot do that unless you are a director of a metro district and you are a developer. This bill will not kill affordable housing. It provides important and critical consumer protections inside of a powerful and necessary tool for building affordable housing. That's why we're asking for your yes vote. I would ask for your support.
Members, let's please direct our attention to the well since we are still debating this Cal amendment. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to respond to that. A director of a metro district who signs up and commits that metro district is not putting debt on the head of anybody else, because someone else who assumes that debt does so intentionally. They walk into that, they buy the house. What you heard is not accurate description of how this process works. You need to vote no on this amendment. It will wreck building affordable housing. If you value affordable housing, if you want those hundreds of $millions that has been appropriated for affordable housing to be put to use, then you have to vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Basenecker-Weissman amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Geithner, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Van Winkle votes no. Majority Leader Eskar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Eskar votes yes. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 31 aye votes, 31 no votes, and 3 excused, the Weissman-Basenecker amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Weissman amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is to House Bill 1362.
Representative Weissman moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee to not adopt, or in adopting the Energy and Environment Committee report to House Bill 1362 dated April 14th, 2022 to show that said report was not adopted and House Bill 1362 was laid over until April 29th, 2022.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the amendment concerning 1362. I see it's now.
It's properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
Members, this is the issue the Speaker commented on a couple moments ago. The last one was big and substantive. This is procedural. Folks know about the Building Codes Bill 1362. There have been some things agreed to about that. Unfortunately, the committee report was adopted a little bit too soon, so what we need to do is kind of roll that back. That's all this cow does. We will have the merits discussion on the bill and all the amendments that have been talked about at another time, probably soon. In order that we can do that, I ask everybody for your support on this cow amendment. Thank you.
This is Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, and this is a yes. This has been a bit of a hectic night, and part of that hecticness spilled over here where the committee report got adopted before we could amend it. So we just need to close this out, come back, get that amendment on, and so we lay it over in this way and show that we did not adopt the committee report here. So this is a yes on this cow. It feels weird, but it is a yes on this cow.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Weissman amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Van Winkle votes no. Majority Leader Eskar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Eskar votes yes. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Mark your back. You're good.
Just to double check, Representative Van Winkle, you were a no vote, correct? Yep. And Representative McCormick,
Correct.
you were a yes vote, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. Please close machine. With 57 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 3 excused, the Weissman amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Van Winkle votes no. Majority Leader Eskar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Eskar votes yes. Representative McCormick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCormick votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting in 5 minutes across the hall. We will meet on 10:13, 10:26, 10:51, 11:07, 12:51, 13:08, 13:66, 13:81, 13:85, Senate Bill 18, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 99, Senate Bill 106, Senate Bill 176. Is that it? I'm seeing movement on my text.
Assistant Majority Leader.
See you there. Save your jokes for the floor. It's not funny anymore.
You know, I've been waiting all session to hear that. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My apologies for not explaining all the things that I did when we were on second reading to get us out of that. But I do want to just say that, yes, so as you heard, we're going to go into approps. We're going to come back and we will pull up a new special orders calendar that will include the bills from approps and include some of the bills that we laid over in the last special orders calendar. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of what the next steps are here. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that Representative Herod.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're also here at 10:11.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
See no objection, the House will stand in recess till later today.